Welcome to Neighbour. I said that I wasn't going to do any visual novels for a while. I needed a break after that last one, which, if you watched it, you'll know why. But I've really been wanting to do this one, so here we are. I saw that it's not terribly long, maybe 5 or 6 hours, so shouldn't take us too long to get through, and from what I can see, it has really good reviews. So, I am excited. For Neighbour. Dinjin. Start. I don't know how loud my volume is. And if you can hear a faint buzzing in the background, that's just my fan because it's incredibly hot and I'll pass out without it. Sorry. It was a perfectly ordinary apartment. Alright, let's go. 2 bedrooms for just under 80,000 yen a month. Not too bad. Personally, I felt it was a little pricey for a unit in a relatively suburban neighborhood, but I let it go after a while. Can't have everything, I thought. It was in a good location with plenty of stores in the area. I mean, the picture looks nice. I dig it. The building itself was under a decade old, and both the interior and exterior were maintained quite well. The perfect home office for a 30-something single woman, I'd say. Hey, almost sounding familiar. Once the movers left, I spent the next few hours unpacking, and by the time I was done, the sun had nearly set. The view from the balcony was little more than a vacant lot, so I decided the curtains could wait until tomorrow. What's another day, right? My utilities were already set up, so I decided I'd swing by and introduce myself to my new neighbours before grabbing a slightly early dinner. Considering this is called Neighbour, I'm willing to bet the neighbours are not people you want to meet. My apartment, 201, was located in a 4-story building. There were 2 sets of stairs, one right outside my apartment and one at the opposite end of the hall, next to apartment 206. Seems decently large. There was a parking lot for residents out front, as well as a separate building where the aging landlady lived. So she lives nearby. According to her, this land used to be a rice field until they paved it over to build the complex. A common story. She even showed me the old electric cultivator gathering dust out behind her house. As far as retirement income though, I could easily see why she'd made the switch. Given the small size of the complex, proper social etiquette likely dictated that I ought to go and greet every single resident, but that was a bit old-fashioned for my tastes. Instead, I decided I'd limit myself to the neighbours directly sharing walls, and ceiling, and floor with me, as well as the landlady herself. I grabbed their gifts and walked out. I mean, it makes sense, like, if she's gonna do the custom of introducing herself to people anyway, does she really need to introduce herself to somebody who's on the entire opposite end of the apartment building on an entirely different floor? Like, at most they're gonna pass each other in the hall, maybe, at which point they'll just say hello and keep moving. My last apartment was right in the middle of downtown, and I never even saw my neighbours when I lived there. No need to go all out, I figured. See, I lived in a very small apartment, way out in the middle of nowhere for 5, 6 years, and the same, I never saw my neighbours, literally never. I had no idea who lived next door. I stepped outside and was immediately greeted by the last lingering rays of the setting sun, stretching out over my path. Using my brand new key, I carefully locked the door, then walked over to apartment 202. I pressed the button on the intercom and heard a faint ringing sound from inside. A gentle breeze brushed past as I waited for a response, but the silence lingered. Maybe they're not home right now, I thought. Just in case they didn't hear, I gave the button one more push. Again, I heard a faint ringing sound from the other side of the metal door. Then it stopped. I waited. No response. Evidently, no one was around. I considered simply leaving their gift hanging from the doorknob, but ultimately decided against it. Wouldn't want to risk freaking them out with an unwanted present from a mystery sender. Yes, probably the best idea. Instead, I turned and made for the stairs. But before I could take another step, I heard a soft sound behind me. Okay. It sounded like intercom static. Maybe my neighbor had finally picked up. I turned back and stood in front of the intercom camera.
隣の201号室に越してきた結城と申しますが、ご挨拶に来ました。
It's fully voiced, by the way. Like, at least the what do you call it? The speech. Hi, my name's Yuki. I moved in next door to 201. Just thought I'd stop by. Couldn't hurt to introduce myself. Neighbours seem nice. After a brief blip of static, I heard them hang up. Oh. But no one came to the door. Oh. Unsure what to do, I paused there for a moment. Then the doorknob turned. Apparently they were home after all. Oh, so they were just being rude. I see. Well, a reply would have been nice. Sheesh, I thought to myself. But just as I got their gift ready... Oh. That is cool. I like that effect. The text in this is really nice. Like the way it kind of like melts down as well. The doorknob suddenly began to jerk in all directions where moments before it had been perfectly still. Instantly, a chill shot down my spine. Holding the gift, I took off running to the stairs. Behind me, the creak of the opening door grated on my eardrums. As I rounded the corner, I caught one final glimpse of the door to 202, and it sent goosebumps pricking up my arms. What is it? What is it? Oh, it's a hand. There was a ghostly pale hand reaching out from the door. I love it. But it retracted a split second later, immediately followed by the low clunk of the door shutting once more. What was that? I collapsed onto the stairs, my legs quaking. For a moment, I debated heading up to the third floor, but after a moment of thought, I carefully crawled my way back down the hall. Slowly, I peered around the corner at the door to apartment 202. It was firmly closed. It was then that I realized I had probably just made a colossal ass of myself. Indeed. Still, I had absolutely no intention of going back and giving it another shot. That's, a good choice. Oh, we have art. I like it. Apartment 301 was occupied by a male resident. As perhaps expected of a single bachelor, the young man appeared at the door in scruffy attire. Well, that's a bit rude. Regardless, I was relieved to meet a normal person for once. He looked to be a bit younger than I was. He scratched his head and blinked sleepily at me. Hi, my name's Yuki. I just moved into 201 downstairs. Sorry if I woke you. Being a freelancer myself, I was in no position to judge him for keeping a weird sleep schedule. He didn't look too thrilled about being awake. I know that feeling. And I felt guilty for disturbing him. No, sorry. Got a thesis due in a few hours, so I was just taking a quick nap. Oh, his name is Daigo. Are you in college? Grad school, actually. He went on to explain that his graduate school was part of a hard sciences-focused university located in the suburbs about a 30-minute drive away. On first impression, he seemed nice, though perhaps uninterested in maintaining his appearance. Why is she judging him so hard? She just met him. If his black-rimmed glasses and sweatpants were any indication. Then again, presentability isn't exactly the point of pajamas. Still, compared to the fright I'd just had at 202, I could forgive even the most outlandish of attire. Is she really judging a man being in his pajamas in his own apartment? What?
ゆうきさんはどこかにお勤めですか?
What about you, Yuki-san?
いえ、自宅でデザインの仕事をしています。
Oh, she's a web designer.
忙しいと昼夜問わず仕事をしてるので、ご迷惑をかけるかもしれないんですが。
Oh, I'm a web designer. I work all hours of the day and night, whenever my clients need me. I'll try not to be too loud though.
ああ、大丈夫です。僕も論文を書くときはそうですし、ここは壁も床も天井も分厚いから。
Oh, it's all good. I mean, don't worry about it, ma'am. I'm usually up pretty late myself whenever I have an essay due. The walls are pretty thick here anyway.
これつまらないものですが、ご挨拶の品です。
That's good. Here, this is for you. Just a small trifle from one neighbour to another. As I spoke, I held out his gift, a small carton of laundry detergent. I had chosen to play it safe with something boring and practical. Girl, you should have given him like sweets or something. Who wants to get a small carton of laundry detergent? The man, whose name was Hisamatsu Daigo, if the label on the package sitting by the door was any indication, she's reading his mail and judging his pajamas, took it from me with a sleepy half smile.
すみません、気を使っていただいて。
Thanks, that's really thoughtful of you. For a young guy, he seemed to have a firm grasp of social etiquette. This came as a huge relief. This woman is so judgmental. Now that I'd confirmed at least one of my neighbours to be a reasonable individual, I decided it was time to get going.
僕、久松って言います。何かあったら気軽に声をかけてください。夕方以降はだいたい家にいますから。
Anyway, the name's Hisamatsu. I'm typically at home in the evening these days, so feel free to hit me up. Contact me if you need anything.
ありがとうございます。じゃあ、他にも挨拶をするところがありますので、これで。
Thank you very much. Alright, well, I'm going to say hi to my other neighbours, so I'll be seeing you.
はい。じゃあ、
Cool then. I realised he'd started to say something, so I stopped and turned back.
はい。
Hmm?
いえ、じゃあ、僕も論文に戻りますんで。失礼します。
Oh, it's nothing. I'd better get back to my thesis. Nice talking with you. He's totally going to talk about the creepy neighbour, isn't he? With that, our conversation came to an end, and the heavy iron door clunked shut. I don't know how it had ended though. Judging from the look on his face, there'd been something else on the tip of his tongue. Oh well. No sense fretting over things outside my control. Sage advice. Shifting the remaining gifts in my arms, I headed for the stairs once more. Was he about to ask me out to dinner or something? Oh my gosh, this girl is living in her own world. Yeah, right. Shaking the silly thought from my mind, I headed down the stairs, my footsteps echoing off the walls. Oh, creepy child, hello. Thankfully, the Ikuta family in apartment 101 seemed perfectly ordinary. Not how I'd describe the creepy child, but let's go with it. I was greeted with a light, pleasant scent as the mother of the household poked her head out from the door.
上の201に引っ越してきた結城です。よろしくお願いします。
Hi there, new neighbour. My name's Yuki. I just moved in upstairs to 201. It begins. What? You moved in? Upstairs?
はい。
Uh-oh.
今日からなんですけど、何か。
What's wrong with my neighbour? Yeah, just today actually. Is something wrong?
いえ、全然気がつかなかったもので。
Oh no, I just didn't notice, that's all. Better you than me. She smiled stiffly, her face pale. Ignoring the yellow flag in my mind, I held up her gift.
これ、つまらないものなんですが。
This is for you. Just a little something.
まあ、わざわざすみません。
Oh my, you shouldn't have. Repeating what I'd told the last neighbour, I held out the detergent. Just then, a pair of little hands shot out from behind her and grabbed it.
こんにちは、お姉ちゃん。
Hi, Miss Lady. I like that translation, Miss Lady. お姉ちゃん. Hi there, sweetheart. That's more like it. 10 points for not calling me ma'am. Obasa.
上のお部屋に引っ越してきたの？
Did you move in upstairs?
うん。結城かえっていうの。お名前教えてくれる？
Sure did. My name's Yuki Kae. What's yours?
生田むつみ。
Ikuta Mutsumi.
むつみちゃんか。いくつ？
It's nice to meet you, Mutsumi-chan. How old are you?
6歳。
I'm 6.
小学生かな？
Are you a first grader?
4月からなの。
Uh-huh. I start school in April.
1年生か。お嬢さん、しっかりしてますね。
How exciting. What a mature young woman we have here.
ええ。まあ。
Yes, she certainly is. Mutsumi's mother looked slightly relieved that the conversation had shifted focus to her daughter. Maybe she'd had her guard up answering the door. She didn't know me after all. At least, that was what I decided to tell myself. Yeah, it totally wasn't about my creepy neighbor upstairs.
ねえ、お姉ちゃん。
Hey, Miss Lady.
ん？何？
Hmm? What is it, sweetie?
お姉ちゃんはすぐに引っ越しちゃったりしないよね。
You won't move away tomorrow, will you? Uh-oh.
え？それってどういう意味？
Huh? Ooh, what do you mean?
むつみ！
Mutsumi! The woman's shrill voice rang out through the corridor. I looked up sharply to find her white as a sheet, her lip trembling. Okay, they're certainly building the atmosphere around my creepy neighbor.
生田さん。
Ikuta-san?
すみません。これから夕食の準備がありますので。むつみ、お部屋に行ってなさい。
Pardon me. I really need to start getting dinner ready. Mutsumi, go to your room.
でも、お姉ちゃんとお話ししたいよ。
But I want to talk to the lady.
いいから。
I said, go to your room. Something must have set off Mama Bear, I thought to myself. Baffled though I was, I could take a hint. It was time for me to go.
私も他に挨拶をするところがありますので、これで失礼します。
I actually have other people I need to meet, so don't mind me. I could practically see the relief written all over her face.
じゃあ、むつみちゃん、またね。
See you around, Mutsumi-chan. I waved goodbye and stepped back.
お姉ちゃん、バイバイ。
Bye-bye, Miss Lady. I like that, Miss Lady. Her little voice was drowned out by the heavy clunk of the door slamming in my face. Why did Ikuta-san seem to instantly dislike me? I only just got here. Surely I hadn't done anything to warrant that kind of attitude. Maybe it's judging people the moment they open the door in their own apartment. I thought about it for a bit, then shrugged it off. Call it intuition or a small voice in the back of my head. But something told me I'd understand someday. Am I the ghost? For a moment, I simply stared down at the 2 remaining cartons of detergent in my arms. Then I decided it was time to pay my landlady a visit. Walking out of the apartment building, I cut across the parking lot and headed to the standalone building that served as the landlady's personal abode. In contrast to the main building, the landlady's house was fairly old and outfitted with a large garden. Ina. According to my real estate agent, most of the houses in this area belong to rice farmers turned millionaires after their property values skyrocketed. Nice for some. They told me it wasn't altogether uncommon to see apartment buildings constructed right next to the landowner's home. Adjusting my grip on the 2 remaining cartons of laundry detergent, I walked up the old faded front door and rang the doorbell.
はーい。
Hello? An elegant, feminine voice answered.
本日引っ越してきた結城ですけど。
Hi, it's me, Yuki, your new tenant.
ああ、はいはい。ゆうきさんね。今開けますから。
Ah, I see. Yuki-san, is it? I'll be right there. The words had scarcely left her lips when the front door slid open and there she was, my landlady. The last time I'd seen her was during the lease signing a few days prior. Her name was Inamoto-san, and I estimated her to be around the same age as my own mother. Her face lit up as soon as she spotted me.
そういえば今日引っ越しだったのよね。お疲れ様でした。
That's right. You moved in today, didn't you? Welcome, welcome.
いえ、これからお世話になります。
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
あらあら、こちらこそよろしく。
Good. We're happy to have you. I had a fondness for these sorts of polite exchanges. Japanese humility at its finest.
これ大したものじゃないんですが、ご挨拶がてら持ってきました。よかったら使ってください。
This is for you. Just a little something I figured you could use. Thought I'd bring it over as a sort of thank you gift. Perhaps detergent wasn't the most apt gift for my new landlady. You reckon? Still, in my experience, women tended to appreciate practical gifts like these. And older women especially. Oh man, she just judges everybody. Sure enough, Inamoto-san smiled warmly and took the carton from my hand.
あら嬉しい。まあまあ気を使ってくださって。
Well, I'll be. Aren't you thoughtful? Bless your heart. That left me with just one carton. I thought back to my experience with apartment 202. Surely the landlady ought to know what sort of person lives there, I thought.
私の隣ってどんな方が住んでるんでしょうか。
Say, just wondering, but who lives next door to me?
隣。
Next door?
ええ、202号室です。
Yes, in apartment 202. I saw her face twitch. She was clearly rattled by my question.
隣はどなたもいらっしゃいませんよ。
Mic drop. No one. There's no one living next to you. Uh-oh. Eh? Nani? What?
お隣は空き室なんです。どなたも住んでませんよ。
The apartment next to yours is empty. No one lives there.
誰もですか。
No one?
ええ、
Correct.
確かにですか。
Are you sure?
ええ。
Quite sure. There was an obvious pause in her answer. But at this point I was too panicked to care. If no one lived there, then how would you explain the intercom static? The rattling doorknob? The door opening? Uh-oh. The hand!
誰かが入り込んでるなんてことはないですよね。
Okay. Is it possible someone's squatting there illegally?
鍵は私が保管してますし、何より今はあの部屋は貸し出してませんから。
Of course not. I keep the key with me. That apartment isn't for rent in the first place.
でも私見たんです。ドアが開いたの。
But I saw it. I saw the door open.
そんな。
Sonna banana. What? That's not possible. Her smile was stiff, her voice shaky. What was she hiding in there?
本当なんです。中から人の手が出て。
It's the truth. Someone reached out from inside and...
だってあそこは空き家なんですよ。
I'm telling you, the apartment is completely empty.
じゃあ不審者が入り込んでるのかも。確認してみてください。
Well, in that case, could you just check to see if there's anyone hiding out in there?
でも。
But
隣がちゃんと空き室だってわからないと安心して住めませんから。
I need to know that apartment is empty so I can feel safe living here.
わかりました。マスターキーを取ってきますから少し待っててくださいね。
Very well. I'll go grab the master key, so just sit tight for a moment.
はい。
Okay. These voices sound very familiar. If anyone knows who they are, please let me know in the comments. I was desperate. I needed to verify with my own two eyes. Because I knew what I'd seen. A violently rattling doorknob. A door that opened on its own. And then, a single hand. After a moment, Inamoto-san returned, master key in hand. She seemed rather tense. That said, given the nature of my claim, I couldn't blame her.
じゃあ行きましょうか。
All right then, let's head over.
あ、はい。すみません。
Right, sorry about this. I knew I hadn't been seeing things, and yet I couldn't help but apologize anyway. Somehow it just didn't feel real. I followed Inamoto-san back up the staircase from where I'd come. At the landing, we promptly arrived at my apartment. There, I briefly stepped inside to drop off the extra carton of detergent. I mean, the ghost could probably use it too. Might as well give it to them. After all, I wouldn't be needing it if no one actually lived next door. With that off my hands, I stepped back out to the hall, and together we walked a handful more steps to apartment 202. To my relief, the door was firmly closed.
じゃあ開けますよ。
Alright, I'll open the door now. She turned the key in the lock, and moments later the door swung open with a loud, deep creak.
さあ中を見て。
Go on, take a look.
はい。
Okay. Huh? I peered past her into the apartment and froze. It was empty. The wallpaper was brand new and the floor was coated in a thin layer of dust. It was blatantly clear that no one had set foot in there in quite some time, much less lived there. I couldn't believe it. It made no sense.
中を見てもいいですか?
Would it be alright if I took a look around inside?
中には入らないでくださいね。ここは貸してる部屋じゃないので。
I'd prefer if you didn't. Sorry. This apartment isn't fit to be shown.
どうして?
What? How so?
それはいろいろと身内の事情がありましてね。さあ、もう分かったでしょ? 閉めますよ。
Well, there are reasons. Personal, family reasons. But now you've seen it for yourself, yes? I'll close up. Oh. Before I could begin to process what I'd seen, Inamoto-san closed the door and locked it up tight. Apartment 202 was now completely and undeniably empty.
でも確かに。
But I know what I saw. I mumbled pathetically to myself as Inamoto-san slipped past me.
引っ越しでお疲れなんでしょ。よくあることですよ、きっと。
You must be tired from the big move. I'm sure this kind of thing happens to everyone. I sincerely hope not, I wanted to say. But Inamoto-san had already vanished around the corner and down the stairs. Probably not the first greeting that you want with your landlord, but... Oh, we're on chapter 3 already. I didn't even notice there's a little thing that pops up down the bottom. Okay, well, if we're at the start of chapter 3, let's end this video right here. First impressions. It doesn't repeat itself constantly. This already makes it one of the greatest Japanese horror visual novels of all time. I don't need to say anything else, really. But I'm actually really enjoying the story so far. I want to know what's going on with the haunted apartment next door. I need to know. And the fact that it doesn't constantly repeat just makes me want to keep going. So, come back next week. We're going to dive in and find out what's going on next door. I'll see you guys then. See ya. Welcome back. The diner was a 5-minute drive away. I should have been excited to explore my new neighborhood, but instead I was utterly miserable. Pushing my cold, half-eaten Hamburg steak around on my plate, I contemplated everything that had happened this evening. How is her Hamburg steak cold? That thing literally comes sizzling on a hot plate that they always warn you about. This is hot, please don't touch it. How long has she been there? For the briefest of moments, out of the corner of my eye, as I rounded that corner, I had seen it. A hand reaching out from the gap in the open door. The detail that stuck with me most was how deathly pale it had looked. And what were they reaching for, exactly? I mean, you, presumably. And even supposing the hand had merely been a hallucination on my part, how would that explain the doorknob? Surely I couldn't have hallucinated the doorknob jiggling around like that. And yet, the apartment beyond that door was completely deserted. If someone had come to the door earlier, then There should have been footprints in the dust to prove it, but there weren't. I glanced out the window to find the sunset fading into dusk, and suddenly remembered that my windows at home still didn't have any curtains. Just a few hours prior, I'd told myself it could wait until tomorrow, but after today's little scare, I was cursing myself for not thinking ahead.
まだホームセンターは置いてるかしら。
I wonder if the hardware store is still open. I checked the time displayed on my phone. 6:16 p.m. I'd best get a move on if I wanted to find some place that would sell me curtains. Sure, maybe I was just paranoid, but as it turned out, sometimes a single strip of fabric could mean a world of difference. Indeed. It was human nature to conceal the darkness, because the darkness played host to all of our most primitive fears. I picked up my bill from where it lay at the edge of the table and set my fork down on my unfinished plate. Loath as I was to waste food, today would simply have to be an exception. You monster, how dare you leave behind that delicious meat? Uh-oh. As I went to grab my phone off the table, however, it began to buzz quietly, LED light blinking. The name, Yuki Shoko, was displayed on screen. I quickly answered.
もしもし。
Hello?
あ、お姉ちゃん。もう引っ越し終わった？
Hey sis, are you all moved in and stuff? I could hear my little sister's usual easygoing tone.
今日はごめんね。手伝いたかったんだけど仕事が終わんなくて。
Sorry I couldn't lend a hand. I really wanted to, but work was crazy. Ha ha, totally crazy. I couldn't come even if I wanted to. Ha 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 ha. Sure thing.
荷物なんて大してないし、わざわざここまで来るのも大変だし。
It's fine. There wasn't much to move anyway. Besides, I'd feel bad making you come all this way.
ごめんね。今度引っ越し祝い持って遊びに行くから。
I'm sorry. I'll bring you a housewarming gift sometime, and you can show me your new place.
気を使わなくていいったら。せいぜいゴディバのチョコでいいわよ。
You don't have to make a big deal of it, silly. Just bring me some Godiva chocolates or something. Not gonna lie, those are really good chocolates. I would be happy with those.
今度貢がせてもらいます。
Okay,
これ
fine.
でお姉ちゃん。
I grant unto you my fine offering soon, missy. By the way. Shoko suddenly lowered her voice, and I could practically hear her smirking on the other end of the phone.
なんか面白そうなところに引っ越し
Is this sister like someone who likes to haunt all of the websites? You know the ones. You sure have an interesting taste in apartments, don't you?
何どういうこと？
Huh? What are you implying? Oh, the roof above me just sounded like it exploded. It's very hot here today. Everything's expanding. My heart skipped a beat. Ever since we were young, Shoko always had a strong sense of intuition, and somehow I had a bad feeling about this.
別になんとなくそんな気がしただけ。じゃあお姉ちゃん、まだ仕事終わってないから。またね。
Oh, nothing really. Just a thought I had. Anyway, I gotta get back to work. Talk soon.
あ、ちょっと。
Hey, wait! Ada, wait! But she hung up before I could stop her. Something about the amusement in her voice didn't sit right with me.
面白そうなところってどういう意味？
Interesting taste. What's that supposed to mean? I pondered it for a moment, but quickly realized I was getting nowhere fast. Stuffing my phone in my pocket, I promptly took my bill up to the register. As it turned out, the hardware store was actually just a short walk from the diner. Convenient. Plus, as an added bonus, I discovered that the grocery store next door stayed open pretty late most days. Oh, nice. I could always hunt around for a cheaper store later on, but for now, all my shopping needs were met. I picked out a nice set of curtains at the hardware store, plus a few odds and ends, and by the time I made it home, it was pitch dark outside. That said, Living out here away from the big city, the moon and stars were actually quite visible. Not to mention, the parking lot security lights were pretty bright too. Before I knew it, I was standing back in front of the door to 201, both hands weighed down with shopping bags. Taking care not to glance over at apartment 202, I slid my key into the deadbolt. But it wouldn't turn. Huh? What the? For a moment I thought I might have used my old key by mistake, but I hadn't brought it with me. And car keys were too distinctive for anyone to mix up. I reinserted the key and tried again. No dice. I didn't accidentally walk up an extra flight of stairs or something, did I? Surely I wasn't that out of it. Just in case, I looked up to check the number on the door, and then I froze. Dimly, my brain registered the light flutter of my shopping bags as they hit the floor. How? Why? 202. I was standing in front of apartment 202. Panicked, I grabbed my bags, yanked my key out of the lock, and looked back in the direction I had come. Sure enough, my apartment was one door down. I was sure I'd stopped at the first door after I turned the corner. Fear welling up in me, I hurried over to 201 and put my key in the lock, hands shaking. But this time, the cylinder turned without a hitch. Too terrified to look down the hall, I darted inside and locked the door behind me, and then I bolted the chain for good measure. Creepy. Chapter 4. My new curtains were a light shade of beige, designed to help brighten up the room. I don't know if anyone has ever said that beige lightens things up, but go for it. Admittedly, I would have preferred blackout curtains, but at this point, I'd have settled for anything. These beige curtains had 2 layers. Beneath the thin coloured fabric was a set of lace panels. As I said about hanging them up over the living room window, I thought back on the day's events. I could see the shadowy balcony outside beyond the glass, separated from the one next door via a privacy screen that someone could easily break through in the event of an emergency. I kept my gaze averted, however. In the back of my mind, I kept worrying some formless entity was going to come creeping out of apartment 202 onto my balcony. I felt a bit better once I finished hanging the living room curtains. But the hardest part was yet to come. The living room and bedroom were divided by a single sliding partition, and my bedroom shared a wall with 202. Somehow, it felt different in there. It's all in my head. It's all in my head. It had to be. After all, nothing had felt off when I went in there this morning. If only I hadn't seen that. The pale hand flashed through my mind again. Hastily, I shook the thought away. Forget it. I knew I'd never be able to stay here if I kept dwelling on it. I shot a quick glance at the balcony. A single pane of glass was all that separated me from that unsettling darkness. Why was I letting myself get so worked up over some curtains? Silently reassuring myself, I set about hanging up the lace. My arms were starting to get tired from continually reaching up, but there was no time to complain. I needed to get this over with, ASAP. Next, I grabbed the beige fabric and looked back up at the curtain rod. The mindless busywork was beginning to help me forget my anxiety. Once I finished hanging up the first half, I took the second half out of the bag. Almost done. Unfolding the curtains, I grabbed one hook and reached up. And then... oh, bam. For a second, I didn't know where the sound was coming from. Until it happened a second time, and my whole apartment shook. Oh, bam. Eep! I jumped away from the window, leaving the curtain hanging limply by one hook. What was that? The window pane was visibly shaking from the external impact. Beyond the delicate lace, the balcony still seemed as empty as ever. Oh. Fearfully, I peered out through the curtains. Sure enough, no one was there. At this, I felt both relieved and unnerved. This apartment looks so much like the apartment that I stayed in that I'm getting a little creeped out. Who hit my window then? I needed to know, but I didn't want to find out. Wrestling with my conflicted emotions, I let my gaze wander over the dark void of the balcony. And there, I found my answer. I was going to say it better not be a cat. I wanted to scream, but it felt like there was a cork in my throat, keeping my voice sealed away. There it was, on the railing between my balcony and the next. What is that? A bony hand clung to the privacy screen, so pale it practically glowed in the dark. It slid along the edge of the partition until it vanished from sight, little more than a few seconds. And yet, those seconds felt like hours, right up to the moment I screamed. I awoke on the living room floor to the sound of the doorbell ringing. Oh. Yuki-san, you there? Are you okay? The vaguely familiar voice made me shudder. Nevertheless, I staggered to my feet like a puppet whose strings had been cut. I had no proof, but I was convinced. The hand belonged to a woman. Hence the man outside wasn't dangerous. It was just a gut feeling. Too tired to deal with the intercom, I stumbled my way to the front door. Collapsing against it, I looked through the peephole to find my upstairs neighbour, Hisamatsu-san, looking tense. As I opened the door, the cool night breeze drifted in through the 1-inch gap permitted by the chain. I was out on my balcony when I heard you screaming bloody murder down here. I had no clue what to tell him. This confusion must have registered on my face because he got a bit flustered. He's so polite, I like him. Oh, sorry. Hi, it's me, Hisamatsu from 301. Yes, I know, don't worry, I remember you. Finally, my voice decided to cooperate, and Hisamatsu-san was clearly relieved to hear it. Perhaps he'd mistaken my hesitation for mistrust. So, you okay, or... I must have screamed pretty loud, huh? Personally, I had next to no memory of doing so. All I remembered is being rooted to the spot, my eyes glued to the balcony, until the hand vanished from sight. Hisamatsu-san smiled sheepishly and nodded at my question. Totally. Yeah, just a little. Sounded kinda serious, so I came running. You can speak freely around me, I don't mind. I wasn't sure why he kept correcting himself over such inoffensive slang. Okay then. Why do you keep correcting yourself anyway? Well, I had a professor get on my case about it a while back. Told me it was extremely rude and unprofessional. I see. The more we talked, the more I could feel myself calming down. And that ghostly hand started to feel more and more like just a bad dream.
で、どうしたの？
So, what happened?
いえ、ゴキブリを
Oh, nothing. Just a cockroach, you know.
ゴキブリ
A cockroach? Even I didn't know where that lie came from. I couldn't stop thinking back to the perfectly empty apartment I'd seen only a few hours ago. My fear felt so fake in comparison.
ゴキブリね。ここにもいたんだ。
I didn't know we had them here.
見たことない。
You haven't seen them around?
ここではないですね。前にいたオンボロアパートでは見ましたけど。なんだ、ゴキブリか。
Not here, nope. My last apartment had them though. That place was a dump. Ah, well, just a cockroach, huh? From the way he spoke, it sounded like he'd been expecting something else. I couldn't stop myself from asking.
ゴキブリじゃなきゃなんだと思ったんです。
Of course it was. What were you expecting?
幽霊かな。
I don't know. A ghost, maybe? He said it. Instantly, a chill shot down my spine. Did he know something? But just as the suspicion crossed my mind, Hisamatsu-san grinned.
なんて。
Nante. Just kidding. Nani?
泥棒とか痴漢だったら大変だと思ったんですよ。最近田舎も何かと物騒だから。
I was worried it was a burglar or some kind of pervert. The countryside's not as safe as it used to be, you know?
まあ、そう。
Oh, right. Yes, that's true.
とにかく何もなかったようでよかったですよ。俺も安心して論文を書けるってもんです。
Anyway, glad it wasn't serious. Now I can go back to writing my thesis.
そうか。邪魔しちゃったのね。
Right.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry for bothering you.
いいえ。じゃあ、おやすみなさい。
No worries. Have a good one.
お騒がせしてごめんなさい。
Thank you and sorry for the trouble. I made to close the door, but it stopped a few centimeters from the threshold. I looked down to find Hisamatsu-san's hand on the doorknob.
何か。
Did you still need something?
忘れてました。
Forgot to give you this. Huh? He extended a slip of paper through the chain's gap.
俺の携帯の番号です。何かあったらかけてください。危ないことでも危なくないことでも飛んできますから。
Aw, he's so nice. It's my cell number. Feel free to call me, you know, in case of emergency. Or non-emergencies, whatever. I'll run down anytime. He's either really nice or he's behind everything.
ありがとう。
Oh, thank you.
じゃあ、今度こそおやすみなさい。
No problem. Bye for real this time. This time I shut the door without interruption. All at once, the energy drained from my limbs and I sank to the floor. From there, I crawled on my hands and knees to check the bedroom. The balcony was perfectly quiet and perfectly empty, just as though nothing had ever happened. Half of my curtains still hung limply by a single hook. I hurried over and secured the rest of the hooks to the curtain rod. After that, I spent the rest of the night in the living room. I was gonna say, if her bedroom is next to room 202, and she doesn't like it because it feels creepy in there, like, why don't you just sleep in the living room? There's nothing that says you have to sleep in the bedroom, like, just leave it empty. Chapter 5. I barely slept a wink that night in the end. Rays of morning sunlight streamed in through the living room curtains as I awoke. The sofa was by no means uncomfortable, and yet my body was sore all over.
こんなことなら仕事でもしとくんだったわ。
If I'd known this would happen, I would have done some work ahead of time. That said, I was in absolutely no mood to sit down and work. Everywhere I looked, the room was stacked high with cardboard boxes, some half empty, others broken down into neat folded piles. My desktop computer, an essential tool for any freelancer, was waiting for me on my desk. Unfortunately, my internet service wouldn't be ready until tomorrow, at least as far as I knew.
引っ越し
Any chance it's not too late to change my mind about this place? I got to my feet, walked over to the cabinet, and opened the drawer. There, I retrieved the rental agreement sitting atop the stack of papers, then walked to the window. Truth be told, I was afraid to open those stupid curtains. But there was no sense standing there in the dark either. Steeling my nerves, I threw open the curtains. Hiya! My balcony sat empty under the bright morning sun. Beyond it lay an equally empty lot. Nothing suspicious in sight. Phew! Relieved, I opened the window. A dewy breeze blew in, and I returned to the couch, paperwork in hand. There, I flipped through the contract until I came across the section regarding move-outs. But what I found was so bafflingly exorbitant, I couldn't help but stare. Should tenant move out before a period of 1 year has elapsed, tenant agrees to pay a penalty sum equal to 6 months' rent. 6 months? I knew it was common for rental agreements to charge an early move-out fee during the first year. After all, no landlord would want to deal with a rotating door of tenants. I've moved a fair few times in my life, and most of the apartments I've lived in had similar clauses in their lease contracts, but only for 2 months' rent, max. Less than that in most cases. In all my life, I've never heard of anyone charging 6 months' rent as a move-out fee. They might as well have simply typed up, "You're stuck here," in size 72 font. This is ridiculous. I was more than willing to pay another month's rent if it meant I could leave. Hell, I could be convinced to pay 2. After all, it was a paltry sum compared to enduring the terror of that awful dream, or hallucination, or whatever it was. But 6 months' rent! That was pushing it, to say the least. I tossed the rental agreement back into the cabinet drawer, then stepped out onto the balcony. Beneath me lay the sprawling landscape of the suburbs, peaceful and picturesque. If this were a normal apartment, I'm sure the view would have left me feeling invigorated. Emboldened by the seemingly ordinary balcony, I glanced over at the one directly adjacent to mine. Granted, the privacy screen prevented me from seeing much. Feeling a bit braver in the safety of daylight, I peeked my head over the partition wall. 202's balcony was completely empty. The sunlight streamed in through the sliding glass window, affording me a small glimpse into the apartment itself. It looked to be perfectly quiet, perfectly ordinary. And yet, I sensed an indescribable darkness inside. The apartment felt cold somehow. Perhaps it was just the stark emptiness. Maybe it would have felt differently with some furniture in there. Just as I lowered myself back onto my own balcony, I was caught off guard by a sudden voice calling out to me.
Ohayo.
Morning! Oh, good morning. Wait, what? At first, I couldn't tell where it was coming from. I shot a quick glance around, but didn't see anyone. Up here. Girl, where else is he gonna be? Up where? Oh, right. I looked up, and immediately it all made sense. There was Hisamatsu-san, peering down at me from his balcony. I seem to recall he paid me a visit just last night. How you doing? Good morning. That's my line. Isn't it a little early to be spying on your neighbors? What? No, it's not what it looks like. It was exactly what it looked like. Busted. No one lives there, you know. Yes, I know. The landlady told me yesterday. She even showed me. but I decided to keep that bit to myself. Just then, an idea came to me. Maybe Hisamatsu-san was just the sort of person I needed.
久松さん
Can I ask you something, Hisamatsu-san?
はい。
Sure.
お隣ってどんな人がいたか知ってます
Do you know anything about who used to live there?
さあ、俺が越してきた時はもう誰も住んでませんでしたから。
Afraid not. 202's been empty ever since I first moved in.
そうです
I see.
今ここの住人で202号室のことを知ってる人はいないと思いますよ。
I imagine that's the case for everyone else who lives in this complex too.
じゃあ誰なら
Then who should I talk to?
不動産会社かな。
The real estate agency, maybe? Of course. Why hadn't I thought of that?
ま、簡単には話してくれないとは思いますけどね。
Though I somehow doubt they'd be eager to talk about it.
それってどういう意味ですか
Eh? What do you mean?
さ、俺も論文の仕上げやんなきゃ。じゃあそんなわけで。
Welp, I gotta get back to my thesis. Enjoy your day. Look at this guy. Dropping bombs like that and then going back inside. No sense trying to stop him. I suddenly had somewhere important to be. Hisamatsu-san vanished back inside his apartment and I heard the sliding door shut. But more importantly, I had just obtained a valuable lead. I left the chilly balcony and headed to the bathroom to get cleaned up. Alright, chapter 6.
ダメです。個人情報に関わることは一切明かせないんです。
Let's end this one here. So, we have made progress. Again, I very much enjoy that this visual novel doesn't constantly repeat the same thing for 20 minutes in a row. We are moving. There is a good pace. We're going at a good speed. It's interesting. I absolutely need to know what is going on, or what happened at least, in room 202. I am loving this so far. Let me know in the comments what you guys are thinking about it so far. And I'll see you guys again next week. See ya. Welcome back. I'm sorry, but we're unable to disclose any personal information about our clients to a third party. This was the first thing my agent said to me when I arrived at the real estate agency that had helped me sign my current lease. How do I pronounce this? Chloe Wonderfolk Realty. Okay. I'd chosen this agency simply because it was the first one that caught my eye. But the name was so fanciful, I often had trouble remembering it. That is indeed a strange name for a real estate. But that was hardly important right now.
そこをなんとかどうしても知りたいことがあって
Well, can you make an exception? I really need to know.
だからダメなんですって。最近はいろいろとうるさいんですよ。
As I said, we cannot. They're really strict about this sort of thing these days.
住人のことを漏らしたばかりに厄介ごとに巻き込まれることも少なくないんですから。
You know trouble's always right around the corner if a client's information gets leaked. He looked to be on the younger side, maybe a bit younger than me, and I could tell he was getting sick of me already. But I held my ground.
あのね誰も住んでないはずの隣の部屋から怪しい音が聞こえたら誰だって怖いでしょ
Listen, okay? Anyone in my shoes would be scared out of their minds, hearing those creepy noises from what's supposed to be an empty apartment.
その正体を知りたいからいろいろ聞いてるんじゃない
I'm only asking because I'm trying to figure out where it's coming from. I mean, that does seem like a reasonable request, but at the same time, I understand the real estate can't just willy-nilly hand out information.
じゃあ大家さんにお聞きになったらどうです？目の前に住んでるじゃないですか。
Why don't you try asking the landlady? She lives right there on the same property, doesn't she?
その大家さんが教えてくれないからお宅に聞いてるんでしょ
I already tried that, and she won't tell me. Why do you think I'm here asking you?
大家さんが教えられないなら、うちだって当然教えられませんよ。
If she won't tell you, then obviously we're not at liberty to either. Judging from his tone, he was used to dealing with this sort of thing. I fixed him with a sharp glare. But just then, another client walked in, family in tow.
いらっしゃいませ。
Welcome! Her voice casually breaks the tension hanging in the air.
ま、そういうわけなんで、今日のところはお引き取りを。
I'm sorry I can't help you. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to leave.
冗談じゃない。
You think this is a joke? I didn't come here to mess around. After everything I'd been through, in my brand new apartment no less, I wasn't going anywhere.
お宅が紹介した物件で夜も眠れないほど怖い目に遭ってるんですよ。
Thanks to your agency, I live in a place where I'm too scared to sleep at night.
この落とし前は一体どうつけてくれるの？
Don't you think you ought to do something about that?
あ、いや、その。
Well, I... Never underestimate the backbone of a woman who works freelance. Indeed. I knew exactly how to handle this. My voice echoed through the office, and my agent paled. I shot a quick glance around, and sure enough, the family who had just walked in was now looking nervously in our direction. And I knew the agent had noticed this too. Oh, she's clever.
その件に関しましては、誠心誠意を持って対応させていただきます。こちらでお話を。
Of course. Our agency will do everything in its power to resolve this situation. Right this way, please. Looking utterly defeated, the agent led me into a cubicle in the back corner of the office. Clearly, he knew he was at the end of his rope. The area was furnished with 2 couches facing each other. Perhaps this was where they held business negotiations. The agent gestured for me to sit on one side, then spoke in a low voice.
少し待っててください。
I'll be right back. As he disappeared beyond the partition, the receptionist brought me a cup of tea. By the time I'd taken my first sip, the agent reappeared with a file folder in hand.
僕が教えたってことは、くれぐれも内密にお願いしますね。
Look, please don't tell anyone I showed you this, okay? The agent flipped through the folder, looking far more rattled than before. I glanced at the name tag affixed to his chest. Sorry about this, Hirai-kun. I swear I'm not trying to be a bitch, but I don't really have any other choice.
それで202号室には一体どんな人が住んでて
So,
何があった？
she's still talking. So what happened with whoever used to live in apartment 202? Is it just me, or is like her voice also seems somewhat lower than the others? Like, I can often hear the other voices, but I can't hear hers, which means I usually start speaking when I think she's done, but she's not actually done.
それは、実は僕にもわからないんです。
About that. Truth be told, even I don't know the details.
ちょっとそれじゃ話が
What? Then what's the point of?
まあ聞いてください。うちの会社があのアパートの仲介をやるようになったのは4年前からなんです。
Just hear me out, okay? Our agency first started leasing for your complex 4 years ago.
その時にはすでに202号室の賃貸募集は行われていませんでした。
At the time, 202 was already off the market.
なるほど。じゃああなたが教えてくれる事情って？
I see. So what can you tell me? Nervously, Hirai-kun continued to leaf through the folder until he found what he was looking for. There, he pulled something free from the paperclip and slid it across the table.
名刺？
What is this? A business card?
うちの会社より前にあのアパートを取り扱っていた会社です。と言っても会社自体はもうないんですけど。
This is the company that handled the complex before us. Not that they're around anymore, though.
どういうこと？
What happened?
そこの社長が
Oh.
移ったんです。もともと家族経営の不動産屋でしたから、社員は社長一人でしたし。
The CEO hanged himself. It was a family business, you see, and he was running the whole show himself.
でも家はそのまま会社があった場所の隣にありますから、うまくいけば奥さんには話が聞けるかもしれませんよ。
But his house is right next door to... Oh, the music just suddenly got very loud. But his house is right next door to where the company used to be, so you might be able to ask his wife about it.
その社長が首をつったのいつ？
That makes sense. So, how long ago did he, pass away?
4年前 の社長とは仲が良かったみたいで、そこで扱ってた物件のほとんどうちが引き取る形になりました。
Must have been 4 years ago, yeah. He was good friends with our CEO, which is how most of his listings ended up with us after the fact.
僕が教えられるのはこれくらいです。
That's all I can tell you.
ありがとう。
Thank you so much. The music suddenly got very loud. What's going on? The fact that the complex's previous real estate agency's CEO, oh my gosh, that is a complex sentence, had done that felt like a huge revelation. Maybe it was worth my time to poke a little further. Meanwhile, Hirai-kun let out a sigh of relief, but unfortunately, he wasn't rid of me quite yet.
もう一ついいかしら。
Can I ask just one more thing?
なんでしょう。
What is it?
私が今住んでいる部屋、シャトレ・ロマーヌの201号室には以前誰が住んでいたの？
Regarding my apartment, who was the previous tenant at Châtelet Norman 201? What is with these interesting names?
201ですか。あそこは結城さんが入るまで近所にある地方銀行の借り上げだったんです。去年までは女性が住んでいたはずですよ。
201, you say? Well, before you moved in, it was leased out to a local bank chain. A young woman lived there until last year or so.
どんな人？
What was she like?
若い女性でしたね。確か久松さんって言ったかな。
Oh, I don't know. Fairly young. I think her name was Hisamatsu-san. Hisamatsu. My upstairs neighbor shared that same surname. Something about that gave me pause.
ねえ、平井さん。
Say, Hirai-san.
はい。ってあれ？どうして僕の名前？
Yes? Wait, how do you know my name?
ネームプレートつけてるじゃない。もしかして201号室って頻繁に人が入れ替わったりしなかった？
It's right there on your name tag, silly. Listen, has 201 been through a lot of tenants lately? Hirai-kun frowned at my question. Clearly, he'd been hoping I wouldn't ask.
そうですね。201と203。特に201は僕が受け持った最初は入居してもすぐに出ていく人が多かったです。
Well, yes, both 201 and 203, but 201 especially so. Ever since I got assigned to it, it's seen quite a few people come and go almost immediately.
久松さんも会社の借り上げだから仕方なく住んでいる感じでしたよ。だから大家さんが違約金の条件を厳しくしたんですよね。
In Hisamatsu-san's case, she was only living there because her company had leased it out. That's why the landlady had to raise the early move-out penalty.
ねえ、そういうことって普通入居時に言わない？
Isn't that the sort of thing you're supposed to tell a new tenant up front?
一定期間住んだ方に何もなければ言う義務がないんです。そもそもあの部屋自体は何かあったわけじゃないですから。
There's no legal obligation to tell a short-term tenant unless the situation requires for it. After all, there haven't been any incidents in that one. He had a point. Regardless, I got the sense I'd learned all I could from this lead. I downed the rest of my cold tea, then stood up from the couch. Instantly, I could see relief flood over Hirai-kun's face.
教えてくれてありがとうね、平井さん。
Thank you for all your help, Hirai-san.
いえいえ。でもくれぐれも僕が言ったとは。
You're welcome, but please don't tell anyone I...
内緒にしとくわ。ああ、でもまた聞きたいことがあったら来るかも。
Don't worry, I won't. Oh, but I might be back if I think of any more questions. Give me a break. I could see "Please spare me" written all over his face, but I ignored it and walked out of the cubicle. The family from earlier was still in the office, and they looked at me with concern as I approached. I put on my best smile and turned to look at Hirai-kun behind me.
ほんと、誠実な対応をありがとうございました。これで安心して住めます。
Thank you so much. The customer service here is absolutely incredible. Now I can sleep soundly.
本当に申し訳ありませんでした。
Look at this woman. My deepest apologies for the trouble.
じゃあ、また何かあったら よろしくお願いしますね。
I'll be in touch next time I need anything.
はい。今後ともよろしくお願いします。
Of course, we look forward to assisting you. The family looked relieved to see that the hard-working agent had successfully resolved the complaint. With that little matter taken care of, I headed for the door.
ありがとうございました。またのご来店をお待ちしてます。
Thank you again. Come back anytime. Come back anytime. Hirai-kun called after me, his voice stiff and robotic. Okay, we have a tiny bit of progress. I arrived at that real estate agency, Koyama Realty, a little before noon. I wasn't entirely sure what I was doing here, or what I planned to ask, but at this point, anything was preferable to just cowering in fear. The building was plain and box-shaped. One look, and it was obvious the place was closed down. The windows were dusty, obscuring the interior from view. Not that I really wanted to be peering around inside a dark office in the first place. The company was located right there on the CEO's personal property. A high fence extended from the office building and looped around the house next to it. As I walked along the fence, I soon arrived at a massive gate, beyond which I could see a large, old-fashioned house. The gate itself was locked up tight, but there was an intercom system affixed to the fence. I rang the doorbell without hesitation. Inside, I could faintly hear the chime echoing through the house. All at once, memories from yesterday flashed through my mind, sending goosebumps pricking up my arms. The situation was uncannily similar to my experience with apartment 202. Maybe she wasn't home at the moment. I rang the doorbell a second time. No answer. If you're looking for Koyama-san, she's in the hospital. The sudden voice behind me made me jump. I whirled around to find an unfamiliar woman standing there. Her arms were laden with shopping bags, suggesting she was on her way home from a trip to the grocery store. Her apron was embroidered with the name Alessa O. Perhaps that was her name. What's with all these strange names? You're here to visit Koyama-san, yes? Well, I'm afraid she's laid up at Hashida General Hospital. Is she sick? Can't say. Haven't seen her since the ambulance came and took her away. They say she's been getting worse and worse ever since her husband passed. There's a term for folks like this. Gossipy old neighbor ladies. Indeed, that's a mouthful. Perhaps coming here was worth my time after all. How did her husband pass? Oh, you haven't heard? The man hanged himself. Sure enough, it seemed Alessa O was more than willing to talk. So far, so good. At this rate, maybe I could get something useful out of her. He hanged himself? Was his business not doing so well? Don't be silly. He was practically the king of this district. He could sell a property on his name alone. Why do that then? Well, just between you and me. Yeah? Yeah, you and me and everyone in a 10-mile radius, I thought. This woman is so super judgmental of everybody, considering especially what she's doing herself. Oh my gosh. Naturally, I kept that little comment to myself. They say he was possessed. Yes, we're getting to the good parts.
何かって何
Possessed? By what?
幽霊に決まってるじゃないの。死ぬちょっと前にもね、お迎えの鈴木さんがここのご主人の悲鳴聞いたんですって。
A ghost, obviously. Just before he died, Suzuki-san across the street heard him screaming.
俺が悪かったとか、もう許してくれとか。
It's all my fault. Please forgive me.
恨みを買うような人だったんですかね。
I wonder if he got on someone's bad side then.
そりゃあ、これだけ儲けてる人だもの。恨みの10や20は買うんじゃない？
I mean,
遊びも激しかったって話だし。
with all that money he made, he was bound to land himself in trouble at some point. Plus, I heard he was quite the philanderer. No kidding.
自分の持ちアパートに女の子囲ってたって噂もあるくらいだもの。そりゃあ取りつかれたって不思議じゃないと思うわ。
They say he had a mistress living in one of his apartment properties too. If you ask me, it's no wonder he got himself possessed. It all sounded like typical neighborhood gossip, but something about it stuck out to me. I was tempted to stick around, but I knew ladies of her caliber were likely to go on for hours if given the chance.
お見舞いに行きたいので、橋田総合病院の場所教えてもらってもいいですか？
Say, I think I'd like to check in on Koyama-san. Could you tell me the way to the hospital? All hospitals are basically the same. People milling about in a frenzy, many of them clearly unwell. I knew better than to expect any different. That was a hospital's whole purpose, after all. But I still didn't like it. All in all, it felt so unsanitary. Arriving at the general reception area, I inquired after Mrs. Koyama and was promptly asked to state my relation to her.
以前の棚子でお世話になって。
Her husband was my real estate agent. It was a total half-ass lie, of course, but the receptionist directed me to the internal medicine ward nonetheless.
でも多分何も話せませんよ。
Fair warning, don't expect her to talk to you. Huh?
意識不明の植物状態なんです。
Oh,
この1年くらい。
she's been in a vegetative state for the past year. Oh my god. That meant my trip here was utterly wasted, including the bouquet of get-well flowers I'd brought as a pretext.
一応行ってきます。せっかくお花も持ってきたことだし、お花だけ置いたら帰りますね。
Well, seeing as I brought her these flowers, I might as well check in on her anyway. I'll just put them on the table and be on my way.
お好きにどうぞ。
Suit yourself. Ignoring her unfriendly response, I headed off into the internal medicine ward. I mean, I don't think anything about that was unfriendly, but this woman is incredibly judgmental, as we've seen. A drab, sterile smell lingered in the patient's room. Koyama-san was bone thin, with tubes hooked into every part of her, sleeping peacefully. I set the small vase of flowers down on the side table and gazed at her for a moment. This lead may have been a dead end, but hey, I tried. After that, I promptly turned and left the room. Chapter 8. By the time I arrived back at the general reception area, I realized I needed to call one of my clients. More specifically, my sister. She worked for a small-time magazine publisher. As it happened, I was in charge of running their website. But I wasn't going to have internet access until tomorrow, and I'd forgotten to tell her I wouldn't have the latest site update ready until tomorrow night at the earliest. I checked the time. 2 p.m. I knew she might be in a meeting, but I decided I could just leave a voicemail if it came to that. Thankfully, after a few rings, she picked up.
もしもし、翔子？
Hello? Shoko?
お姉ちゃんごめん。 急ぎのようじゃなかったら後でいいかな。
Sorry, sis. Unless this is an emergency, can it wait?
更新再開は明日の夜からって伝えたいだけだから別にもういいけど会議中
Just wanted to let you know the site update will go live tomorrow night. That's all. In a meeting?
お葬式。
No. I'm at a funeral.
お葬式
A funeral? I struggled to keep my voice down. It wasn't exactly the sort of thing one ought to be shouting in the middle of a hospital lobby, after all.
会社の人が亡くなっちゃって。
One of our co-workers, passed away. Her uncharacteristically hesitant tone set off red flags in my mind.
とにかくまた後でかけるから。更新の件は係長に言ってくね。
Anyway, I'll call you back later. And I'll pass on the news about the site update.
はいはいよろしく
Thanks. Bye. After the call ended, I stared at my phone for a moment. Something wasn't right. But right now I had no way of figuring it out. I just have to ask Shoko for more details later. With that taken care of, the only option left, loath as I was to admit it, was to go home and dive into work. But just as I was about to head for the front entrance, someone tapped me on the shoulder. Hmm?
やっぱり結城さんだ。
Aha! Yuki-san. I knew it was you. I turned to find my upstairs neighbour, Hisamatsu-san, standing there, grinning from ear to ear. We certainly seem to be crossing paths a lot these days.
風邪でもひきました？
You sick or something?
まあいえちょっとお見舞いに久松さんは
Wait, so the real estate guy was having an affair with the Hisamatsu-san, who was in 202. Something terrible happened there and she died, and then she possessed him and then killed him or made him do that to himself. And then this Hisamatsu-san is like her brother or something. And he moved into the apartment upstairs to be near her ghost. And he's like keeping an eye on everybody that comes in to the apartment. Let's come back to that at the end and see how I did. No, just came to visit someone. What about you?
俺もお見舞いです。ここ大学院から近いんで。
Yeah, just passing through myself. It's a stone's throw from my campus after all. His tone was light and casual. It sounded to me like he came here a lot. So, who was he visiting? Admittedly, I was a tiny bit curious.
どなたが入院してるんですか
Who are you here to see?
姉がね。
Oh, it's my older sister.
どこがって
Can I ask what's wrong?
いいのかしら
いいですよ。
Sure, I don't mind. He smiled like it was the most trifling thing in the world.
姉が病んでるのはここです。
My sister is sick. Here. He indicated his temple.
脳の疾患か何か
What? Like a tumor? Or...
ああ、いえ。正確にはここです。
No. I guess you could say the problem is more in here. As he spoke, he prodded my chest, just above my heart. Startled, I covered myself protectively, and he snickered.
ああ、ごめんなさい。別にセクハラのつもりはないんですけど。
I'm sorry, I swear, I wasn't trying anything funny.
ここって心
What do you mean? The problem's with her heart?
ええ。精神を病んで、もう1年くらい入院してますよ。
It's her soul, really. Her spirit is broken, and her mind is destroyed. She's been hospitalized for nearly a year. Is she a living spirit? Is she actually still alive, but she's a living spirit?
どうしてまたそんなことに
That's awful. How did it happen? Maybe it wasn't right of me to pry. But somehow it felt like Hisamatsu-san was inviting me to ask.
今日不動産屋さんには行きました？
Did you visit your real estate agency today? What? The change of subject caught me entirely off guard. Hisamatsu-san shot me a highly amused look. I got the distinct sense this little punk was messing with me on purpose.
ほら、行くって言ってたじゃないですか。
I mean, you told me you were going, right?
ええ行きました
Right. Yeah, I stopped by.
何か有益なことは聞けました。
Find out anything useful?
聞けたような聞けないような
Kind of, but not really. Hisamatsu-san smirked like he'd seen it coming.
俺の姉、久松のり子って言うんですけど、
See, my sister. Her name's Hisamatsu Noriko. Yeah?
以前、
は
201号室に住んでいたんですよ。
She used to live in apartment 201. What?
201号室。今、結城さんが住んでる部屋。
Okay, we were close. Apartment 201. Your apartment.
それって一体
Wait, but... Oh... Just then, I remembered Hirai-kun had told me that a young woman by the name of Hisamatsu had lived in 201 before me. As it dawned on me, Hisamatsu-san's expression shifted.
それは聞いたんですね。
So they told you, huh?
いや久松さんのお姉さんだとは知らなかったけど
They didn't tell me she was your sister, though.
じゃあ、あの部屋が姉をあんな風にしたことは。
Did they tell you what that apartment did to her? What my apartment did to his sister? What was that supposed to mean?
あんな風にってどういう意味
What do you mean by that exactly? Evidently, Hisamatsu-san had anticipated my question. Grinning, he shot me a double thumbs up.
ここじゃなんですから、場所変えましょう。
What do you say we get out of here? Okay, chapter 9. This is the perfect spot to end. We're going to end this chapter here. So far, we found out that Hisamatsu-san, who lives upstairs, had a sister who lived in 201. The apartment we are living in now. She apparently lost her mind. She's in the hospital. Understandable if she's living next to an incredibly haunted apartment. How did I mix those words up? And then also apparently the former real estate agency guy was having an affair with someone, presumably the one who lived in 202. Alright, we're getting information, we're getting places. I'm intrigued. I must find out what's happening. Come back next week. We'll head even further into this actually interesting story. I'm really enjoying this one. I like it. I'll see you guys then. See ya. Welcome back. Despite its age, Hashida General Hospital had clearly invested a fair bit of money in its facilities. In the center of the connecting corridor between the newly built internal medicine wing and the patient ward in the north wing, there sat a fancy little terrace, a hanging garden of sorts. Beyond, I could see a patient rehabilitation center with a large physical therapy space. The ceiling was paned with glass like a greenhouse and evidently designed to be left open on sunny days. A pleasant breeze rustled in through the open windows. I took a seat on a bench next to a small flower bed, and Hisamatsu-san handed me one of the canned coffees he'd bought from the vending machine on the way here. But he didn't open his. Instead, he kept his eyes on me. Looking at him up close, I realized he was actually rather handsome. Maybe if he shaved and got a nicer pair of glasses. Anyway. This judgmental woman, I swear to God.
何でしたっけ
So, why are we here again? As a single woman in her 30s, I wasn't used to being stared at so intensely. I attempted to steer the conversation into more productive territory, and Hisamatsu-san nodded and cracked open his can of coffee.
その前に、結城さんに聞きたいことがあるんですけど。
About that, I'd like to ask you something first, if you don't mind. What is it?
昨日のゴキブリって嘘でしょ。
You lied about the cockroach yesterday, didn't you? What? It was hardly a question. Rhetorical at best. For a second, I wasn't sure how I was even supposed to respond. Instead, I took a sip of my coffee.
本当は何を見たんです？
Be honest. What did you see? Before I could so much as swallow, he asked a second question. Evidently, my younger companion was the impatient type.
そん カチだと嫌われますよ。
Most people don't appreciate being rushed, you know.
もう嫌われたからいいんです。
Yeah, well, I'm not here to make friends. Excuse me? I looked up at him sharply and found him staring firmly back. His steely expression contrasted sharply with his casual tone.
聞かせてくださいよ。あなたが見たものが姉が見たものと同じかどうか。
Tell me, I need to know if you saw the same thing my sister did.
どういう意味？
What do you mean?
言ったままです。あの部屋が姉をこんなところに押し込める原因になりました。
I mean what I said. That apartment was what got her committed here.
俺はあの部屋に何があるのか知りたい。それだけです。
So I want to know what's lurking in 201. That's all. Yeah, you and me both, I thought.
手を見ました。
I saw a hand.
手
A hand?
ええ。最初は窓をバンって叩く音が聞こえて、それからベランダの仕切り壁のあたり。
Look, again, I'm just going to say it. This woman's voice is really quiet. It's very hard for me to hear, especially when the music kicks in like this. Yes, at first I heard something hit my window, and then I saw a hand on the balcony divider wall. From there, I told him everything that had happened since the day I moved in. I explained how I'd seen a hand reaching out from inside 202, only for the apartment itself to be revealed as empty. Then I talked about the hand I'd seen last night, and finally, the series of events that had led me here. It felt like a ridiculously long story, considering it all started just 2 days ago.
俺の姉、ここに入院してるんですよ。
So, my sister, I told you how she's staying here, right? After I finished my story, Hisamatsu-san began to tell his, bit by bit, his tone uncertain.
3ヶ月しか持ちませんでした。
She only lasted 3 months.
でも
3 months, but
結城さんが来る少し前まで、あそこは姉が勤めていた銀行の借り上げになってたんですけどね。
before you moved in, that apartment was leased out to the bank where my sister used to work.
借り上げをやめたのは単純に更新時期が来て、なおかつ姉のことが広まったせいで、あそこに住みたがる人間がいなくなったからです。
By the time the lease agreement expired, nobody was willing to live there anymore. Not after they found out what happened to Noriko.
一体何が？
So, what did happen?
姉があの部屋に住み始めたのは去年の春からでした。
It all started last spring, when she first moved in. Last spring, Hisamatsu Noriko was forced to move after her job transferred her to another branch. The living space allocated to her felt far too large for an unmarried woman. But she was too busy with work to look for a better place herself, so she ended up staying right where she was, in Châtelet Roman Apartments 201. Whew, butchered that. She didn't notice anything strange until about 2 weeks had passed. Well, I mean, at least she lasted 2 weeks, like the lady in this one saw something literally as soon as she arrived. She was a busy woman, so it was entirely possible she'd simply overlooked anything weird happening prior to then. But one day, when she was drying her laundry on the balcony, she noticed handprints. Dozens of handprints, all over her sliding glass door.
やだ。何これ。
Oh my god! How'd these get here? Noriko hadn't had any visitors to her apartment since moving in, and she was told the apartment next to hers was empty. She wondered if it was evidence that someone had been trying to break in. She was so creeped out she called the landlady, and then the police, to come look at it. But there was no proof that anything had been stolen, nor anything that could prove how long the prince had been there in the first place. In the end, the police could only promise to heighten their patrols. But even after that night, strange happenings continued to plague her life.
最初は俺、姉ちゃんが疲れてるんだと思ってたんですよ。もしくは、たちの悪いストーカーにあったって。
At first, I figured it was just the fatigue getting to her, or maybe a weird stalker or something. The banging noises were localized to her windows at first, but over time, it moved to the walls of her closet. What started as a few taps escalated into hours and hours of noise, all night long. But no matter how much she suffered, the landlady continued to shrug it off, insisting the apartment next door was empty. She begged her employer to let her move out, but they refused to break the lease agreement.
2ヶ月くらい経った頃かな。
Then, about 2 months in,
大悟、お願い、助けて。もうこれ以上こんなところに住めないわ。
Daigo, I'm begging you, please help me. I can't live here anymore.
住めないってどういうことだよ。まだ引っ越したばっかりだろ。
What do you mean you can't live there? Didn't you only just move in?
壁から誰か出てくるの。多分女の手が。どうしよう、大悟。
Someone's coming out of the walls. I think it's a woman's hand. Daigo, what do I do? It came out of the walls?
詳しいことはわからないんですけどね。
I don't know the details, but
その頃にはもう姉は見る影もなく痩せこけて、実際に何が起こったのか詳しく聞ける余裕はなかったんです。
the next time I saw her, she was practically a skeleton. There was no time to hash out the details of what had happened. After missing work for 2 straight weeks, Noriko was taken to Hashida General Hospital due to extreme malnutrition and sleep deprivation. The next time she awoke, it was clear she had lost her sanity. Oh my god.
姉を最初に発見したのは俺だったんですけどね。部屋はひどいありさまでした。
I was the one who found her that day. The apartment was a total mess.
姉がやったと思うんですけど、壁中新聞紙が貼られてて、窓なんかガムテープでベタベタで。
My sister, at least, I assume it was her. She taped newspapers all over the walls and covered the windows with duct tape.
リビングでソファーの下に隠れるように倒れてたんです。
I found her passed out, hiding under the couch in the living room. A shiver ran down my spine. To think this took place in my apartment. I felt sick to my stomach.
大丈夫ですか？
You all right? Clearly, I must have looked as sick as I felt. Hisamatsu-san shot me a sympathetic look. So, the thing I saw yesterday...
見間違いでも何でもないと思います。それどころか、姉に起こったことが繰り返されるなら、もっとひどくなる。
I'm pretty sure you weren't just seeing things. And if history repeats itself, then it'll only get worse. Oh God. I had unwittingly ensconced myself inside a waking nightmare. Fear and panic shot through me, shredding my composure.
すみません。怖がらせるようなことを言っちゃって。
Sorry, I swear I'm not trying to freak you out.
私が知りたかったことだから別に久松さんが悪いわけじゃ。
No, I was the one who asked, so it's not your fault. I cursed myself for thinking it might not be so bad. I thought I was playing detective, but in actuality, I was just the victim in a horror movie.
何かあったら俺の部屋に避難しに来てください。俺の部屋は何ともないんで。
If anything happens, you can take shelter in 301 with me. It should be safe there.
避難って。
Take shelter?
あ、大丈夫です。俺年上にはとっても紳士的なんで。
Oh, don't worry. I plan to be the perfect gentleman, of course. His tone remained cheery, despite the conversation we were having. Just then, a thought occurred to me.
そういえば どうしてあの部屋に住んでるんですか？
Come to think of it, Hisamatsu-san, why are you living there in the first place? The man returned a sad smile.
どうしても知りたいんですよ。何が姉をあんな風にしてしまったのか。
I need to find out what broke my sister. I must know.
好奇心にしては危険だと思うけど。
Curiosity killed the cat, you know.
義務かな。両親が結構前に死んで、俺をここまで面倒見てくれたのは姉なんで。
I just feel like I owe it to her, I guess. After our parents died, she was the one who looked after me all that time.
その姉があんな風になっちゃったのに、何もしてあげられなかったから。
But me, I couldn't protect her from whatever it was that broke her mind. He grimaced bitterly, his eyes on the can of coffee, his hands trembling.
俺が入居した時って、下の部屋はまだ銀行の借り上げ中で、上の部屋しか空いてなかったんですよ。
When I moved in, 201 was still leased out to the bank, and the only apartments available were on the upper floors.
だから301に入ったんです。今度下に住む誰かに何かあった時、手助けができればいいなって。
So I chose 301. That way, if anything ever happened to whoever moved in below me, at least this time I'd be around to help.
昨日すぐに来てくれたんだ。
So that's why you came down to see me yesterday.
下心もありますよ。
I mean, I have other reasons, of course. Huh? My heart skipped a beat, almost like I was a teenager again. But Hisamatsu-san smiled innocently.
手助けをすることで、姉がああなった原因に近づけるかもしれないし、実際ちょっと近づけてるみたいだし。
I figured I could learn more about my sister's trauma if I helped you, and it seems I was right. Oh. For some reason, I felt the tiniest bit disappointed.
まあそういうわけなんで、何かあったら遠慮なく上に来てください。携帯鳴らしてもらってもいいんで。
Well, anyway, feel free to swing by or give me a call anytime you need me.
分かったわ。ところで、久松さん自身が掴んでる独自情報とかはないんですか？
I will. By the way, have you managed to find any leads on your own?
私よりは長くあそこにいるんだから、何か知ってそうだけど。
You've lived there longer than I have, so I figure you might know something. Hisamatsu-san smirked.
あるにはありますよ。
Yeah, you could say that.
教えてくださいよ。こうなった以上、情報はできるだけ共有しないと。
Would you mind sharing with me? At this point, I think we ought to pool our resources as much as possible.
じゃあ一旦帰りましょう。俺もいつもそういうものを持ち歩いてるわけじゃないんで、見せたいものがいくつかあります。
Alright then. I don't have it on hand, so let's head back to my place. I've got a few things I'd like to show you once we get there. With that decided, Hisamatsu-san finished his coffee in one swallow. Chapter 10. The sun had started to set by the time we made it back to the complex. Mercifully, it was still light out. For now. And after everything that happened yesterday, the thought weighed heavily on my mind. But as we turned into the parking lot, my attention was promptly pulled elsewhere. What the?
引っ越しですかね。
Looks like somebody's moving out. Hisamatsu-san peered through the passenger side window at the large truck occupying one corner of the lot. It was much larger than any delivery truck. That much was for certain.
どこに止めようかしら。
Where do I park? As it happened, the truck had situated itself directly over my assigned parking spot.
俺降りてざっと見てみます。人の出入りがあるから玄関口を見ればわかるでしょうし。
Let me hop out and take a quick look. Whoever it is, we should be able to see them hauling stuff out.
あ、お願いします。
Oh, okay, sounds good. With that, Hisamatsu-san hopped out of the car and craned his neck up at the complex. Nearly all of the apartment doors were visible from his position. Just then, Hisamatsu-san's gaze settled in a single direction. Had he seen them? His expression was as hard as stone.
どこかわかりました？
Do you see them? I quickly rolled down the window to call out to him, but he didn't respond. Instead, he walked right up to the driver's side door and opened it.
あちょ
What are you? He grabbed me by the shoulder, urging me to get out.
203です。
It's 203. What?
引っ越してるのは203です。
203 is moving out. I understood immediately. Apartment 203 was directly adjacent to 202. And, as with 201, 203 reputedly went through a lot of tenants. Without pausing to kill the engine, I whipped off my seatbelt as fast as I could, jumped out of the car, and dashed up to the second floor. On the way up, I passed a handful of movers carrying furniture downstairs. Once I reached 203, I found the door wide open. I ran up right as a man, likely the tenant, was on his way out. He appeared to be in his early 40s. He had a washcloth around his neck and a cardboard box in his hands. As soon as he spotted me, he shot me a suspicious look.
お引っ越しですか？
Sorry to bother you. Are you moving out?
見ての通りですけど。
Yeah, as you can see. His tone was gruff and defensive. He seemed tired. Same. This was my first time meeting him, but I could tell he was worn out. I feel that. As I lingered on the spot, his gaze turned hostile.
まだ何か用ですか？
Can I help you, lady?
私201に昨日引っ越してきたものなんですけど。
Actually, see, I just moved into apartment 201 yesterday.
201？
201? That got his attention.
はい。まだご挨拶してなかったからご存知ないとは思いますけど。随分急なお引っ越しのようですね。
Yeah, you probably don't recognize me since I haven't had the chance to introduce myself. Anyway, you sure seem to be moving out in a bit of a hurry, huh?
別にあんたには関係ない。邪魔だからどいてくれ。
It's none of your business, alright? Now kindly get out of my way.
邪魔ってな。
Excuse me? Hey! Talk about a bad attitude. The man forced his way past me, cardboard box in his arms. After witnessing the exchange, Hisamatsu-san turned back to the stairs.
とりあえず車のことだけ言ってきますよ。
I'll talk to him about the parking situation.
お願いできます？
Would you? Thanks. He nodded and was about to head off when he froze, his gaze focused on something behind me. I turned to find a woman, likely the man's wife, standing at the entrance to 203.
何か。
Did you need something?
私昨日201に引っ越してきた結城と言います。
Oh, hi. My name's Yuki. I moved into 201 just yesterday. I see. She looked at me fearfully. As with her husband, she was carrying a cardboard box, although hers was smaller.
今外出から帰ってきたところなんですけど、下にトラックが止まってたもので。
I just got back from running errands, and, the truck outside is kind of in the way.
車ですね。あと少しで引っ越しが終わりますから、少し待ってください。
Oh, I see. You need your parking space. Sorry for the wait, but I promise we're almost done here. She timidly moved past me.
随分急な引っ越しですね。お仕事の都合か何かですか？
This move seems a bit sudden, don't you think? Change of jobs or something? At this, she visibly flinched. I mean, if I just met someone and they were questioning me about why I was suddenly moving, I'd be a bit annoyed too.
そんなもんね。
Yeah, something like that. Her voice was shaking, as was the rest of her. I could see her fingers tighten around the edges of her cardboard box.
一旦202の駐車場に避けときますから。
Okay, well, I'll just park in 202's space for now. This little comment was far more effective than I had anticipated. The instant 202 left my lips, the woman practically jumped out of her skin. Her box tumbled to the floor. I heard a dull crunch as the item inside shattered, but the woman was trembling too violently to notice. Hisamatsu-san scooped up the box and handed it to her, Just then, her husband reappeared behind her.
おい久江、荷物はそれで終わりか？
Hey, Hisae, is that the last box? But Hisae didn't respond. The man took one look at his scared, shaking wife and paled.
おい久江、どうした？久江、あんたら何か久江に言ったのか？
Hisae, what's the matter? Hisae, what did you people say to my wife? The man looked about ready to deck Hisamatsu-san in the face, but the bespectacled youth answered calmly.
いえ、車が止められないから202に避けときますからというつもりがこうなってしまったんです。
All we said was that we'd be waiting in 202's parking space until you're finished. It was the truth after all. Thankfully, Hisamatsu-san had my back while I was too flustered to respond. Meanwhile, the man's expression softened.
ああ、いや、もう終わりますから。あと少し待っててください。
Oh, alright. We're nearly done now, so just sit tight for a little longer, please. An awkward tension hung in the air. Just then, a voice called out from inside 203.
高橋さん、壁と窓の新聞はどうしますか？剥がします？
What is with these names? Takahashi-san, what would you like us to do about the newspapers on the walls and windows? Tear them down? It must have been one of the movers trying to help expedite the process, but Mr. and Mrs. Takahashi reacted violently.
剥がすな！
Ooh. Leave them. Leave them. Curious, I peered inside and froze. Based on what I could see, the layout of their apartment was identical to mine. That's usually how it goes, yes. But their living room window was completely covered over with newspaper. Panicked, the man dashed back inside the apartment, then turned and nodded to us.
もう少しで終わりますから。ちょっと下で待っててください。
We're nearly done here, so just wait downstairs for us, would you? Without waiting for a reply, the man slammed the door shut and began to scream at the movers.
剥がすな！剥がすんじゃない！
Leave it where it is. Don't you touch it. Meanwhile, the three of us, myself, Hisamatsu-san, and Takahashi-san's wife, trudged down to the first floor. Well, that sure was an incident. Alright, chapter 11. Once we arrived back at the parking lot, Hisae-san loaded her box onto the truck, then sat down on the bumper. She looks incredibly tired. I feel that. There it is. She looked so exhausted, I couldn't help but reach out to her.
何かあったんですか？
What happened in there? She looked up at me weakly, her lips twitching. Was she trying to smile?
あの新聞紙、どうしてあんなに貼ってるんですか？
What made you put those newspapers up like that? I heard Hisamatsu-san call out from behind me. His shadow stretched across the asphalt as the sun continued to decline beyond the horizon.
もう引っ越すからいいわよね。
Well, I suppose it doesn't really matter now that we're moving. Over her shoulder, I saw the landlady walk into 203. Perhaps she wanted to say one last goodbye to her tenant.
あなた、201に入ったって。
You said you moved into 201. I nodded.
はい。昨日入居しました。
Yes, just yesterday, in fact.
そう。かわいそう。とんでもないところに入ったものね。
Oh, you poor thing. You have no idea what you've gotten yourself into. Her impending freedom seemed to bolster her courage to speak.
私たちはね、1年我慢した。
We endured that hell for a year. An entire year of it.
もっとも、ここしばらくはビジネスホテル暮らしだったけど、もう1日だって我慢できないわ。あんな部屋。
Well, we've been living out of a business hotel for a while now. I just couldn't take another day in that monstrous place. She attempted another smile, though whether out of scorn or fear, I wasn't certain.
何があったか教えてもらえませんか？
Could you tell me about what happened?
いいの？
Are you sure about this? Hisae-san's voice shook. It sounded less like a request for permission and more like a warning.
聞いても聞かなくても見るものが一緒なら聞いておいた方がいいです。
I'm going to have to go through it either way, so I might as well know what I'm up against. It was the honest truth, and it was this sentiment that motivated me into all that legwork today. Hisaya-san glanced up at me. Her expression was one of pity. Then she went back to staring at her hands.
女がね、染み出してくるのよ。
There's a woman. She seeps through the walls. That is honestly a really terrifying way of putting that. I love that expression. She seeps through the walls. That is creepy.
染み出してくる
She seeps through the walls.
壁からね、少しず
Slowly, bit by bit, inch by inch. I tried to picture it, but couldn't. It just didn't make any sense.
つ勇気があるなら、私たちが出た後に壁の新聞紙を剥がしてみたらいいわ。言った意味がわかるから。
Look, the only thing that I would say about this visual novel so far is that I wish the voices were louder. I cannot tell when they stop, especially because I'm listening through speakers. Like, I don't know when to start talking, and so sometimes I'm cutting them off, and then other times I'm like, oh, they're finished, and then no, they keep talking. That's so far my only complaint. If that's my only complaint about a visual novel, it's great. Alright, once we're gone, you should go pull the newspaper down from the walls, if you're feeling plucky. Then you'll see.
窓の新聞紙は
What about from the windows? Hisamatsu-san, who had been quiet for some time, finally spoke. But I had a feeling I knew the answer.
手がね、
Her hand.
手
Whose hand?
女の手が窓を這い回るの。カーテンを閉めてもその裏を這い回る。
The woman's hand. It crawls over the windows. And even if you close the curtains, you'll still see it. A shiver ran down my spine. Hisaya-san hopped off the truck and walked over to me, as if she sensed my fear. Then she pulled something from her pocket and pushed it into my hands.
大家さんに内緒で作った合鍵。あの部屋にあるものを見たら、何が起こるか分かったら、どこかに避難した方がいいわ。
The landlady doesn't know I've made this spare key. Once you've seen it, once you know what's coming, you should take shelter somewhere else.
少なくとも夜の間だけでも。
At least during the night. Her voice was quiet. Yes, it's very quiet. Please turn the volume up on those. Yet impassioned. Wait, there might be a setting actually, I'll look after I'm done with this episode, where I might be able to maybe turn the voices up and the music down. Maybe that'll help. Moved by her entreaty, I cupped my right hand around hers. Moments later, I felt a small metal object land in my palm. I looked down at my hand to find myself holding a key, one that looked very similar to my own.
なぜ私に
Why are you giving this to me?
本当はそういうの専門の雑誌社に売る予定だったの。でもその記者が来なくなったから無駄になっちゃった。
To tell you the truth, I was planning to sell it to a paranormal magazine publisher, but oh, okay. I accidentally clicked. My bad. But she doesn't need it anymore because he stopped coming. I wasn't sure what to say. The key felt heavy in my hand. I could feel it practically begging to be used.
おい久江行くぞ
Come on, Hisae. We're leaving. At the sudden voice, I realized her husband was standing beside the moving truck. Behind him, I could see the landlady heading back to her house looking quite displeased. The man looked over at me.
すいませんねもう出ますから
Sorry, but we've got to go now. Then he headed to his car and hopped inside as if he was washing his hands of the place entirely. Isaya-san watched him go, then turned back to us.
じゃあお元気で
Well, this is goodbye. Stay safe.
高橋さんもお元気で
Ah, you too, Takahashi-san. With a wave, she turned and climbed into her husband's car. No sooner had the passenger door shut than the car backed up and took off out of the parking lot, followed shortly by the moving truck. Left alone under the red glow of the sunset, I stared down wordlessly at the key in my hand.
車動かそうか。
Do you want me to park your car for you? His words brought me back to reality with a start.
大丈夫
No, I can do it. I headed over to my car, all the while gazing up at apartment 203. The Takahashi family's fearful expressions lingered in my mind.
剥がすな
Leave them. Leave them. What on earth were they so afraid of? I mean, if a woman is seeping through my walls and the only thing stopping it is newspaper, I'm absolutely screaming at people to not take it off as well. Like, it's common sense. Please do not let the woman seep into my walls. Stuffing the key in my pocket, I climbed into the driver's seat. Alright, with perfect timing once again,
どうするんですか？
let's end it here. We've just reached chapter 12. I'm excited. It's moving at a decent pace. It could move a little quicker, but it doesn't bother me. It's not like 20 hours of Higurashi, where we have to sit here and talk about the same thing we did 10 hours ago. I'm enjoying it. And we got that creepy image of like a woman seeping through the walls. Come back next week. Let's find out what's going on in this, because I am intrigued. I'll see you guys then. See ya. Welcome back. So I played a little with the sound settings, but it turned out I already had the voices set to the loudest volume. I've tried turning the music down, but I don't know how much of a difference that's going to make. So let's find out. We're at chapter 12. So, what are your plans for the key? I parked my car in the complex parking lot and hopped out.
203の鍵のこと
You mean the one to 203? Obviously, that was what he meant. Hisamatsu-san nodded and looked up at the second floor.
そんなに急ぐこともないとは思うけど、もし明日ハウスクリーニングに入ったら、その鍵があっても意味がないでしょ。
There's no real rush per se, but if the landlady calls in house cleaning services tomorrow morning, that key will go completely to waste. He had a point. All right, we're going to infiltrate it tonight. While it was unlikely she'd be able to fill the vacancy anytime soon, I knew there were always exceptions. Myself, for example. The apartment would be cleaned, the newspapers would be taken down, and eventually it would be as though nothing strange had ever happened. At that point, I would lose any chance I had of learning exactly what had taken place there. Assuming another tenant like Takahashi-san didn't turn up, that is.
行きましょうよ。俺もついてくから。
Let's just go. I'll be right there with you. Easy for you to say, I thought.
でももうすぐ暗くなっちゃうけど
But it's almost dark, you know.
暗くなったらもっと行けなくなるよ。行くなら今のうち。
Yeah, and once it's dark, we'll lose our nerve. So we should just make it quick. Okay, point taken.
さあ、行きましょう。
Come on, let's go.
そう
Apparently he wasn't about to take no for an answer. Hisamatsu-san slung an arm around my shoulder and set off towards the main entrance. Well, isn't he a friendly fellow? I found myself having to half jog just to keep up with his stride.
ちょっと待って久松さん
Okay, well, so far, with the music being turned down, I can hear the voices. It's great. Slow down, Hisamatsu-san.
第5でいいですよ。
Call me Daigo.
いやそんないきなり慣れ慣れしい
Eh? Isn't it a little early to get that personal?
同じ謎を追う戦友でしょ。気にしない気にしない。
We're partners in this investigation, aren't we? No biggie.
あな なたは気にしなくても。
Maybe not to you, but... It was another story to me, actually. But before I could get the words out, he suddenly came to a stop. We had arrived at the freshly vacated apartment 203. The door seemed to tower menacingly before us, impeding our path.
ゆうきさん、鍵。
The key, Yuki-san.
あ、私のことは名字でいいんだ。
Oh, so I have to use your first name, but you're going to use my last name.
だって名前聞いてないですし。
He's not lying. I mean, you sorta never told me your first name. Come to think of it, he had a point. That said, I got the feeling that telling him my name was tantamount to letting him win. What? That is the weirdest way of thinking about things. So instead, I pulled the key out of my pocket and silently handed it to him.
俺が開けるんですか？
You want me to open it? I nodded and he plucked the key from my palm. Just like that, my hand felt worlds lighter.
誰が開けても一緒ですよ、こんなの。
I guess it doesn't really matter who opens the door.
久松さんは。
Aren't you scared, Hisamatsu-san?
第5。怖いですよ。俺も人間ですからね。
Daigo. And yeah, I'm scared. I'm human too, you know. Contrary to his claim, he promptly stuck the key in the lock and rotated it. There was a metallic click as the cylinder turned. He put the key into his pocket, then grasped the doorknob. Behind us, the sunset was fading fast. It would only get darker from here.
久松さん、大丈夫？
You okay, Hisamatsu-san?
第5だってば。大丈夫じゃないけど、大丈夫です。ゆうきさんこそ大丈夫？
That's Daigo. And no, not really, but sure, never been better. What about you?
大丈夫じゃないってば。ちっとも。
Of course not. Not in the slightest.
じゃあ行きましょう。
Perfect, let's go. What part of this is perfect? I like Daigo, he's nice. Before I could retort, Hisamatsu-san twisted the knob. The door swung open with a dull metallic groan and he promptly walked right in.
どうせクリーニングに入るからいいよね。
Guess we don't need to worry about our shoes if the floor's gonna get cleaned anyway. Hisamatsu-san stepped inside without pausing to take his shoes off. This is probably a smart idea if you need to run from a woman like emerging from the walls. I followed suit. Darkness fell over us as I shut the door behind me. There was still plenty of daylight left outside, and yet the interior of the apartment was as dark as night. It's pitch black in here.
新聞紙貼ってるからだよね。
I bet the newspapers are blocking out the light. Oh, of course. I remember the newspapers I'd seen covering all the windows. Still, we needed a light source if we were to investigate anything. I moved to open the door again.
待って、明かりならあるから。
Wait, I've got a light right here. As he spoke, a small beam of light suddenly flared to life before me, and I realized he was using the flashlight app on his cell phone. Without further ado, Hisamatsu-san walked to the windows and unceremoniously tore down the newspapers. The light of the sunset filtered into the room all at once, brightening our surroundings considerably. Emboldened by the last rays of daylight, I moved further into the apartment. I debated taking my shoes off, but ultimately decided against it. Meanwhile, Hisamatsu-san continued to tear down the newspapers indiscriminately. But as I approached, he suddenly fell still.
どうしたの？
What's wrong?
同じだ。
It's the same. His voice was so faint it wasn't clear whether he'd actually heard my question. He stared, wide-eyed, at the window pane.
同じって何が？
What's the same? I followed his gaze to the window, but couldn't see much. Beyond the window lay the balcony. It didn't look particularly damaged or dirty, minus some handprints on the... Handprints? Oh God. I heard my voice shift up an octave. Hisamatsu-san's fingers trailed over the glass. That's when I realized.
姉ちゃんの時と同じだ。
This is exactly how it was for my sister. The handprints were on the outside of the glass. Illuminated by the sunset, I could see dozens and dozens of them. But why would the culprit hit the window in the first place?
暗くなる前に壁も見るか。
Let's check the walls before it gets too dark. Just then, I noticed that the sun had set almost completely. Hisamatsu-san straightened up and moved to the nearest newspaper-covered wall.
本当に剥がすの？
Are you sure about this?
そのために入ったんでしょ。
It's the whole reason we came here, isn't it? Standing behind him, I couldn't see his expression, but I could tell his shoulders were stiff. Same.
剥がしますよ。
Here goes. His voice wavered faintly. Glancing at me over his shoulder, he reached up high with one hand. His fingers clamped around the top of the newspaper, and then he whipped his hand down in one fluid motion. A loud ripping sound rent the air as the newspaper tore all the way down. With Hisamatsu-san standing in the way, I couldn't really see the wall. A strangled groan escaped his lips as he froze, rooted to the spot.
久松さん？
I couldn't bring myself to get any closer. I knew I needed to see the wall for myself, but I couldn't take a single step.
ねえ久松さん、どうしたの？
Hey, Hisamatsu-san, what's the matter? In response to my question, Hisamatsu-san shuddered visibly.
こりゃひでえ。
This is nuts. He stumbled backwards and I caught a glimpse of something over his shoulder. There looked to be some sort of stain on the white wallpaper.
何？
Eh? What's that? I still couldn't really make it out from here. Finally, I took a step forward, bringing myself shoulder to shoulder with Hisamatsu-san. Oh my goodness. Jump scare. A scream welled up in the back of my throat, but Hisamatsu-san quickly clapped a trembling hand over my mouth.
ダメだ、静かに。
Don't. We need to be quiet. I stood, knees shaking, too transfixed on the wall to listen. Hisamatsu-san pulled me into an embrace, as if to shield me from the sight.
落ち着いて。俺が言えた義理じゃないけど、落ち着いて。
Calm down. I know I'm not one to talk, but just calm down for me, okay? That's... I really like that artwork. That's cool. I could hear the squeak in my voice. It felt like that scream was still clogging my throat. Even with Hisamatsu-san blocking the way, I could still see the wall in my mind, clear as day. That's a woman! A strange stain stood out in bold relief on the wall. A stain in the shape of a woman with dishevelled hair and hate in her eyes. That is neat. Chapter 13.
どうぞ。
Here you go. Hisamatsu-san set a mug down in front of me. Mechanically, I picked it up and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee wafted up to greet me.
ミルクと砂糖いります？
Need any milk or sugar? I slowly shook my head and he sat down on the opposite side of the coffee table.
少しは落ち着きました？
Feeling a little calmer now. Taking a sip of his own coffee, Hisamatsu-san spread something out on the table. I glanced over to find what appeared to be a series of newspaper clippings. From there, my gaze wandered around the room, beyond the dark grey curtains, a masculine colour to be sure. I could see that the darkness of night had set in. For a split second, I pictured the woman's baleful eyes peering back at me from beyond the shadows, and reflexively, I looked away.
さすがにちょっときつかったですね、あれは。
Pretty gruesome back there, huh? He folded a knee up to his chest and leaned his chin against it. Evidently, he'd read my mind. He closed his eyes, as if in recollection. Personally, I didn't want to remember it. The dark shadow spreading over that pale wallpaper. Its eyes, twisted with hate. As the memory threatened to rear its head, I hastily took a sip of my coffee. In my rush, I'd forgotten to test the temperature of the drink beforehand. I could feel my lips and tongue burning.
大丈夫？
You okay? I looked over to find him staring at me. The two of us had dashed out of apartment 203 and, without even pausing to lock the door behind us, headed straight for the 3rd floor. We'd already made plans to swing by his place anyway, so I guess it worked out. I had absolutely no desire to stay in my apartment alone. Once we got here, Hisamatsu-san went out of his way to help me calm down. Without his help, I probably would have lost it entirely.
もう大丈夫。ごめんなさい。取り乱して。
Yeah, I'm okay. Sorry for freaking out.
無理もないと思いますよ。俺もちょっとやばかったし。
Hey, I don't blame you. I was pretty freaked myself. I took another sip of coffee and felt the hot, bitter fluid warm my stomach. Finally, I had recovered my composure.
資料見ます？
Want to look through my files? Hisamatsu-san gestured at the papers spread across the table. I must have looked notably calmer.
そうね。そのためにお邪魔したし。
Might as well. I mean, that's why we're here. Upon first glance, Hisamatsu-san's newspaper clippings all appeared to pertain to the same incident. Alright, let's dig in. Female college student goes missing. M City, Maebara. How do you know that name? Police began investigation after Yumihara Motoko-san, age 20, went missing on the morning of the 20th. Motoko-san attended J University. According to a friend, she went missing shortly after a phone call a few hours prior, around midnight. Missing college student found dead in the mountains. M City, Maebara. Missing college student Yumihara Motoko-san, age 20, was found dead on the morning of the 1st by local hiker Fujiwara Shinya-san, age 43. Police have ruled the death a suicide after discovering a rope tied to a tree branch on the scene. As of today, her remains are to be sent back to her family. M City, Maebara. The very town where our apartment complex was located. Ooh. I read through the rest of the clippings, and sure enough, they were all related to the missing college student.
この記事は
What's so special about this case? I looked over at Hisamatsu-san. He took a sip of his coffee, then set his mug down on the table.
その記事見て何か気づきません？
Take another look. Notice anything?
どういうこと？
What do you mean? I carefully read over the clippings one more time. Suddenly, something caught my eye.
J 大学って久松さんの大学院。
Wait, J University? Isn't that the university your grad school is affiliated with? Hisamatsu-san snapped his fingers.
です。ちなみに俺大学も J 大です。その記事の5年前、俺は1回生でした。
Bingo. I attended that same university myself, enrolled about 5 years before the date of that article. Which meant he was now somewhere around 23 years old. Ooh, the younger man is hitting on her. So young. I felt my gaze narrow with a hint of envy, but Hisamatsu-san continued.
結構覚えてるんですけどね、その事件。大学に警察が来たりして大変でした。
I remember quite a bit about the incident actually. There were cops crawling all over campus. It was nuts. Wow.
姉ちゃんがあんなことになって、俺なりに調べてみたんですよ。あの部屋のこと。
After what happened to my sister, I poked around a bit, tried to dig up whatever I could about that apartment.
そしたら、ちょうどサークルの先輩にその人の友達がいて、その人、元子さんが当時202号室に住んでたことが分かったんです。
As it happened, a guy in my club knew someone who was friends with her, and then I found out. Motoko-san lived in apartment 202 at the time.
つまり202号室の会議はこの事件と関係があるってこと？
You think apartment 202 had something to do with this case?
まだ憶測の範疇ですけどね。でも時期的にはぴったりだし、妙なことはいくつかあるんですよ。
It's just a pet theory I have, but the time frame matches up perfectly. And there are a few weird little details.
妙なことって？
Such as? I leaned across the table without realizing it, and Hisamatsu-san did the same.
一つは元子さんには自殺の動機がない。その先輩が言ってたけど、彼氏もいて成績もそれなりに良くて、大学生活は上々だったそうで。
1. Motoko-san had no motive to kill herself. According to my clubmate, she had decent grades and a boyfriend. The perfect college life.
他には
Okay, and
ルームメイトの存在。
she had a roommate.
ルームメイト
A roommate? In other words, she shared her living space with a total stranger.
元子さんにはルームメイトがいたらしいんですよ。
Yep, supposedly she lived with someone.
ところが誰もその姿を見てないし、後で彼女の部屋に入った警察も親族もその痕跡を見つけることができなかった。
But whoever it was, no one ever saw them. And when they investigated her apartment, neither her family nor the police could find any trace of a second person living there. Ooh. Did they check the closet?
そのルームメイトがいたって根拠は
Then why did anyone think she had a roommate?
俺の先輩が言ってたんです。必ず決まった曜日になると、今日は夕飯の当番だからって早く帰ってたって。
According to my clubmate, on certain days of the week she'd leave school early, claiming she was on dinner duty that day.
彼氏と同棲してたって線は
Maybe she lived with her boyfriend. It certainly wasn't uncommon for young adults to move in together before marriage.
ところがですよ。元子さんの彼氏がまたその先輩の知り合いなんですけど、彼女の部屋には一度も入ったことがないって。
So, here's the thing. My clubmate knew Motoko-san's boyfriend, and according to him, the guy had never even been to her place. I pondered the facts for a moment. 5 years ago, Yumihara Motoko died in a bizarre suicide. She had a roommate, but there was no evidence of another person living there. Was her death the trigger that caused strange phenomena to occur around apartment 202?
ねえ元子さんが死んだのは5年前で202が貸し出されなくなったのはその直後として
Wait, if Motoko-san died 5 years ago, and 202 was taken off the market right afterwards,
部屋で死んだわけじゃない元子さんがどうしてあの部屋に思いを残してるのかしら
how could her spirit haunt the place if she didn't even die there to begin with?
そこは俺も知りたいところですね。分かってるのは、元子さんの自殺は確実にあの部屋の異常に関係あるってこと。
So her roommate was a ghost. Her roommate was that woman that's like melting into the walls. I wish I had an answer myself. All I know is Motoko-san's death definitely had something to do with 202.
あの部屋にある怨念だかなんだか知らないやつは、周囲の部屋に影響を及ぼすほど強いってこと。
Maybe the apartment's cursed or something, to the point that it's spread to all the neighboring apartments too. Yes, I love these types of stories. I have no clue.
さっぱりですね。
You and me both. At this point, there was nothing more we could really do. We weren't professionals after all. But I knew someone who was.
翔子にでも聞いてみるか
Guess I can try asking Shoko.
翔子さんって？
Shoko who?
私の妹雑誌社に勤めてるの確かあそこオカルト関係とかゴシップ関係の部署もあったと思うから聞いてみる
She's my sister. Works for a magazine publisher. I'm told they have a department for rumors or unsolved mysteries or what have you. So I'll see if she knows anything.
いいですね。何かいい情報が入るかも。
Sounds good. Maybe she'll have a lead for us.
小さい会社だから期待はしないでね
It's a small company though, so don't get your hopes up. Anyway, I glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, 7:30 p.m. Evidently, I'd been here for much longer than I'd originally intended.
もうこんな時間
It's getting pretty late. Hisamatsu-san followed my gaze to the clock.
あ、本当だ。
Oh wow, no kidding.
そろそろおいとまするわ論文の邪魔できないし
I should get going. Wouldn't want to interrupt your thesis.
それは午前中で終わったからいいんですけど。
Actually, I finished it this morning, so...
けど
So... Hisamatsu-san shot me a pointed look. He's flirting with you, girlie. There was a pause. Somehow, I knew what he was trying to suggest.
多分大丈夫。ここに泊めてもらうわけにはいかないし。帰るわ。
I'll probably be fine. I don't want to impose on you by staying here. I'll just go home for the night.
一応携帯の番号は登録しといてくださいよ。落ち着いたみたいだけど、やっぱり心配だし。
My man is shooting his shots. Well, could you at least save my number in your phone then? Things are okay for right now, but I'm worried about you.
ありがとう。
I will, thanks. Frankly, I was worried about myself too. Still, I didn't want to mooch off the kindness of someone I'd only met the day before.
じゃあ、とりあえず何か進展があったら。
Well, call me if anything happens.
ええ、おやすみなさい。
Will do. Have a good night. With that casual farewell, I walked out of apartment 301. Feeling ever so slightly disappointed. Come on, girl, he was putting it out there. And you were just like, yeah, nah, I'll just go back to my haunted apartment. It'll be fine. Come on. Alright, chapter 14. By the time I reached the door to 201, that slight disappointment had transformed into massive regret. The hallway lights did little to mitigate the oppressive feel of the darkness. The aging fluorescent bulbs flickered overhead, casting shadows over the walls. Meanwhile, the door to my apartment seemed to tower over me. Not that I was expecting a warm welcome. I turned away from the door. Somehow I couldn't bring myself to put the key in the lock. In fact, I had half a mind to go to a diner or something instead. But
ここが家なのよね。
this is supposed to be where I live. An unfortunate fact, though it may have been. How was I supposed to spend the next year living here when I was ready to get the hell out of Dodge after just 2 days? Summoning all my courage, I turned back to the door. For a moment, I fiddled idly with my key, rattling it against the keyring. Then, finally, I plunged it into the lock and turned it. I reluctantly put my hand on the doorknob. I had to do this. Twisting my hand, the door clicked open. Gravity pulled my hand downward, and the knob with it. Then I pulled the door towards me and unsealed the abyss. From the door, I had a full view through to the living room. It's just like my old apartment. Relieved at the absence of anything peculiar, I quickly flipped the light switch by the door. Then I whipped my shoes off, stumbled inside, and switched on all the other lights in the house for good measure. My house was so small that 2 lights turned on the entire house. That's it, just 2. While I was at it, I shut both the living room and bedroom curtains. Then, finally, I could breathe. The apartment was perfectly ordinary. I'd been planning to bolt on the spot had anything supernatural manifested, but evidently that wouldn't be necessary, so I went back and locked the front door. Weakly, I staggered into the living room and collapsed onto the sofa. All at once, my exhaustion hit me like a ton of bricks. My paranoia wouldn't let me relax, even for a moment. The way things are going, I could already tell there was no chance I'd last a full year living here.
3ヶ月しか持ちませんでした。
She only lasted 3 months. The memory of his words sent a shudder down my spine. But no, I'd be fine. She's been here for 2 days. 2 days, by the way. Barely even 2 days. And his sister lasted 3 months. She's worried and it's been 2 days. At least for today.
とりあえず今日のところは
I repeated the words to myself out loud like a mantra, then heaved a sigh, and realized I was hungry. Scared as I was still human.
とりあえず軽くご飯でも食べよう。
Guess I'll make myself a little something. After a quick dinner, I popped the cork on the wine I'd bought for myself as a housewarming gift. The perfect response to finding out you've just moved into a haunted apartment. Let's get drunk. 1 sip and I could already feel myself starting to relax. Guess the alcohol was doing its job. Whether my apartment was cursed or not, surely I deserved some modicum of normalcy, at least. With that thought, I got to my feet and headed to the bathroom. The reason I'd chosen to commit to this apartment, despite the slightly pricey rent, was simple. The bathtub came with an automatic water heater. Nah. Personally, I like to take long baths. Whenever I was stuck on a design idea, I often found myself spending upwards of 2 hours lounging in the water. Not gonna lie, 2 hours sounds a little too long. But you do you. Hence, a tub heater was at the top of my must-have list. My last apartment hadn't had one, and it was absolutely miserable. Truth be told, I was dying to take a nice long soak, but after everything that happened today, I decided to skip it and just take a quick shower instead. I mean, if her bath is next to the haunted apartment, like, she can help wash her back or something. The hot water rushed over my head, instantly soothing me. This was the one part of my life in which I felt no shame in spoiling myself. Lathering a fragrant shampoo into my hair, I felt my mood start to lift. For once, I could just relax. I leaned back under the hot water and rinsed the shampoo out of my hair, then massaged in the conditioner. Then I turned off the water so I could scrub myself down. As the drone of the water subsided, I could make out the sound of the television, which I had left blaring in the other room. Half listening, I ran the soapy sponge over my body. The evening music program was on, and they had just switched to one of my favourite songs. Just as I was getting into it, however, I noticed something off. Splat. Huh? It sounded like something wet had hit the floor. I checked the faucet, but it wasn't leaking. Splat. Something was definitely dripping onto the floor somewhere. Splat. What is that? Splat. It was like the sound of a frog hitting concrete. That is awfully specific. A frog hitting concrete. And somehow I know exactly what that sounds like. Amazing. Instantly, fear rose up like bile in the back of my throat. I quickly finished soaping up my body, then turned the water back on. Splat. But the drone of the shower did little to drown out that splatting sound. It sounded like it was coming from outside the bathroom. Oh no. Hastily, I rinsed my hair and body. Just then. How do I pronounce that? Shloop. Shloop. Something touched my calf. Oh no. Something cold. The wet frog. Startled, I pushed my wet hair out of my face and looked down at my feet, but nothing was there. What was that? In an instant, my good mood was gone. Yeah. I hurried out of the bathroom, ran a towel over myself, and moved into the living room. Bathroom's haunted. Hands shaking, I took a clean change of clothes from my clothes drawer and pulled them on in spite of my still wet body. Ew, no, girl, grab a towel, dry yourself first, that's gross. Late night diner, here I come. Oh, don't go in public while you're still wet from the shower, at least towel off, come on. I couldn't bear to stay in the apartment for one moment longer. I struggled into my jeans, oh no, wet, moist jeans, the worst. Then forced my arms through a long-sleeved jersey knit top. I glanced at the clock. 10 p.m. Well, she did say she liked long baths. But she didn't even take the bath yet. So what has she been doing for 3 hours? Oh, bam. I shrieked reflexively. Something had slammed hard into the window. Oh, it's been 2 days and already the hauntings are escalating. I could feel my teeth chattering. Oh, bam. Stop, please, just stop. I grabbed 3 things, my wallet, my keys, and my phone. Then I bolted out of the apartment and never looked back. Oh. Alright, that is the perfect spot to end this episode. It's great. I love it. This is already up there as one of my favorite visual novels of all time. It's just straight into the story, and the story is great. I can't wait to find out what is haunting this apartment and why that girl was letting a ghost be her roommate for some reason, apparently. Come back next week. Let's find out more. I can't wait. I'll see you guys then. See ya. Welcome back. As I sat there shaking in the driver's seat of my car, I belatedly remembered the sip of wine I'd had earlier. Then again, even without alcohol in my system, I was still in no mental state to be driving a vehicle. I contemplated my options. All the while, scattered memories kept flashing through my mind. The dripping sound. The cold sensation that brushed against my calf. Oh, that's right, she ran out of the bathroom and didn't dry herself off and got dressed while still wet to go to the family restaurant or whatever. Please dry yourself. The banging against the window. I clutched at my hair, fighting the urge to run away somewhere. Anywhere. It was a miracle I'd managed to get myself dressed at all. Yes, you were still wet. That's gross. Just then, something cold dripped onto my chest. Oh. Startled, I looked down and realized my still wet hair was dripping with water. Dry yourself, please. I knew it wasn't healthy to be running around outside without drying off. No, it's really not. But I had no intention of going back to that apartment. Instead, I grabbed my phone and dialed my sister. It rang 3 times. The automated voicemail message played. Crushed, I hung up. But then I remembered the comment Hisamatsu-san had made earlier.
一応携帯の番号は登録しといてくださいよ。
Well, could you at least save my number in your phone then? I opened my address book and located the entry I'd made for Hisamatsu Daigo just last night. But was I really going to call him over this? After all, we'd only just met yesterday.
同じ謎を追う戦友でしょ。
We're partners in this investigation, aren't we? Unfortunately, my only option was to presume on his kindness.
年下の子にすがるなんて。
There's no voice for this whatsoever, okay? I can't believe I'm actually about to run crying to some college kid. Water dripped from my hair onto the phone's display. Reluctantly, I forced myself to press the call button. Then I slowly raised the phone to my ear. It rang once, twice, 3 times, 4, then...
はい、もしもし。
Hello? His voice sounded a bit different over the phone. Still, it was definitely him at least.
私、結城です。
This is Yuki. There was a pause. Almost as though I'd caught him off guard.
ゆきさん。
Yuki-san?
下の駐車場の車の中にいるんです。お願い。
It's genuinely driving me nuts how this woman's voice is so quiet. I can hear everyone else perfectly, but I cannot hear her at all, no matter how high I turn the voice volume and put the music down. Her voice alone, I can't hear it. It's just, I don't know when to start speaking. I don't know when she's finished. I'm in the parking lot, in my car. Please help me. On the other end of the line, I could hear loud footsteps, then the sound of a door opening. He had yet to say a word in response. But before I heard the door shut behind him, I heard the thunder of his footsteps on the stairs and knew he had already left his apartment. Down 1 flight to the 2nd floor landing, then down another to the 1st floor. I could just tell from the sound. The sound of footsteps intensified, and less than a minute later, Hisamatsu-san was peering in through my windshield, slightly out of breath. Once he confirmed I was in the car, he opened the driver's side door and crouched down to my eye level.
ゆきさん、大丈夫。
Hey, you okay? The instant I saw him, I felt my throat get tight.
お風呂で音が。
There was a sound in the bathroom. I still cannot hear her voice. I don't know what's going on with it. I knew I needed to explain, but somehow I just couldn't. My nose stung and tears rolled down my cheeks.
俺の部屋、来る？
Want to come back to my place? As I sobbed, Hisamatsu-san quietly held out his hand. Back in 301, the first thing Hisamatsu-san did was help me dry my hair.
こんなにびしょ濡れで風邪ひいちゃうよまったく。
You can't just go outside sopping wet. You'll freeze to death or something. Good grief. Once he was done drying me off, Hisamatsu-san poured me another steaming hot cup of coffee. Maybe he was the type who liked to fuss over people. I mean, if somebody just came into my house and they're dripping everywhere as well, like, please dry yourself. I drained my mug and felt myself calm down a bit. Then Hisamatsu-san sat down across the coffee table from me just like last time. Now that I finally had enough composure to get a proper look at my surroundings, I realized I was sitting in a combination living dining room. Shag carpet, a coffee table, an HD TV, a DVD player, some game consoles, a small fridge. It was rather modestly furnished dwelling.
少し落ち着いた。
Feeling a little better now? Yeah, thanks. God, how embarrassing. Not once in my life had I ever practically thrown myself into a man's arms like this. But this was an emergency, of course. That's all.
で、何があったんですか？
So what happened? The next thing I knew, Hisamatsu-san was sitting right next to me. Sometimes I couldn't quite get a read on his actions. Obviously, I didn't expect to read his mind or anything, but he was a little more unpredictable than the average person. She's known him for a day. But okay, go off. Apparently, he really wanted to know what I'd been through in there. Yes, that has been the whole purpose of him trying to get to know you. I took a deep breath and explained everything.
床の音と窓の音か。床の音は新しいパターンですね。
So there were two weird sounds this time. This wet splat thing is new, huh?
新製品なんていらないわよ。
For God's sake, no more fun surprises.
まあまあ。それ、どんな音だったんですか？
I feel ya. So, what kind of sound was it? I forced myself to revisit the memory. It had been a fairly light sound, light enough to mistake it for dripping water anyway. It sounded like something hitting the floor. Not like a metallic sound, but something soft and wet and... Oh God.
何が？
What? It hit me.
ふくらはぎに何か触った感覚。冷たかったけど、人の肌っぽかった気がする。
The thing that touched my leg, it was cold, but kind of clammy too, like skin.
手
Like a hand?
わからない。ピトって感じだった気がするんだけど。何せ怖くて。
I'm not sure. It only barely brushed me, and I was just so scared.
窓の音は昨日と同じ？
What about the banging on the window? Was it the same as yesterday? I nodded without hesitation. The pounding had been forceful enough to rattle the glass. That much was identical to what I'd experienced yesterday. I watched as Hisamatsu-san sank into thought. Just then, my cell phone started to ring. It was my sister.
もしもし。
Moshi mosh.
あ、お姉ちゃん。出られなくてごめんね。何？
Hey sis. Sorry I missed your call. What's up?
あ、
Oh,
ねえお姉ちゃん。そこどこ？
wait. Where are you right now?
家だけど。
Huh? I'm at home. The lie left my lips before I could stop it. I couldn't exactly tell her I was hanging out alone at night in the apartment of some neighbor guy I'd only just met yesterday.
本当？まあ別にいいけど。
Really? Well, okay then.
何か気になることでもある？
Is something the matter?
そこは大丈夫だと思うけど、その近く危ない気がするのよね。よくわからないけど。
I think you're safe where you are, but something tells me there's danger close by. Just a gut feeling I have. As usual, my sister's intuition was razor sharp. All my life, I'd never been able to hide anything from her.
あ、そうだ。お姉ちゃん、斉藤編集部長知ってるよね。
Oh, that reminds me. You know Chief Editor Saito?
第二編集部の。この間更新の打ち合わせやったから知ってるわよ。
The guy from the second editorial board? Yeah, I had a meeting with him about the site update recently. That said, I didn't think she'd ever met him directly, considering she was assigned to the first editorial board. I wasn't close with him myself. We'd only spoken a few times to review the contents of each update.
今日のお葬式、斉藤部長のだったの。
The funeral I went to today, it was his.
病気？
What? Was he sick? As far as I knew, he was an incredibly fit and healthy guy. The last person I'd expect to drop dead overnight.
自殺。
Ooh.
だからそっちの面倒ごとにはあまり関わってる暇ないかも。
It was suicide. So yeah, I might not have time to deal with whatever issue you're having.
ちょっとそれってどういうことよ？
Excuse me? What's that supposed to mean?
第二の仕事のお鉢がこっちに回ってくるから。
I mean, they're gonna make me cover for the second board.
あとお姉ちゃんがこんな時間に電話って大抵ろくでもない用事の時だから。
And you only ever call me this late at night when you're up to no good. She'd seen right through me.
じゃあ第三編集部の人紹介してくれない？あそこオカルトとかゴシップ関係の部署だったでしょ？
Okay then, can you put me in touch with someone from the third editorial board? That's the one that handles all the gossip and paranormal stuff, right? Shoko fell silent. After a solid 30 seconds of dead air, I heard a frustrated sigh.
お姉ちゃん、第三編集部独立したんだってば。ミスティ出版って名前変えて。
Oh, we can click something. Sis, I already told you the third board went independent. Changed their name to Misty Publishing and everything. Let's click it. New publishing firm. Oh, let me read that. Misty Publishing promises something. I can't read it. The third board of Light Publishing has been reborn. Now, as Misty Publishing, we're bringing back all the content you know and love. The Lost Continent. Scary science. True fear. Bigger and better than ever. We hope our faithful readers will continue to join us as we take our first steps on this new journey together. Okay?
あれ？そうだっけ？
Wait, really? So the fact that this is something we can click and get a special tip about, I assume it's very relevant.
ウェブサイトのデザインリニューアルするときにあそこの更新なくなるって話したでしょ？
Remember when we overhauled the site design and I told you that we wouldn't need that section anymore?
高一にもちゃんと説明させたじゃな
I
い。
even had Koichi give you all the details. Watabe Koichi was Shoko's boyfriend and a former editor on the third board. Did he get recruited to this Misty Publishing then? Evidently, my age was taking its toll on my memory. Didn't she say she was like early 30s, mid 30s at best? She's not that old. No, that's right. I had been buried under a crushing workload at the time of the site overhaul. That would explain it. Not that it mattered, ultimately.
明日あたり高一に電話させるけど、それでいい？
I'll have Koichi call you sometime tomorrow. Does that work for you? She sounded more than a little annoyed about this. Maybe she'd been forced to work overtime to cover the second board.
お願いできる？
That would be great if possible.
わかったけど、お姉ちゃん大丈夫？
Consider it done. Look, are you sure you're alright?
どうして？
Why do you ask?
斉藤部長のこと何も聞かないから。
You didn't even ask me how Chief Saito died.
聞いていいのかな？
How did he die then?
迷宮入りで自殺にほぼ確定って感じ。
No one knows for sure. The cops have basically thrown in the towel.
聞かなきゃよかった。
I wish I'd never asked. It must have been a terribly gruesome death. And considering what I was forced to endure lately, I wasn't sure I could handle any more discussion on the topic.
じゃあ、光一くんに連絡よろしくって伝えて。待ってるから。
Well, let Koichi know I'm looking forward to hearing from him, okay? I'll be waiting.
わかった。
Okay, will do.
じゃあ、
Bye. I ended the call and found Hisamatsu-san staring at me intently.
何？
What?
結城さんの妹って割としっかり者？
Is your sister one of those overachiever types? What's it to ya?
かなり。
You could say that.
よくわかる気がする。
Thought so. What was that supposed to mean? Hisamatsu-san nodded in understanding, downed his mug and hopped to his feet. He pointed over at the bedroom door.
そっちにベッドあるから 結城さんはそっちで寝てくれます？
The bed's that way. It's all yours. Heh.
久松さんは？
What about you?
俺はあっちの書斎で寝るよ。
I'll sleep in the study. A grad student with his own private study. Classy. I mean, he's in a smallish apartment in like his early 20s. It's not that weird that he'd have another room as a study. Like, come on, girl. Still, I felt bad stealing his bed.
私が書斎で寝るのが筋だと思うんだけど。
I'm the guest here. I should sleep in the study.
恐ろしい思いしたんだから、あまり気にしないでぐっすり寝たら。
After the hell you went through tonight, you deserve a peaceful night's rest, at least.
でも、
But
顔が青いからさ、早く寝た方がいいよ。
you look like you need it. Go on, get in bed. Evidently, I didn't get a say in the matter. Part of me felt guilty, but another part of me was massively relieved. And so, I slept like a baby, tucked up in the bed of a man I'd only just met yesterday. Chapter 16. The morning arrived without incident. I awoke to the sounds of activity in the apartment and the gentle rays of sunlight streaming in through the curtains. I got out of bed, slid the door open, and finally remembered that I'd spent the night at Hisamatsu-san's place.
あ、おはよ
Good morning. Morning. In stark contrast to my sleepy haze, Hisamatsu-san was briskly preparing breakfast.
う。ほら、座って。よく眠れました？
Go on, have a seat. Sleep well? Per his request, I took a seat at the table and he set a cup of coffee down in front of me. Nah. He was practically waiting on me hand and foot.
いいお婿さんに。
I really wish they would turn her volume up to 100. I cannot hear a single thing she says. You'll make a good husband someday. Hisamatsu-san set a plate of toast down in front of me and laughed.
もらってくれます？
Oh, would you marry me? Come on, girl. He is just absolutely putting it out there. I could do far worse. Oh God, I can't believe I'm even joking about that. Thankfully, Hisamatsu-san had walked into the study, so he might not have heard me. I yawned and took a sip of coffee. Just then, my cell phone rang. I dug it out of my purse. It was Shoko. I picked up instantly.
もしもし、翔子？
結城さん、俺ちょっと出るけど。
Yuki-san, I gotta step out for a bit. Uh-oh. Unfortunately, Hisamatsu-san called out to me right at that moment. I quickly gestured at him to hold on.
お姉ちゃん、今どこ？
Sis, where are you right now?
あ、いや、ちょっと出先で。
I'm just, out and about. She didn't need to know exactly where I was. Besides, it wasn't technically a lie.
で、何？
So, what's up? I knew she'd see through it, but I had to try.
高一の会社の人を紹介してもらえたの。もう話は通してあるから。電話番号は。
Koichi gave me some contact info for someone at his company. Said he's already explained the situation. The number is... She rattled off a phone number and I saved it in my address book.
わざわざありがとう。助かったわ。じゃあ、私申し訳ないけど、これから用事が。
Thank you so much. You've been a huge help. Anyway, sorry to cut this short, but I've got an errand to run, so...
いいけど、彼氏。後で紹介しなさいよ。
No problem. Just be sure to introduce me to your boyfriend sometime. Got her. Busted at the finish line.
違う。
No, wait, you've got the wrong idea. I could deny it until I was blue in the face, but there was no telling whether she'd actually believe it.
じゃあお姉ちゃん、またね。
Okay then, talk to you later. After we hung up, I stared down at my phone for a moment.
もう終わった？
So, I take it your phone call's over? The hesitation in his voice brought me back to my senses.
ごめんなさい。なんだっけ？
Oh, sorry, what were you saying?
俺ちょっと院に顔出してきますからゆっくりしててください。
I gotta swing by the school real fast. Just hang here for a bit, okay?
でも、迷惑じゃない？
But, wait, wouldn't you rather I left? Maybe it was a silly question at this point, considering I'd already spent the night here once, but he was still essentially an acquaintance at best. Nevertheless, Hisamatsu-san continued to pack up.
別に取るものないし、一人で帰るの怖いでしょ。だから別にいいです。
Nah, no worries. It's not like you're gonna rob me. Besides, aren't you too freaked out to go back to your apartment alone? He sounded rather matter-of-fact about it, but to me it sounded more than a little flippant. With that, he waved goodbye and walked out the door, leaving me with my lingering reservations. The sound of the lock seemed to echo in my ears. There wasn't much left for me to do once I ate breakfast and washed my dishes. I returned to the living room, impressed that his kitchen was so well kept for a young bachelor.
さてどうしよ
Okay, now what? I had a few options, but my time was likely best spent getting in contact with this Uchiyama person Shoko told me about. I got a pad of paper and a pen ready, pulled up the freshly created address book entry and hit the call button. After a few rings, a muffled masculine voice answered.
はい、内山です。
Uchiyama desu! Uchiyama speaking. How can I help you?
う。結城翔子の姉の結城かえと言いますが。
Hi, this is Yuki Shoko's sister, Kae. I wasn't sure how to introduce myself, but he seemed to understand right away.
ああ、ライト出版のね。聞いてますよ。何か住宅に関するネタだそうで。
Oh, right, from Light Publishing. I was told you have some information regarding an apartment.
ええ。内山さんがこの辺りの住宅関係の話に詳しいと聞いたもので。
Right, I was told you know a lot about the rental properties in this area.
ええ。訳あり物件に住み込むバイトなんかもよくやってます。
You could say that. I camp out in problematic houses as something of a side job.
訳あり物件に住み込むバイト
Problematic? According to Uchiyama-san, as long as there was someone living in a given property, the landlord would be spared having to explain anything to a new tenant. Ah yes, the famous Jiko Bukken. That said, very few people were interested in seeking out so-called problematic apartments to live in. So, in exchange for a temporary tenant, these property owners would let them write articles about their problematic spaces. Evidently, that was how Misty Publishing got material for its magazine.
それで、どの物件です？
A common enough story. So, tell me about this apartment.
M 市前原のシャトレロマーヌなんですけど。
Well, let's see. It's located in M City, Maebara, in a complex called Châtelet Romane.
ああ、あれだ。202号室のネタ。
Oh, the place with the infamous apartment 202. So it's already famous.
ご存知なんですか？
You know about it? Of all the places I expected this phone call to go, I never anticipated he'd name drop that one. Desperate hope burgeoned in my chest as I awaited his answer.
業界では密かに有名ですよ。住んでた大学生が山の中で自殺したあの部屋でしょう。
It's a well-known story in this business. That's the one where the tenant killed herself in the mountains, yeah? College girl.
ええ、そうです。
Yes, that's right. What kind of business did he mean exactly? I kept that little comment to myself, however.
あそこはガードが硬くてね。
It's hard to get in there.
その大学生の部屋は開かずの間になってるらしいし、その上下左右も入居審査が厳しくて住めないんです。
I'm told they've got that dead girl's apartment locked up tight, and they do a lot of digging on anyone who tries to move into the 4 apartments that share walls with it.
どうやら何か起こるらしいって噂は聞いてるんですけどね。
But yeah, I hear it gets pretty crazy there.
上下もですか？
Wait, 4? Even the ones above and below it?
ええ、今は誰も住んでないみたいですが。
Yes, apparently some tenants recently vacated 203 too.
この間203の中を見せてもらうって手はずになってたんですけどね。
Nearly got them to show us around inside, in fact.
その段取りをしたライターとは連絡が取れなくなっちまって。
But then we lost contact with the writer assigned to the case. What? So, Takahashi-san had been meaning to sell her spare key to Misty Publishing, of all places. Small world.
そんなわけであの物件に関してはお役に立てるような立てないようなというところですか。
So yeah, I'm afraid we might not have much information that could be of use to you. I see.
で、何をお聞きになりたかったんですか？
Anyway, what were you wanting to ask? Jumping to conclusions much? Shouldn't you ask that before you decide whether you can help me? I took a deep breath and put a lid on my sarcastic retorts.
その202で何があったか知りたかったんです。
Well, I want to find out what happened in 202.
好奇心でお聞きしますけど、何かあなた自身と関係が？
Out of curiosity, let me ask, how does this pertain to you exactly?
201に住んでるんです。
I'm a new tenant in apartment 201.
ぜひ取材させてください。
I'd be more than happy to interview you. Saw that one coming.
201では何が起こってるんですか？
What's going on in 201?
手を見ました。
I saw a hand.
手？どんな手ですか？いつ？どんな風に？
I love how excited he is over a simple hand. Oh my god, you saw a hand? Tell me everything about it. How many wrinkles did it have? A hand? What did the hand look like? When? What happened? This is why everyone hates reporter types, I thought to myself. I wasn't a big fan myself. Oh, come on, he's kind of cute. Well, for now, I needed to be patient.
待ってください。お話ししますけど、その前に202の情報を何かもらえませんか？
Now hold on, sir. I'll tell you everything I know. But first, what can you tell me about 202?
202の情報ですか。前にそのアパートの管理会社の社長が自殺したのはご存知ですか？
202, you say? Well, did you hear that the CEO of the apartment's previous real estate agent offed himself?
はい。奥さんが入院してることも知ってます。
Yes, and his wife's in the hospital.
どうもそのアパート、社長が女を囲ってたらしいって噂はあるんですよ。
Well, rumor has it the CEO kept a harem of women in that apartment.
202にですか？
In 202? How do they all fit?
女子大生は違いますよ。でも部屋番号まではちょっと。
The college girl wasn't part of it though. But surely it couldn't have been a coincidence.
女子大生が自殺した日、その近辺で社長の車は目撃されてるんです。アリバイはあったらしいんですけど。
The day she killed herself, a witness reported seeing the CEO's car in the area. He had an alibi though.
どこですか？
Where was it seen?
大家の家です。その社長と大家はどうやら親戚関係にあったらしいですね。
Parked at the landlady's house. Supposedly, they're related. You learn something new every day, I thought to myself. So the landlady and the former CEO of the real estate agency were related. Okay, that makes sense. Like, that's not super uncommon, I suppose.
あとは社長が入れ上げてたらしいホステスもその半年くらい前に姿を消してるんです。
Oh, and supposedly the CEO's favorite hostess went missing about 6 months prior to that. Oh no, not the hostess.
ですがこれはフィリピンに帰ったんじゃないかって噂ですね。
Though rumor has it she just went back to the Philippines. I wasn't sure how much of his word I could trust. Still, I appreciated the new leads regardless. I asked him for the name of the bar the missing hostess had previously worked at, then gave him the rundown of all that had happened to me since I moved in. As I spoke, Uchiyama-san grew more and more excited.
なんとか取材できないですかね。
Any chance we could film there?
私に言われても。
I'm not the one to ask. I wasn't exactly protective of the apartment by any means, but I didn't feel comfortable letting strangers in there either. For now, we ended the call with a mutual agreement to get in touch if either of us discovered any new information. My leads were few, but at least I had something. After that, I decided to return Hisamatsu-san's kindness by tidying up his apartment while I waited for him to arrive. Okay. So we have some more potential information. We have the landlady and the CEO are related. The CEO apparently kept a harem of women in that apartment. He had a favorite hostess from the Philippines who went missing. who maybe went home, maybe didn't, we don't know yet. And the college girl, I think she was the last one to live in that apartment, was not part of the harem, apparently. And also the apartment is famous. And people who try to live in any of the connecting apartments get vetted before they can even go in, which is interesting. Oh, it's intriguing. Come back next week. Let's find out more about what's happening. I'll see you guys then. See ya. I'm back. You still alive in here? Welcome back, everybody. Sure enough, Hisamatsu-san returned to the apartment around noon.
見た通り
Yeah, obviously.
よかった。この部屋が大丈夫なことは十分知ってますけど、やっぱりちょっと心配で。
Good, good. I knew you'd be safe here, but I couldn't help worrying. Maybe you need to unclench, I thought. Her buttocks. And yet, at the same time, I appreciated his concern.
じゃあ、ゆうきさん、部屋に戻ります？
What next, Yuki-san? Going back to your place?
そうします。今日はネットが開通するからどうしても部屋にいなくちゃいけなくて。
Sounds about right. My internet's getting hooked up today, so I'll need to be there for that. Plus, I still had some work to do. I needed to hurry up and finish the site update for Shoko's company.
玄関先まで付き合いましょうか？
Want me to, wink wink, nudge nudge, walk you to your door? Hisamatsu-san sounded a bit shy. After a moment of consideration, I nodded.
お願いします。
That'd be great. I wanted to believe I'd be fine during daylight hours. But as it turned out, my fear had taken up permanent residence here. I knew there was no point in putting on a tough act for Hisamatsu-san. Admittedly, it was a little silly to think of how much courage it took to walk down a single flight of stairs. Yet there I was, standing before door 2201. Feels like we're missing a word there. Like I was about to head into the belly of the beast.
じゃあ入りますね。
Okay, here I go.
はい。
Right. Behind me, I could hear the tension in his voice. I slid the key into the lock and turned it, unlocking the door with a metallic click. I opened the door to find my apartment waiting for me, shrouded in dim tranquility. The beige curtains didn't seem to have much of an effect on this place. Why did it feel so stuffy in here? Was it just because the windows were shut, or was it something else? I flung the door open and stepped inside. Just then, I felt something touch my shoulder.
俺ですよ。
Whoa, it's just me. I was so startled, I startled Hisamatsu-san in return. I'd forgotten he was there. You just literally spent all that time with him and he just asked if he could walk you down and he was standing behind you at the door and in that split second you forgot he was there. Okay.
俺どうしましょう？
Should I...
ここで帰り
Well,
ます。
he's still talking. Should I go back to my place for now, or... It was clear that, as a man, he felt bad potentially intruding on my space. But I shook my head.
お願いだからもうちょっと付き合って。
Please stay with me just a little while longer.
そう言われるとドキドキしますね。
Wow, never had a lady say that to me before. Wink wink.
そういう意味じゃないんだけど。
I didn't mean it like that. I shot him a glare and he raised his hands in defeat. Was he joking or not? It was hard to tell sometimes. Girl, he is shooting all the shots and you're just like dodging like the Matrix.
じゃあお邪魔します。
Okay, will do. Thanks for having me, I guess.
まだ片付いてませんけど。どうぞ。
Sorry for the mess. Make yourself at home. I took my shoes off and walked inside. How could there be mess? Like, she's barely been in this apartment in like the 2 days that she's lived in it. On my way to the living room, however, I stepped in something cold. Was it the wet towel?
どうしまし
What's wrong?
玄関の電気をつけてくれます。
Could you turn on the light there by the front door? Oh, there's stains on the ground. At my request, the hallway light flicked on. Well, to be fair, she did run out of the bathroom naked. I looked down at the floor to find that I'd inadvertently stepped in a puddle of water. On the left side of the hallway was the bathroom, tub and toilet separated, as it should be. On the right was a small room that I designated my office space. Last night I'd been in such a flurry that I'd probably dripped water all over the place. Again, you literally ran out of the shower still wet. And yet, something felt off. I started to crouch down to get a better look, then stopped. The puddle stretched from the bathroom to the office. Capital letters, but I never went into the office last night. Dun dun dun.
ゆきさん、大丈夫ですか？
You okay, Yuki-san? Frozen in place, I felt myself start to tremble. Just then, Hisamatsu-san gently touched my hand, concerned.
一体何が？
What is it?
久松さん、ちょっとお願いがあるんですけど。
Hisamatsu-san, could you do me a favor?
何でしょう？
What's that?
この右のドア、応接室なんですけど、中を覗いてもらえませんか？
This door on the right leads to my office. Can you check inside?
わかりました。
Okay. Hisamatsu-san slipped past me in the narrow hall. Then he paused for a moment. Evidently, he'd stepped in the puddle too. You could have warned him of that. That's a little gross. Don't mind stepping in my puddle. He quickly checked the sole of his foot. Ew. Then pushed open the door to the office. I'd be so upset. Especially if he was wearing new socks. I heard the flick of the light switch. Then he fell still.
何かありました？
Is something in there? Hisamatsu-san grimaced. Whatever he was looking at, he seemed to have trouble putting it into words.
そうですね。濡れてます。
That's what she said. Well, it's just kinda wet. What? The floor?
そうですね。なんというか、モップで拭いたような感じで。
Yeah, almost like someone dragged a mop through here. Ew.
モップで。
A mop? I peered into the room behind him. The office was about the size of a standard bedroom, furnished with a sofa set and a few bookcases. Ina. Between the sofa and bookcases were two long streaks of water stretching from the far wall to the door. That's a bit weird. Almost as though something had been dragged along the floor. Oh. Nah. No, yeah, nah. That's a big no thank you from me. What is that? As I began to tremble all over, Hisamatsu-san rushed into the bathroom, then returned with a towel. He tossed it to the floor and began to wipe up the water. It wasn't surprising he knew his way around, considering the layout of my apartment was identical to his. I mean, your apartment has 2 rooms. It's not hard. Once the water was all wiped up, he went and turned on the lights in the living room, all before I could even get a word in. Then he strode over to the windows and flung open the curtains. All at once, the apartment brightened up.
とりあえず、顔でも洗って落ち着いてください。俺、応接室にいますから。
For now, just go wash your face and calm down, alright? I'll be in the office. Yeah, okay. To think I felt so unsafe in my own home. I splashed some water on my face, brushed my teeth, then headed to the bedroom to change clothes. I already had half a mind to leave and go somewhere else. I couldn't bear to stay here any longer, not even for just an hour. I pulled some clothes from the drawer and tossed them on the bed, and as I started to get changed, it occurred to me. This was only my 3rd day living here, and I hadn't slept in my own bed even once. The first night I slept on the sofa, and last night I slept in someone else's apartment upstairs. Hisamatsu-san has a name. Please use it. Would I ever be able to live here in peace? As I pulled my pants on, my gaze wandered over to the walls and settled on a single point. What's that? Uh-oh. After everything I'd seen in Takahashi-san's apartment, after everything Hisamatsu-san had told me, somehow the stain on the wall just didn't seem right. Whatever. It's just a stain. Just a stain. Did I actually believe that? Or did I just want to believe that? Suppressing the icy terror that threatened to rear its head once more, I slid my arms through the sleeves of my jersey knit top. But just then, as if waiting for the exact moment I turned my attention away from the wall, bam! Oh, bam! It was almost as though someone was trying to make their presence known. Bam! I'm right here. Bam!
Yuki-san!
Hisamatsu-san heard my scream and dashed into the room. Nevertheless, the banging intensified. Bam, 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 bam. Bam. In response, Hisamatsu-san slammed the wall back. No, you.
お前か。姉ちゃんをあんな風にしたのはお前か。
Was it you, huh? Are you the thing that broke my sister? His fury echoed through the room. He's gonna beat the crap out of this ghost. Bam! With one final bang, the noise stopped, leaving nothing but the sound of Hisamatsu-san's elevated breathing. Okay, well, that happened. Chapter 18. An indeterminate, amount of time passed. Hisamatsu-san finally pulled his hand away from the wall and looked back at me. The moment he laid eyes on me, however, he quickly averted his gaze and bolted from the bedroom.
応接室にいますから早く服着てください。
I'll be in the office, so hurry up and put some clothes on, okay? A wink wink. That was the moment I realized I hadn't quite finished putting my top on. These things happen. I let out an ugly shriek, pulled the shirt on over my head and quickly left the room. The tension from earlier had eased somewhat, but at my core, I was still shook. The ghost was just upset that she was naked and they had to look at her. I peered in through the crack in the office door to find Hisamatsu-san standing there, staring quietly at the floor.
久松さん大丈夫？
Hisamatsu-san, are you okay?
大丈夫ですよ。白いブラなんて見てないし。
I'm fine. I totally didn't see your white bra or anything.
しっかり見てるじゃないの。
Sure you didn't. Despite my retort, silence fell between us once more. 10 seconds passed. She counted them. Then Hisamatsu-san sighed heavily.
怖いですね。
This place gives me the creeps. Yeah. I was hardly going to deny it.
久松さんでも怖いと思うんだ。
I'm surprised. I didn't think you were scared.
そりゃ怖いですよ。
Of course I
なっ
was.
てたでしょ。
Couldn't you tell? No, actually. But I decided to keep that part to myself.
そうは見えないって言いたそうですね。
That's a no, judging from the look on your face. Yeah, no, not really.
まあ自分でもそうかなと思いますけどね。
I guess I could see it. The vibe between us was a little awkward somehow. Then Hisamatsu-san walked up to me.
ゆうきさん、今日はこの家にいなきゃいけなかったんでしたっけ？
You said you have to stay here today for some reason, right?
仕事のデータを送らなきゃいけないけど。
Yeah, I need to submit some files to a client.
パソコンはあれですか？
Is that the computer you're using? He shot a glance in the direction of the desktop PC I had set up in the living room, and I nodded.
じゃああれ、俺の部屋に移動しましょうよ。
Why don't we just take it up to my place? Bro, if it's like one of the early to mid 2000s PCs, you're gonna want to be a weightlifter to lug all that up.
は？
What? I couldn't believe my ears.
私のパソコンを久松さんの部屋に？
You want to move my computer into your apartment?
いや、冷静に考えてですよ。夜いられますか？
Well, let's think about this for a sec. You really think you can stay here at night? I shook my head without a second thought.
でもだったらデータだけでも送らせてもらえればそれでいいんだけど。
But all I really need to do is send the files and I should be good to go.
俺思うんですけど。
The way I see it. Hisamatsu-san slipped past me and walked into the living room. He put his hands on his hips and glared in the direction of the bedroom.
202に潜む何かよくわからないものは多分相当根が深いもののように感じるんですよね。
I don't know what's lurking in 202, but whatever it is, it feels pretty rooted in there, you know?
ここにいる限り必ずアプローチしてくる。
So as long as you're here, it'll keep lashing out. Something told me he was right. Whoever she was, evidently the depth of her grudge was fearsome enough to warrant attacks on brand new tenants at all hours of the day and night.
上下左右に及ぶアピールか。
Lashing out in all four directions too. I thought back on what Uchiyama-san had told me. Meanwhile, Hisamatsu-san looked at me dubiously.
何それ
What do you mean?
201に203、302と102。201は私がいるけど、他のところは人がいないんでしょ。
201, 203, 302, and 102. Obviously, I'm living in 201, but what about the rest?
302は誰も入ってませんね。そういえば。102はよく知らないけど。
302 is empty, now that you mention it. I don't know about 102.
とりあえず今日は久松さんのところからデータは送らせてもらうとして、今夜ちょっと付き合ってほしいんだけど。
Alright, for now I'll borrow your internet to submit my files. Do you have some time later tonight?
デートです。
For a date, this guy just keeps shooting all his shots.
まあそんなところ。
Sure, something like that. He's in! My casual response seemed to catch him off guard.
突っ込まれると思ったの。
Didn't expect you to play along.
まあたまには。
Oh, come on, if these two don't get together. I figured I'd throw you a bone now and then.
いいですけど。どこですか
Alright, I'm game. Where to?
今は秘密。
You'll see. I powered on my computer and pulled up the half-finished files. Time to wrap up the rest of the site update. At least while I have a bodyguard on standby.
1時間くらいここにいてもらえる？大悟くん。
Can I trouble you to stay here for about an hour or so, Daigo-kun?
いいですよ。で、あ、大悟って呼んだ。
No problem. Oh, hey, you called me Daigo. He looked at me in surprise, but I ignored it and focused on the work at hand. I mean, you've slept in the same apartment, so you could probably call him Daigo now.
白いブラも見られたことだし、当分お世話になりそうだし。私のことは帰って呼んでくれる？
It only seems fair, considering you've seen me in my bra. Plus, I imagine I'll be needing your help going forward too. Would you call me Kae?
カエさんって言うんだ。
So that's your name, huh? As I was busy typing, Daigo-kun suddenly leaned over my shoulder to look at the screen.
いい名前ですね。カエさん。
You have a very pretty name, Kae-san. Eh? Sometimes he threatened to give me a heart attack worse than any vengeful spook. I smiled stiffly, willing my racing heart to settle in my chest. Aww. They're cute. That evening, after the files were safely emailed, the two of us headed into town. We waited at a nearby bus stop, then took a bus to the next town over. On the way, I gave Daigo-kun a general overview of everything Uchiyama-san had told me. He folded his arms in contemplation.
ホステスの愛人か。その人が弓原さんのルームメイトって考えるのが妥当ですかね。
An affair with a hostess, huh? Maybe she was Yumihara-san's roommate then.
まだわからないわ。内山さんの情報だとフィリピンに帰ったらしいから。
It's hard to say. According to Uchiyama-san, she may have gone back to the Philippines.
で、そのホステスが勤めてたキャバクラに
And now we're going to check out the hostess club where she worked.
まあそういうこと。ああいうところって女性一人じゃ入れてくれないのよ。
Basically. And these sorts of places don't let single women inside, so...
なんだ、そういうことか。
Ah, I gotcha. He looked so blatantly disappointed, I couldn't help but giggle.
まさか本当にデートだと思ったわけじゃないでしょ。
This girl just keeps destroying him at every single turn. Come on, you didn't actually think we were going on a date, did you?
そりゃそうだけど、そうはっきり利用目的を言われるとちょっとへこむんですけど。
Well, no, but it kinda sucks being told point blank that I'm only good for my body. There it is. What a cutie. Get it? Smiling to myself, I gazed outside the window. We'd come pretty far into the central downtown area by now, and our stop was fast approaching. The bus turned onto another street, and the sunset's rays blindsided me. I reached up to pull the window shade down. Uh-oh. Just then, the sun slipped behind a skyscraper, casting a shadow over the bus. I let out a tiny squeak.
カエさん
Daigo-kun called out in alarm behind me.
なんでもない。多分見間違いよ。
It's nothing. I think I was just seeing things.
本当に
You sure? Definitely sure. The hand I saw reflected on my shoulder in the window, it was just a trick of the shadows. No way in hell was I about to let that thing follow me everywhere. I whipped the window shade down and sat back in my seat. Then I heard the bus driver announce our stop. Chapter 19. Club Berry was a hostess club located deep in the heart of the downtown area. Daigo-kun and I stopped by at a nearby diner to grab a quick bite to eat and then headed for the club. This was the place where President Koyama's paramour allegedly worked. Neither of us were especially familiar with this sort of establishment. We went in preparing to stick out like a couple of sore thumbs, but once we were inside, we realized we'd been worried for nothing. The inside of the club was dimly lit with about 10 tables scattered around. Yes, I've played Yakuza as well. The interior wasn't too fancy either. Evidently, this club was on the dingy end of the scale. Oh. We took our seats at a table and requested the hostess with the longest tenure. After a moment, a woman much older than me appeared, her face full of heavy makeup.
いらっしゃいませ。こちら、初めてね。
Oh, I love her voice already. Welcome! Is this your first time? Eriko put on a professional smile and promptly served us our drinks.
ええ、エリコさん、この店じゃ一番古株だそうですけど、何年ですか？
It is. I'm told you've been with the company the longest, Eriko-san. How many years has it been?
そうね。もうかれこれ8年近くいるかしら。あら、こちらかわいい子。そのブションひげが好みだわ。ねえ、いくつ？
That's just the way of speaking is creeping me the hell out. It's great. Let's see. Somewhere around 8, maybe? Oh my, now here's a piece of eye candy. Love me a man with a bit of stubble. How old might you be?
23です
23. Question mark.
あらあら。今が食べ頃って感じ。
Oh, I see. Ripe for the picking then?
えいやちょっと食べ頃って
What's that supposed to mean? She slid in close to him and ran a hand down his thigh. He seemed quite flustered. Apparently, he wasn't used to this sort of attention. Unfortunately, I needed to use him as bait if I wanted the hostess to answer my questions.
それじゃあ、高山さんって知ってます？
Did you know Koyama-san then? Eriko-san perked up and nodded.
ああ、知ってるわよ。お気の毒だったわね。自殺だったんでしょ。羽振りは良さそうだったのに。
Sure did. Rest his soul. S word, was it? His business was doing so well too.
らしいですね。この店はよく来てたって聞いたんですけど。
So I've heard. And I'm told he frequented here too.
ええ、エミーナちゃんがお気に入りでね。でも、あの子が帰国したら来なくなっちゃったけど。
Oh yes, he was a big fan of Emina-chan. But once she went back to her home country, he stopped coming around. Then she did go back to the Philippines after all. So much for the theory that she was Motoko-san's roommate.
エミーナさんっていつ頃帰国したんですか？
When did this Emina-san leave Japan? At this, Eriko-san stared at me and fell silent.
何か
Is something wrong? Had I struck a nerve? I shot Daigo-kun a puzzled glance. Then, Eriko-san lowered her voice.
ねえ、まさか警察？
Look, you're not a cop, are you?
いいえ。
No. I shook my head, but Eriko-san's sharp gaze didn't waver.
あんたたち一体何のためにうちの店に来たの？
What are you people doing here exactly? Apparently something I said made her put her guard up. I gave her a quick rundown of everything happening back at Châtelet Roman. Once she decided I wasn't with the cops, her expression softened.
そういうことなの。いえね、ミーナちゃん不法就労だったから。
I see. Well, Emina-chan was working illegally at the time. In other words, she hadn't obtained a proper work visa. If she was caught, she would have been deported on the spot. No wonder she thought we were the cops then.
ミーナちゃん、社長さんが亡くなる半年くらい前に帰ったのよ、確か。
As I recall, Emina-chan went back home about 6 months before President Koyama died.
それ間違いありません。
You're sure about that?
お店の寮もその時に引き払ったし、何よりお店の子が見送りに行ったのよ、空港まで。
That was when she left the employee dorm. Not to mention, one of our employees saw her off at the airport.
そうなんですか。
Oh, really?
ねえ、マリーちゃん。
Yeah, isn't that right? Muddy-chan. They've spelt it as Mary-chan, but she said Muddy, so I'm going to say Muddy-chan. Eriko-san turned and called out to an innocent-looking young woman nearby. When Muddy turned to look, Eriko-san waved her over.
マリーちゃん、このお客さんたち、ミーナちゃんのこと聞きたいんだって。
Muddy-chan, these folks here are asking about Emina-chan. Muddy took a seat at the attendance station and bowed politely.
こんにちは、マリーです。
Maybe it is Mary. Mary. I'm just going to call her Mary. Screw it. Hello, I'm Mary. Nice to meet you. Thick accent aside, there we go. I found I could understand her just fine. Eriko-san poured a drink for Mary-chan.
マリーちゃんもフィリピン
There's so many pronunciations of this name, oh my gosh.
ミーナちゃんとは仲良かったのよね。
Mary-chan here is from the Philippines too. She had a lot in common with Emina-chan, so they got along well.
はい、ミーナにはとても仲良くしてもらいました。
Yes, Emina was always very kind to me. She nodded with a sad smile.
じゃあ彼女が帰った時寂しかったでしょう。
You must have been sad to see her go, huh?
はい。
Yes. My remark had been casual at best, and yet I noticed a slight pause in her response. I glanced at Eriko-san, but evidently she'd lost interest now that Mary was the focus of the conversation, as she was busy flirting with Daigo-kun. She didn't seem particularly interested in me, but that was fine. Daigo-kun was so flustered with Eriko-san hanging all over him, it was actually a little painful to watch. But he'd have to deal with it for a little longer.
エミーナさんって高山さんの愛人だったって聞いたけど、本当？
I heard Koyama-san had an affair with Emina-san. Is that true? Mary paused. It wasn't an awkward pause though. I got the sense she was merely searching for the right words.
高山社長、ミーナのいいお客さんでした。週に2回か3回通ってた。
President Koyama was Emina's best client. He came 2 or 3 times a week.
じゃあ2人はお店だけの関係だったの？
So their relationship didn't leave the club?
ミーナ、高山社長にいろいろ買ってもらってたみたい。同伴もたくさんしてたけど、よくわからない。
I am not sure. President Koyama bought for Emina many things. They spent a lot of time together. So far, Koyama sounded like any other patron. It sounded to me like she was keeping the details of their relationship vague on purpose.
ねえ、高山社長ってモテた？
So, was President Koyama popular with the girls? Mary thought for a moment.
高山社長、お金よく使う人。みんな指名は欲しがったけど、あまりアフターは。
President Koyama liked to spend money. Everyone wanted to be chosen by him during work. But not after work. Uh-oh. Not the most popular guy around then. Maybe he didn't have a harem of paramours after all. Just then, I felt a tap on my arm. I glanced over to find Daigo-kun imploring me silently with his eyes. Eriko-san slung around his neck.
カエさん、俺もう無理。
Kae-san, I can't take much more of this. As for Eriko-san, she was eager to get him to keep drinking with her. Well, yes, that's how she gets paid. At this point, I was starting to feel genuinely bad for him.
じゃあそろそろおいとましましょうか。
Well, I guess we should get going.
そうしましょう。明日も仕事ですし。ね。
What she said, we've got work tomorrow, real early, right? Daigo-kun nodded vigorously, piping up with a fabricated excuse of his own invention. Maybe he just wasn't cut out for clubbing.
マリーさん、チェックをお願いします。
Mary-san, can we get the check? Once we finished paying our bill, I dragged a tottering Daigo-kun outside. He had a 1,000-yard stare, his cheeks covered with bright red lipstick marks.
さて、じゃあ次行きますかね。
With that out of the way, on to the next one. His eyes widened in terror.
まだ行くの？
We're not done yet.
今度はちょっとこの近くの知り合いの店にね。
I just want to swing by a friend's place nearby.
そこもキャバクラ？
It's not another hostess club, is it?
違うわよ。
Nope.
よかった。
Oh, thank God. I felt a little guilty seeing the relief on his face. He's so cute. Our next destination was quite possibly going to be even more awkward for him. Truth be told, I just felt like going since we were in the area.
じゃあ行きましょうか。
Well then, let's get going.
近くですか？
How far is it?
あの
Excuse me. Before we could take another step, a voice called out to us from behind. We turned to find Mary-san standing there.
あら
Oh, hi. Timidly, she walked right up to me and whispered in my ear.
お話ししたいことあります。お店早く上がりますからどこかで待っててもらえますか？
I would like to speak with you about something. My shift is over soon, so would you wait for me somewhere? Was this about Emina?
一本先の通りのラメールってバー知ってる？
Do you know a bar called La Mer, about a block down from here? Mary-san nodded. I wasn't surprised, considering La Mer was fairly infamous in these parts.
そこにいるから。
I'll meet you there.
わかりました。
Okay. Mary-san nodded and went back into the Club Berry. Whatever it was she wanted to discuss, she seemed hesitant to do so around other people. Once she was gone, Daigo-kun and I headed down the bustling street. Okay. We're getting places. I don't think there's... Oh, we're up to chapter 20.
ちゃん久しぶり。
Oh my.
元気だった？
I'm already sold for the next chapter. I can't wait to come back. So we visited a hostess club. Daigo-kun got angry at the ghost in the wall and tried to punch it, as you do. That was about it this week. But it was interesting. And this looks intriguing. Come back next week. Let's find out what's going on. I'll see you guys then. See ya. Welcome back. Oh, hey, it's Kaya-chan. Long time no see. How have you been, girl? Oh, that's right. We got accosted by someone outside, didn't we?
久しぶりってついこの間来たじゃない。
What do you mean, long time no see? I was just here the other day. As soon as I walked in, Mama Nancy pulled me into a big bear hug. This level of familiarity was reserved for us regulars, but to Daigo-kun, it seemingly came as quite a shock. The music is certainly jamming.
カエさん、ここって。
Kaya-san, is this...
あら、こちらかわいいのね。かえちゃんの彼氏。
Oh, who's the cutie? Your boyfriend? She?
いいえ、ママへの貢ぎ物。
No, I brought him here as a gift for you.
あら嬉しい。今日はどんどん飲ませちゃうわよ。
Oh, you're so thoughtful. I'm gonna get you drunk tonight, mister.
いや、俺もう飲んできたんで。
I'm good, thanks. We drank before we got here. Whoa!
遠慮はダメダメ。ほーらいらっしゃい。かわいこちゃん1名様よ。
Don't be shy now. Come on in, you little slice of cheesecake, you. I love this translation, it's actually top tier. Daigo-kun smiled stiffly as Mama Nancy pulled him into a hug, then escorted us to a table in the back. As we took our seats in the booth, senior staff Anna-chan squeezed in next to us. Daigo-kun smiled stiffly as Mama Nancy pulled him into a hug, then I'm reading it again, I'm so confused because the picture changed, I thought the text did too. As it happened, La Mer was a drag queen bar. They didn't put on any drag shows, but Mama's magnetic charm meant she always had a full house. I mean, I'm already sold. I want to go. I used to come here all the time, back before I moved away.
そういえばカエちゃん、引っ越しは終わったの？
So, Kaya-chan, did you finish your big move?
この時期はお客さんの引っ越しをよく聞くわよね。常連の鎌首ちゃんも引っ越してなかった？
Lots of customers moving this time of year. Isn't our old pal Kamakubi-chan moving too?
そうよ。お手伝いに行くって言ったのに断っちゃうんだから。
Sure is. I offered to help and everything, but he shot me down.
あら釣れない。
Oh, that's spoil sport. Anna-chan passed out a warm and damp, not two words I like together, hand towel to each of us as she spoke. Last time I was here, they threw me a little party to celebrate my getting a new apartment.
引っ越しか。終わったといえば終わったんだけど。
Moving sucks. I'm technically all moved in, but
何か気になることでもあるの？
what's wrong? Something bothering you? Across the table, Mama began to pour drinks for us, her muscular body pressed right up against Daigo-kun. In contrast, Anna-chan was on the slender side, with a flamboyant tattoo peeking out from the back of her dress. Ooh.
引っ越したアパートが曰く付きでね。
My new apartment has a bit of a dark past.
曰くつき？やだ、幽霊でも出るの？
What do you mean? Oh gosh, don't tell me it's haunted. Both Daigo-kun and I fell silent in unison. Actually, Daigo-kun had been quiet to begin with, considering he was wrapped up in Mama's embrace.
あ、やだ。まさか本当に？
No way. You're joking, right?
かえちゃんって M 市に引っ越したんだっけ？
Kaya-chan, you moved to M City, isn't that right?
M 市前原ってところ。
Mm-hmm. M City, Maebara.
前原。
Maebara? Her arm around Daigo-kun's hips, Mama furrowed her brow as though she recognized the name. Daigo-kun seemed to notice this too.
シャトレ・ロマーヌってアパートです。知ってます。
Châtelet d'Oman Apartments. Ring a bell.
なに？大ちゃんもまさかそこに住んでるの？
What's this now, Dai-chan? Are you living there too? Evidently, he'd made it to nickname status in record time.
俺はカエさんの上の部屋に住んでるんです。
Yeah, I live in the apartment above Kaya-san's.
なるほどね。あそこ、よくない噂聞くのよね。ねえ、アンナ。
I see. You know, we hear a lot of bad rumors about that place. Isn't that right, Anna?
そもそも高山ちゃんの囲い部屋だしね。
Yeah, that's where Koyama-chan kept his mistress too.
ママ、高山社長も知ってるの？
Wait, you guys know about President Koyama? I hadn't expected to hear that name here, of all places. I took my drink and leaned forward across the table.
知ってるも何も、うちの乗客よ。高山ちゃん。確か近くのホステスにお熱だったじゃない？
How couldn't we? He was one of our best customers. And his little side piece worked at the hostess club down the street, as I recall.
アンナ、あの子、やだ。なんて名前だっけ？
Oh gosh. Anna, what was her name again? Just then, the front door jingled.
いらっしゃい。あら、マリーちゃん。
Welcome, welcome. Oh, if it isn't Marty-chan. Daigo-kun looked over my shoulder at the door, then lifted his hand in a slight wave. I turned to look, and sure enough, there stood, is it Mari-san, Mari-san, I'm just going to say Mari-san, in her street clothes. She looked a lot different in a thin knit sweater and jeans compared to her work uniform.
ママ、マリーさんのことを知ってるの？
You two know each other? I waved at Mari-san as she approached, and Mama nodded.
ええ、お友達とたまに来てくれてたもの。ずいぶんお久しぶりだけど。
Sure do. She used to come by with her friend every now and then. Haven't seen her in quite some time. Mari-san sat down beside me in the booth.
私たち外しましょうか？
Should we make ourselves scarce then? Anna-chan seemed to sense the tension in the air as she handed Mari-san her wet towel.
私は構わないわ。ママとアンナちゃんなら信用できるし。マリーさんもいいわよね。
You two can stay. I trust you guys. You don't mind, do you, Mari-san? Any regular of this bar was bound to feel the same. The place was actually rather well suited to business conversations. Even the seating was strategically placed to minimize potential eavesdropping. This was how Mama continued to expand her network of contacts.
そうね。確か小山ちゃんがお熱だったのって、マリーちゃんのお友達のエミーナちゃんだったのよね。
Oh, that's right. Koyama-chan's little side piece was actually good friends with Mari-chan here. Emina-chan, wasn't it? Unsurprisingly, Mama was already up to speed.
それで、マリーさんの話って。
So, what did you want to talk about, Mari-san? Mama must have sensed where this conversation was headed. She bowed out of the conversation, choosing instead to whip us up some bar snacks. Ina, I want some bar snacks. Mari-san took a sip of her drink and looked at me and Daigo-kun in turn.
その前に聞かせてください。どうしてエミーナのこと？
First, let me ask, why do you want to know about Emina? Come to think of it, Mari-san hadn't been there for the explanation. I decided to give her, Mama and Anna-chan a quick general overview of all that had happened since my move-in day. Once I was finished, Mari-san paused for a moment, then began to speak.
そのアパートに住んでた子のルームメイトがエミーナだったかわからないけど、エミーナフィリピンには帰ってないと思う。
I am not sure if Emina was really that college girl's roommate or not, but I don't think she went back to the Philippines.
どういうこと？
Why's that?
あの日、私確かに空港にいたけど、エミーナには会ってない。
I remember I went to the airport that day, but I didn't see Emina.
え？じゃあどうして彼女がその便でフィリピンに帰るって知ったんだ？
Huh? So, how did you know she was going home to the Philippines on that particular flight? Daigo-kun looked puzzled.
それはエミーナに聞いたから。
Well, because Emina told me. That wasn't the right question. But before I could ask, Mama beat me to it.
どうして乗ってるはずのエミーナちゃんが乗ってないって思ったの？
What made you think Emina-chan wasn't on the flight then? And why did you lie and tell everyone you saw her off? That was the biggest mystery of all.
私、エミーナにティケット見せてもらった。そこには確かにエミーナの名前と便名が書いてあった。
Emina showed me her ticket. It had her name and flight number.
でも空港にエミーナはいなくて乗ってない人のアナウンスもなかったよ。
But Emina was not in the lobby, and they did not call her name over the loudspeaker. In other words, her name wasn't mentioned in the final call for no-show passengers.
だからもしかしたら自分とは行き違いで乗ったんじゃないかと思った。
So you figured you must have just missed her? Mary nodded.
でもいくら考えてもおかしいの。私ちゃんと約束の時間の前に空港に行った。
But something about it is strange. I know I arrived ahead of our agreed meeting time.
ずっとギャーと見てたけど、それらしい人全然いなかったよ。ティケット用意したの小山さんね。
I never took my eyes off the gate, and yet no one resembling Emina ever came. And Koyama-san was the one who bought the ticket for her.
私、 高山さんが来た時に聞こうと思ったけど、高山さんそれから来なくなった。
I wanted to ask Koyama-san about it the next time he came to the club, but then he never came back.
おかしいといえばおかしいけど、おかしくないといえばおかしくないってところね。
I mean, sure, that's kinda weird. But then again, I feel like that sort of thing happens all the time. Anna-chan had a point. It was unusual, but by no means the final nail in the coffin.
おかしなこともう一つあるの。エミナに貸してた本、日本の郵便で届いたの。帰国してから1週間も後。
There is another weird thing. I got a package in the mail a week after that flight. It was a book that I lent to her.
それは確かにおかしいけど。
That is weird.
私、エミナはまだ日本にいると思ってる。だから、あのお店、まだやめられない。
I believe Emina is still somewhere in Japan. That is why I stay at the club.
なるほどね。
I see. Mama folded her arms in contemplation. I decided to ask the question I knew was on her mind.
高山さんってモテる人だったの？愛人が結構いたみたいだけど。
I heard Koyama-san had his fair share of illicit affairs. Was he a ladies' man?
モテないけど囲うのが好きだったのよ。金に明かせてね。
No, but he fancied himself a bit of a sugar daddy. He'd whip out his wallet at any opportunity.
嫌なタイプ。
Ugh, gross. Mama snickered.
そうね、嫌な男。もっと嫌なのは貧しい子を狙ってたことよ。
You can say that again. Even worse, he would target girls who needed the money.
何それ？
Are you serious?
日本人にはほとんど声をかけなかったのよね。
He never seemed interested in Japanese girls, though.
自分を持ち上げてくれる外国人の、それも国に仕送りしてるような子を選んでた。
Only foreign girls who were willing to sing his praises, especially those who were sending money back home.
そういう子を見つけては自分好みに囲ってたのよ。飽きたらポイ。
He'd find a girl, keep her around for a while, then once he was sick of her, toss her like yesterday's trash.
まあそれでも国に帰るお金くらいはあげてたみたいだけどね。
Still, it sounds like he forked out enough cash to get home with, at least. The man sounded like he'd been an awful piece of work while he was alive. Daigo-kun stared down at his drink, grimacing.
ねえ、かえちゃん、シャトレロマーヌって高山ちゃんの持ち物じゃないんでしょ？
Say, Kae-chan, Koyama-chan didn't own Châtelet Roman, right? Anna-chan busily poured another round of drinks.
親戚の持ち物らしいけど。どうして？
I think it belongs to a relative of his. Why?
なら間違いないんじゃないかしらね。ねえ、ママ。
I knew it. I'll bet that's the place. Right, Mama?
そうね。高山ちゃん、そこに女の子を囲ってたと思うわ。エミーナちゃんかどうかはわからないけど。
Yeah. I'll bet Koyama-chan kept a mistress there. Though whether or not it was Emina-chan, I can't say for sure.
なんでですか？自分のアパートで普通囲うものじゃないんです。
What makes you think so? Wouldn't most people want to move her into the same house with them? Mama laughed and gave Daigo-kun a patronizing hug. He's doing his best.
男は奥さんにバレないためならどんな小細工も労するのよ。
You'll understand someday when you get married. Men will go to great lengths to hide things from their wives.
ああ、どういう意味ですか？
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What do you mean?
高山ちゃんの奥さんたらすごく嫉妬深くてね。人情沙汰も珍しくないのよ。
Koyama-chan's wife was quite the jealous woman. To a violent degree, even.
だから高山ちゃんが女を囲うのは必ず自分のお友達の物件だったの。
So Koyama-chan always kept his women on properties that weren't his. I see. This wife of his sounded like a rather dangerous individual. From the way she looked laid up in that hospital bed, I never would have guessed.
それにね、小山ちゃん言ってたのよ。
Besides, Koyama-chan told me before.
何を？
Told you what? Mama smirked. The look in her eyes suggested that this was the real clincher of it all.
女子大生にお金を握らせてかくまわせてるって。ルームメイトの話。あながちガセじゃないと思うわ。
He told me he was bribing a college girl with money and a free apartment. Which leads me to believe there's some truth to the roommate thing. It felt like I was digging my way to the heart of the matter, bit by bit. I'd never been more sure of anything in my life.
じゃあ、そのルームメイトが。
Then the roommate was...
それは私にもわからないわ。大悟ちゃんと暑い夜でも過ごしたら思い出すかも。
I can't say for sure. Maybe a passionate night with Daigo-chan will jog my memory.
じゃあ、お好きにどうぞ。
Help yourself.
カエさん、それはやめて。
Kaya-san, throw me a bone here. Mama wrapped her arms around a teary-eyed Daigo-kun and planted a few enthusiastic kisses all over his face. Deja vu. Daigo-kun is certainly going through it tonight, the poor
冗
guy.
談はともかくとして、さすがにそこまではわからないわね。役に立たなくてごめんなさいね。
Anyway, all jokes aside, it's hard to say definitively. Sorry I can't help you there. Mama looked a little guilty. I smiled and shook my head.
仕方ないわ。他のところからも当たってみる。
It's not your fault. I'll keep digging around.
しかしかえちゃん、
But Kaya-chan... Anna-chan took my hand and gazed at me with tearful, anxious eyes.
そんな部屋じゃ怖くない？私だったら一日だっていられないわ。
Aren't you scared living there? If I were you, I wouldn't be able to stand it for even a single day.
幽霊だってぶっ飛ばしそうに見えるんだけど。
With a build like that, the average ghost would probably be more afraid of you.
あら。こう見えてか弱いんだから。あたし。
Oh, please. I'm not as strong as I look, you know.
怖いのよね、すごく。だから昨日は大悟くんの家に泊めてもらったのよ。
I'm definitely scared. So scared, in fact, I ended up spending the night at Daigo-kun's place last night. Mama pulled away from Daigo-kun completely.
あら、あんたたち、まさか。
Wait, are you too? She squinted at me dubiously, but I laughed, shook my head, and waved away her suspicions.
ないない、何にもない。
No, 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 absolutely not. Mama turned and shot Daigo-kun a sympathetic look. Oh,
あんた。
poor Daigo-kun is absolutely getting dragged tonight.
男に見られてないのね。こっちの世界に来る？
Poor thing. She doesn't even see you as a man. Well, if you're ever tempted to try out for the other team, you know where to find me.
結構です。
I'll pass, thanks. In the end, Mama nearly dragged us to an after party, but I insisted on taking a highly sloshed Daigo-kun home, so we hailed a taxi. I love that word, sloshed. It had been a very fruitful evening, but I was ready to drop. Once we arrived back at Châtelet d'Oman, I took us straight up to apartment 301 and the two of us crawled into bed. Ooh la la. Chapter 21. Uh-oh. I found myself paralyzed in the darkness. Moonlight poured in through the window, illuminating the ceiling. My eyes were the only part of me that could move. Where was I? What was I doing here? My body was frozen in place like a statue. It felt like a nightmare was threatening to rear its head at any moment. Bam! Out of nowhere, something shook the room. Bam! The impact shook the walls. Meanwhile, I could hear a faint sound in the distance. Schlip. I don't even know how to say that. Schlip. Bam. The explosive banging sounded like it was coming from the wall right beside me on the bed. That's a big no thank you from me. By contrast, the source of the other noise, the sticky noise, ew, was somewhere on the floor, a few feet away. That's gross. Bam. Bam. Bam, bam. Scared as I was, I couldn't even scream. All I could do was lie there, shaking, unable to lift a finger. The banging grew louder as the sticky sound grew closer. Then I realized it sounded like something was crawling along the floor. Something wet, crawling on all fours. Bam, 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 bam. A tiny shriek escaped my lips. I could see the wall moving out of the corner of my eye. Oh, no thank you. Wait, no, it wasn't just moving. She was writhing around inside the wall, almost like she was trying to push through. That's an absolutely giant fat no thank you from me. No thank you. Why is she inside the walls? And why are there wet, sticky sounds? Ugh. I could barely groan. Same. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't get the sounds out. It felt like something was strangling me. Then I saw it. Oh, that's no. Please, no. Oh. The hand broke through the wall and clawed at empty air. No, maybe broke through wasn't the right way to describe it. An arm-shaped protrusion jutted out from the wall, all the way to the elbow, like some kind of bizarre clay sculpture. The next thing I knew, the sticky sound had transformed into a dragging sound. Yet still, I was powerless to move. All I could do was look in the direction of the sound, directly to my right. The door to the next room came into view. Then I remembered I was in Daigo-kun's apartment. Creak, creak. An icy chill shot down my spine. The door slid open. Beyond it, darkness. The same instant, something touched my shoulder. Oh, no thank you, no thank you, no thank you, don't want any. I looked over to find the clay sculpture reaching out from the wall. Its fingers dug into my skin. Meanwhile, whatever had opened the door was now headed my way. I could see a dark shadow crawling its way up the bed. What it was, I couldn't say, but the tendrils of darkness wriggled their way closer. Stop! Stay back! I choked out the words in a tiny, useless whimper. Meanwhile, the clay hand clamped down tighter and tighter, hurting me, breaking me. The cluster of shadows slowly moved on top of me, crushing me, freezing me. The darkness pressed against my belly, pulsing as though it were alive. It throbbed hard as if to say, "This is where I stay." Then the real nightmare began. It's digging inside. Oh no. No. That's unwelcome. The shadow began to press hard against my stomach, like it was trying to burrow its way inside me. cold, crushing pain flared up from deep inside me, shooting from my pelvis to my spine, crushing my abdomen. A primal fear enveloped me. It's taking over. That fear far outranked any shadow me phantasm. Instantly, my voice broke free of its constraints. Dang, girl got some lungs. With that, the pressure on my stomach vanished, along with the pain in my shoulder. The shadow skidded away, and the next thing I knew, I was blinded by a bright light.
Kae-san! Kae-san!
I could hear someone calling my name, but I couldn't answer. My limbs finally freed, I buried my face in my hands, and felt someone pull me into their arms.
Kae-san! 大丈夫か? Kae-san!
Kae-san, are you okay?
そんなにわめかないで。頭痛い。
Stop shouting. My head hurts. My ears were ringing. Someone leaned over me, shielding me from the bright light. I slowly opened my eyes to find Daigo-kun looking back.
Kae-san. よかった.
Kae-san, thank God. Relieved, Daigo-kun leaned back. Then the fluorescent lighting blinded me again, and I squeezed my eyes shut.
大丈夫. 起きられる?
You okay? Can you sit up? Daigo-kun helped me into a sitting position. He still smelled faintly of alcohol. The clay sculpture was gone, as was the shadow that had been crushing my stomach. Relieved, I looked around the bedroom and saw beige curtains. I realized I was lying on a steel pipe bed. Daigo-kun?
何ですか?
What's up? Rubbing his eyes, he looked around the room, seemingly confused. Then he froze. Evidently, he'd noticed it too. Where are we? No answer. Instead, Daigo-kun got up and flung open the door to the next room. A familiar-looking sofa. A work desk. A pile of broken-down cardboard boxes in the corner. There was no mistaking it. This wasn't Daigo's apartment.
201ですかね.
Looks like 201, I'd say. His voice was tense. I was sure we'd gone to 301 after we got home from La Mer. I distinctly remembered Daigo-kun pulling out the key and unlocking the door. There was simply no way we could have come in here by mistake. And yet here we were, in 201. Hesitantly, I scanned the wall and stopped. It's bigger than it was yesterday.
何が?
What is? That. I pointed at the wall. Oh, no thank you. The stain was larger than I remembered. The bed was shaking. No, it was me. I was shaking. I heaved myself to my feet, knees quaking, and walked over to the pile of cardboard boxes. I grabbed one, then grabbed my packing tape and returned to the bedroom. Then I began to tape the cardboard over every inch of the bedroom wall like a woman crazed. As for Daigo-kun, he helped me in the task, all without a word. I needed to hide the wall. I needed to make sure that hand couldn't reach out at me anymore. Once we'd covered the whole wall, we grabbed my computer and headed upstairs to 301 before sunrise. So that's presumably why the next apartment was absolutely covered in newspapers. She's seeping out of the walls. Okay, chapter 22. Dawn of the fourth day. We're going to end this episode here. We're making progress. I'm intrigued. So we got some more information about Emina and how she was possibly the roommate of the college girl. Koyama-san, not a very nice guy. Ghost seeping out of the walls, trying to burrow into stomachs. That is a hefty no thank you from me. Come back next week. Let's find out what's going on with this absolutely creepy ghost. I love it. I'll see you guys then. See ya. Welcome back. It was the dawn of the 4th day. When I awoke, the sun was already high in the sky, but I was relieved to find that I'd actually woken up in apartment 301 this time. I got out of bed and quietly stepped into the living room. It was dark, with faint rays of sunlight streaming in through the gaps in the curtains. As I gently opened the curtains, the morning light made me squint. I looked out across the balcony at the empty lot next door. Hopefully, Daigo-kun hadn't minded me crashing here another night. I wasn't his girlfriend or even his friend, just a stranger. I don't know, after all they've been through, I don't think they could call themselves strangers anymore. She's slept in his apartment 2 nights in a row. Just a neighbour with whom he happened to share a wall. It's not really a wall, it's like a roof, a floor. I turned and looked behind me. There I could see the hallway leading to the front door, as well as the door to the other room. Evidently, Daigo-kun wasn't awake yet. Careful not to make a sound, I tiptoed down the hall to the bathroom. The layout was exactly the same as mine. The sink was of modest size, with a nice big mirror and a little handheld shower nozzle, like every other Japanese bathroom. I stared at my pale, haggard reflection. Same, I know that feeling. It had only been 4 days, and yet I felt like I'd aged 40 years. I sympathized so much. I was still wearing the same clothes I'd worn to the club yesterday. Could it have all just been a dream? Maybe I just wanted to believe that it was. I gingerly squeezed my shoulder. A slight pain shot through my arm. I pulled down my collar to find a big red bruise waiting for me. It wasn't a dream. Hesitantly, I touched my stomach over my shirt. It didn't hurt, but something didn't sit right with me. I lifted my shirt up, and sure enough, I could see that the skin was faintly flushed. Shoulder and stomach. Somehow these marks felt completely separate from one another. Something deep down was telling me that perhaps there wasn't just one curse in 202. No way! We've got like 2 competing ghosts? Maybe that's why they're so angry. I mean, if I had to share my afterlife with somebody else that I didn't even want or like, I'd be pretty pissed. I washed my face, and right as I grabbed my keys to go pick up a change of clothes, Daigo-kun popped out of the study. He didn't look well rested. I know that feeling. Rubbing his puffy eyes, he stepped into the kitchen.
よく眠れた?
Did you sleep okay? Yeah, I think so. I wasn't sure I'd slept so much as passed out. There was a certain sluggishness in my body that suggested no rest had been had. I feel that every single day. I was in no position to complain, however. Sorry for imposing on you again.
それは別に全然問題ないんですけど。カエさんって実家はどこですか?
Don't be, it's no problem. Say, Kae-san, where do your parents live?
実家は山陰の方よ。
Hey, that's where I'm from. Out in the Sanin area. Nice.
山陰。中国地方ですか? ってことは遠いんですね。
Sanin, that's over in the Chugoku region, right? That's pretty far. Even if they were closer, they were in no position to help me. After all, no one had lived in that house for years now.
そういえば妹さんは?
What about your sister? Where does she live?
隣の市に住んでるけど。
The next town over.
何か事情がありそうですね。
I'm guessing there's a reason you guys don't live together? Oh, there was a reason, all right. Shoko lived in a tiny studio that was nowhere near big enough for 2 people. Worse, she was so busy that she rarely had time to clean the place. Whenever it grew to be nigh uninhabitable, she would typically just crash at her boyfriends for a while. That is nasty. Just clean your apartment, especially if it's so tiny that it can only fit one person. Like, it can't be that hard to clean. Just then, I realized something. All this time, I'd never thought to ask Daigo-kun if there was a lady in his life.
そういえば、大悟くん、彼女は
That reminds me. Daigo-kun, are you seeing anyone?
いませんよ。
Nope. His reply was perfectly matter of fact. Moments later, I heard the kettle begin to whine.
俺、あんまりそういうの縁がないから。
I don't really have the chance to be social, so...
そうなの
Really? Daigo-kun walked out of the kitchen, holding a mug of coffee. He offered it to me, and I took it.
俺がいる研究室、女性が一人もいないんですよ。そもそも理系の学部だから女子は少ないし。
As it happens, there are no women in my research lab. Granted, there aren't a lot of female science majors in general, I guess.
ちなみに専攻は
I see. What is your major anyway?
理論物理学です。
Theoretical physics. Indeed.
よくわかんないけど
I'm not sure I know what that is. Same.
それでいいと思いますよ。普通の生活には全く役に立たないし。
No worries. It doesn't have a lot of real-world applications anyway. So, why is he studying it? We had officially known each other for 4 days. I wasn't exactly looking to date him myself, but there was plenty I didn't know about him. And I imagined Daigo-kun felt similarly about me.
で、鍵を持ってるってことは帰るんですか？
So, I see you've got your keys. Going home?
うんそのつもりなんだけど
Huh? Oh, yeah, that's the plan. He fixed me with a concerned look.
またついてきてもらっていいでしょうか
Could I trouble you to walk me up there again?
いいですよ、別に。
Sure thing, I don't mind. God, I'm such a baby. Rolling my eyes at myself, I downed my coffee. My apartment was perfectly quiet. Unwilling to linger for even a second longer than I needed to, I threw on a fresh change of clothes and started packing. Against my better judgment, Daigo-kun had convinced me to pack a suitcase and bring it to his place. Once we got back to 301, I quickly tossed my stuff into his room.
さて、今日はどうします？
So, what's on the agenda for today? I thought for a moment.
少し行ってみたいところがあるの
This layout here, the picture in the background, looks almost like exactly like the apartments that I used to live in. It's a little creepy. Well, there's a place I'd like to visit.
どこですか？
Where's that?
橋田総合病院
Hashida General Hospital.
病院に？
The hospital? He shot me a puzzled look as I turned on my heel and headed for the door.
ちょっと見舞いたい人がいるのあその前に一件電話しなきゃ
Yeah, I want to visit someone. Oh, but first I need to make a phone call. I took out my cell phone and dialed Uchiyama-san's number. Meanwhile, we headed down the stairs, and by the time we got to the parking lot, Uchiyama-san picked up.
もしもし結城の姉の方ですけど
Hi, it's me, Shoko's sister.
ああどうもどうも内山です
Hello again, Uchiyama speaking. As with before, his voice was a little muffled, though this time I could sense a bit of hesitation too.
ちょっと待ってください今外に出ますから
Just a moment, I need to step outside.
すみませんお忙しかったですか
Sorry to bother you. Was this a bad time?
あいや今通夜の打ち合わせ中で
No, it's just we're holding a meeting about the candlelight vigil.
お通夜
Candlelight vigil? First, the funeral Shoko went to, and now this. Was it just that time of year?
ああすみません今外に出ましたでどうしました
Okay, sorry about that. I'm outside now. So, what did you need?
いえ、この間うちのアパートのネタを買う予定だった方がいるって言ってましたよね。
Well, last time we spoke, you mentioned someone was going to investigate one of the apartments here, right?
その方を紹介していただきたいんですが。
I was wondering if you could introduce us. Maybe they'd have some new leads for me. That was my hope in asking. But Uchiyama-san's next words caught me entirely off guard.
ああ、それがそのライターが遺体で見つかりまして。
Oh. About that. The cops found his body. Misty Publishing Editor found dead with multiple stab wounds. Oh. And old Yoichi-san, age 29, was found dead in his apartment earlier this afternoon by his co-worker, Watabe Koichi-san. Watabe-san told police he grew concerned after he was unable to get in touch with Ando-san for an extended period of time, at which point he decided to visit his residence. I can't really read what's under the text. Something caused by multiple stab wounds all over the front side of his body. Police are investigating this case as a possible homicide. Ando-san worked for M-City's Misty Publishing as an editor. He rarely interacted with his neighbours, same, and seldom came home. Oh. Nani? Oh, there we go. An autopsy determined that he died of severe blood loss.
実は今夜、そいつの通夜なんですわ。
Yeah, the vigil tonight is for him. Alright, so now we've got several people dying, 2 potential ghosts haunting the one room, and then the whole hostess and the club's business. Even after the phone call had ended, I stood there, frozen in place, staring down at my phone. Daigo-kun walked up beside me.
どうしました？
What's wrong? Huh? How would I go about explaining it? The journalist to whom Takahashi-san was going to sell her spare key had turned up dead. Whether it was directly connected to apartment 202, I couldn't say. Nevertheless, I had a distinctly bad feeling about it. Still, I couldn't figure out what my gut was trying to tell me. In the car on the way to Hashida General Hospital, I told Daigo-kun about Uchiyama-san and the conversation I'd had with him. As he listened, he folded his arms in contemplation. Is he driving? Please don't fold your arms.
多分そのライターが亡くなったのは202には関係がないですよね。
That journo's death probably isn't related to 202, right?
そう思うけど。
Well, I don't think so. As far as I knew, there were only 2 deaths directly related to 202. The college girl, who had lived there, and President Koyama himself, after supposedly letting his lover live there. Allegedly, the woman in question had gone back to her home country, but there was no proof. And Mrs. Koyama was in the hospital. No one else had lived in 202 since, and as for the neighbouring apartments, no one had died as a result of the ghostly attacks. Thus, it didn't seem likely that 202 could get someone killed at this point in time. No, it just makes them go insane. When we arrived at the hospital, we decided to first pay a visit to Daigo-kun's sister. Speak of the devil. Unlike the other specialized departments, the psych ward didn't seem terribly strict about visitors. Oh? Why not? Patients were given their own private rooms, which looked to be much closer together than those in the internal medicine ward. I followed Daigo-kun into a room near the stairs. There, I found a woman lying in bed asleep, her countenance gaunt and pale. Her lips were dry and chapped, her hair shaggy and unkempt. It pained me to look at her, reduced to skin and bones, tubes sticking out of her arms. Still, I could tell from her facial structure that she must have been quite the looker when she was healthy.
ずっと眠りっぱなしなんです。最近は特に。
She sleeps a lot, More than usual lately. As he spoke, he picked up a hamper of dirty laundry.
すみません。ちょっと洗濯機に入れてきます。
Sorry, one sec. I gotta toss this in the washing machine.
あとは看護師さんに言っておけば取り込んでくれるので。少し待っててください。
Then I gotta tell the nurses so they know to pick it up when it's done. I'll be just a minute.
あ、うん。
Oh, sure. Left to twiddle my thumbs until he returned, I decided to pass the time by staring out the window at the scenery. Though the third-floor psych ward was more relaxed than the rest of the hospital, its architecture was much the same, with fixed windows that couldn't be opened. For some reason, that detail alone left me feeling strangely suffocated. The room wasn't particularly spacious, but it was far from claustrophobic either. And yet for some reason I felt far too intimidated to be in here alone.
正確には一人じゃないけど。
Technically, I'm not alone though. As I mumbled to myself, I glanced awkwardly at Daigo-kun's sister, Noriko-san. Huh? There, I let out a tiny shriek, and for good reason. Noriko-san was supposed to be asleep, and yet her eyes were wide open, and she was looking directly at me.
もうすぐ大吾くん来ますから。
Hi, Daigo-kun will be here shortly. I wasn't sure if she was listening, but I figured I owed her an explanation regardless, even an awkward one. Noriko-san's lips twitched. D...
用事ですか？大吾くんを呼んできますか？
I'm sorry, do you need something? Should I go fetch Daigo-kun for you? I moved in a bit closer and leaned in. What? He... I still couldn't quite make out what she was asking. Maybe my only option was simply to wait for Daigo-kun to get back. But just as I'd straightened up once more, I suddenly heard her loud and clear.
ここに
What are you doing here? Huh? Her eyes were wide, with fear.
ちょっと待って。私、大吾くんの友人で、今あなたが住んでた201に。
What? Sorry, I'm a friend of Daigo-kun's. And right now I'm living in your old apartment, 201. Uh-oh. That's definitely not a good reaction. An ear-piercing shriek echoed off the walls. Oh no, it's not Daigo-kun, is it? What's your problem? Confused, I staggered backwards and collapsed to the floor. But Noriko-san kept screaming and screaming. I understand, I have that effect on people. Before long, I heard panicked footsteps approach, and moments later, Daigo-kun dashed into the room.
姉ちゃんどうした？
Noriko, what's wrong, sis? He hurried over to Noriko-san's side as she wailed. Then he looked at me sitting on the floor. He shot me a questioning look, but I could only shake my head and shrug. Did I bring a ghost with me? Is that what she's screaming at? I didn't have the first clue what was wrong. Then I heard more panicked footsteps and a group of doctors and nurses flooded the room at once.
一体何があったんです？
What the hell happened in here? I didn't have an answer for him. I stared blankly as the nurses administered a sedative, and Noriko-san went back to sleep once more.
一体何だったんでしょうね。
What on earth set her off then? After we were ordered out of the room, we stopped by the hanging garden terrace. I honestly don't know.
姉ちゃん何か言ってました？
Did she say anything?
なんでここにいるの？
She asked me, "What are you doing here?"
はい。
What?
そう言われた。
That's what she said. word for word. What had I looked like to her? Did she see a fragment of her horrific past reflected in me or something?
大丈夫
You okay? The question caught me off guard, and I paused. All I needed were 2 words. I'm okay. And yet for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to say it.
次行こっか。
Let's move on. I forced myself not to dwell on it. With that, I got up from the bench. But just then, Daigo-kun grabbed my hand. What?
いや顔色が悪いから
Listen, you're looking a little pale.
と言っていつまでもここに座ってられないから。
Okay, but we can't just keep sitting here forever.
大丈夫って言ってくれないから心配なんだけど
If you don't tell me you're okay, I'm just going to keep worrying about you. I looked down at his hand on mine, then trailed my gaze up his arm to his face. He stared back intently. With my free hand, I reached out and gently stroked his hair, then forced a smile.
大丈夫。
I'm fine, silly. Was I reassuring him or myself? Daigo-kun relinquished his grip on my hand and I led the way out of the terrace. I'm not gonna lie, it's like throwing enough information that you can get ideas of where the story's going, but I'm still not exactly sure. Chapter 24. I think it said 24, I wasn't looking very closely. The next chapter. When we arrived at President Koyama's wife's room, we found that someone else had beaten us to the punch. Please don't punch her, she's in a coma. The woman whipped her head around to look at us, evidently caught off guard by the additional visitors. She looked to be somewhere in her 40s. We hadn't expected to encounter anyone ourselves, so we hastily apologized for the interruption and she apologized in kind for flustering us. Then we handed her the get-well flowers we'd brought, and she invited us to have a seat.
母とはどういうご関係で
So, may I ask how you know my mother? Aha. So she's their daughter then. That would explain why she was visiting. I hadn't considered that President Koyama might have other family, but in retrospect I should have expected it.
私たち
I wasn't sure how best to explain it. Would the truth offend her?
もしかして父のことと関係がありますかその電話の方ではないようですけど
Is this related to my dad's work somehow? Although you don't seem to be the person I spoke to on the phone.
電話
Who? Something about the mention of a phone call gave me pause. But she gave a vague smile and shook her head.
いえこちらの話ですところでどういうご用でしょう
Oh, just talking to myself. So what brings you here? Though her voice was hard, her words suggested our presence was reasonably welcome.
母はこんな状態ですし父はもういませんし
My mother's in no state to hold a conversation, and my father's not around anymore.
お役に立てるかどうかはわかりませんがお花のお礼にお話くらいはお伺いします
I'm not sure I'll be of any help to you, but since you brought these lovely flowers, I'd be happy to hear you out.
話を聞いてもらえるだけでありがたいと思ってます。正直、答えを求めてここに来たわけではないので。
That would be really great, if you would. Honestly though, we didn't come here looking for answers. No point in trying to interrogate a vegetable. Okay. Honestly though, I didn't really have an explanation for why we'd come. She introduced herself as Okamoto Mitsue, and we introduced ourselves in return. The expression on her face was complicated, to say the least.
あのアパートにお住まいなんですねそれなら ここをお尋ねになるのもわかる気はします。
So you're tenants in that complex. Now I think I understand what brings you here.
あのアパートのことご存知なんですか？
I take it you've heard about it? Surely she must have, but I decided to ask just in case. Mitsue-san nodded slightly.
詳しくは知りませんけど、ただ春子おばさんにお金を払って女の人を囲っているのはなんとなく知ってました。
I don't have all the details, but I was aware that he paid cousin Haruko to let a woman live there. By Haruko, she must have meant my landlady, Inamoto-san. I seem to remember seeing the name Haruko on the rental agreement I signed.
じゃあそこにどんな人が住んでたかご存知ありませんか？
Do you know what sort of person she was, or what happened there?
詳しくは。
I don't know much. Just
ただ
what? Mitsue-san furrowed her brow and glanced awkwardly over at her mother, almost as though she was worried about the older woman overhearing.
父はすごくその人に入れ込んでたようなんです。
Apparently, my dad was crazy about her.
女子大生にお金を払ってルームシェアさせて母に簡単に嗅ぎつけられないように。
Then he paid some college student to share the apartment with her. That way my mother wouldn't catch on. Apparently, Mama Nancy was spot on. It was hard to picture Mrs. Koyama being much of a threat in her current state, but judging by the look on Mitsue-san's face, she must have been perfectly capable.
ただでさえ帰らない父がもっと帰らなくなって、あの事件が起こるまで3ヶ月は帰ってきてないってずっと母から電話があったんです。
Dad didn't come home much as it was, and it only got worse and worse. Over the 3 months leading up to that scandal, Mum kept calling me, complaining that he hadn't been home.
母も気が狂う寸前でした。
She was on the verge of losing it completely.
あの事件ってその女子大生が亡くなった件ですか？
By scandal, do you mean when the college student died?
そうですね。あの件をきっかけに春子おばさんのアパートを引き払ったようでしたから。
Yeah. After that incident, he left cousin Haruko's apartment altogether. President Koyama was so attached to his mistress that he didn't want to go home to his wife. In that case, where exactly did they meet up? It didn't make sense. Surely Motoko-san wouldn't have appreciated him overstaying his welcome in the apartment with them. As I pondered it, Daigo-kun piped up.
せっかくご家族がいらっしゃるんで聞くんですが、202号室の合鍵はお持ちじゃないですよね。
Say, since you're here, I thought I'd ask. You wouldn't happen to have a copy of the key to 202 by any chance, would you? Mitsue-san's eyes widened slightly.
父は持ってるかもしれませんが、私はわかりません。
My father might have had one, but I'm not sure.
父が死んで、母がこうなってしまってからは、誰もあの家に足を踏み入れてないんです。特に父の部屋は。
Ever since Dad died and Mum ended up in here, no one's set foot in that house. Especially not Dad's room. No one's been in there since the day he passed.
それはまたどうしてですか？
What? May I ask why? If that was where he'd killed himself, I certainly couldn't blame them, but still, didn't they need to organize his belongings eventually?
妙なことが起こるんです。
Well, weird things happen in there. Her face was stiff with fear. Evidently, the mere memory was frightening enough.
妙なって
What do you mean, weird? Frankly, I wasn't sure I wanted to know, but I knew I had to ask. In response, Mitsue-san started to rub her arms as if to ward off a sudden chill.
窓が叩かれるんです。誰もいないのに。あと、声が。
Something keeps pounding the windows, even though no one's there. And there's this voice.
どんな
What sort of voice?
若い女性の声だと思うんですけど
To me, it sounds like a young
わから
woman,
ないんです
but I'm not sure. Goosebumps had pricked up on her arms. Clearly, she had experienced it for herself.
だから実家の鍵ならお渡ししますけど中に入ってお探しくださいって私あの方にも言ったんです
I already offered my house key to someone and asked them to investigate. Who?
あミスティ出版の内山さんっておっしゃったかしら
Oh, someone from Misty Publishing. I think he said his name was Uchiyama-san.
お電話があったんです今日これから来られるはずなんですけど
He called me directly. We're supposed to meet up today, as it happens. Of all the crazy coincidences. I shot Daigo-kun a look.
ご存知なんですか
Do you know him? I nodded slightly.
はい妹のまあちょっとした知り合いで
Yeah, he's an acquaintance of my sister's, you could say. Obviously, there was a bit more to it than that, but it wasn't a lie, at least. Daigo-kun spoke up next.
その鍵、俺たちが受け取って渡しておきます。多分目的は似たようなものですから。
In that case, why don't we take the key and deliver it to him for you? I imagine we're all after the same thing anyway. Mitsue-san dug around in her pocket. She fished out the key, then stared down at it for a moment.
あの部屋202号室ですけどクロスを張り替えただけで手つかずなんだそうです
That apartment, 202. Apparently, it's been left mostly untouched, save for the wallpaper. What?
だから誰も住めないんだって春子おばさんが言ってました
That's why cousin Haruko can't let anyone move in there, or so she was saying. Personally, I was more interested in what she wasn't saying. What did she have to hide? A shiver ran down my spine. Once I took the cold metal key from Mitsue-san, she handed me a small note as well. I glanced at it to find her name and address written there.
家を見たらここに鍵を送っておいてください金目のものはないそうですからそういう心配はしてませんけど必要なもの以外にあの家のものは持ち出さない方がいいですよ
Once you're done looking around, mail the key back to me if you would. I'm not worried about theft or anything. I doubt there's anything valuable left in that house. But I encourage you not to take anything you find in there unless you absolutely must.
それって
What do you mean? I tugged on his sleeve and shot him a look. Somehow I had a feeling I knew exactly what she meant. After that, we thanked Mitsue-san for her time and left the hospital room. Out in the lobby, I called Uchiyama-san and learnt that he was at a bus stop just a block away. We drove over and picked him up, then headed for the Koyama residence.
お通夜はいいんですか
What about the night vigil? Uchiyama-san checked his watch.
3時か5時には戻らなきゃいけないんです私受付でしてね
Already 3, huh? I gotta be back by 5. I'm serving as an usher tonight.
その亡くなったライターの方って
So, about this journalist who passed away.
ああうちの会社の安藤っていうやつなんですけど妙な死に方をしてましてね
Ando. He wrote for our magazine full time. And his death is actually something of an enigma. Death of Misty Publishing editor ruled an... that word that I don't like to say, because you know why. M-City, Mayabara, as of this morning, following an extensive homicide investigation. Police have determined the death of Ando Ryoichi-san, aged 29, to be self-done. Coroners previously discovered more than 30 stab wounds all over the front side of Ando-san's body. Wait, what? And he did that by himself? Oh my gosh. Leading detectives to investigate the possibility of a murder. However, at the time the body was discovered, the apartment was locked from the inside, and Ando-san was found holding the same knife that inflicted the stab wounds. Oh. These circumstances have led police to rule the death. He did it himself. Misty Publishing has declined to comment on the incident. Well, that's definitely not good. How so? Daigo-kun turned and glanced back at Uchiyama-san in the back seat, but Uchiyama-san merely shook his head, then pulled out a handkerchief and started to clean his glasses.
202の件には関係ないと思いますよ。ただこれに関わることで今社内がてんやわんやしてましてね。
I doubt it's related to apartment 202, but it's got the whole company in an uproar, I'll tell you that much. I see. His choice of words suggested he didn't want to go into detail. Both Daigo-kun and I seemed to sense this, and so we didn't attempt to pry further.
それよりいくつか掴んだ情報がありましてね。
The important thing is, we got our hands on a few leads. Uchiyama-san slid his glasses back into place, then took a notebook out of his briefcase.
情報ですか？
Leads, you say?
ええ、裏の筋から仕入れたんで怪しさもありますが、これは確かだと思います。
Oh, yes, obtained from a questionable source, admittedly. But the information itself should be solid. Questionable how, exactly? I decided not to ask.
一つは不法入国の手助けをなりわいにしている中国人から仕入れた情報です。
The first one was obtained through a certain Chinese individual who deals in smuggling people into the country.
4年前、そいつは高山市の依頼で偽造パスポートを調達しています。名義はエミーナ・サバレ。
4 years ago, Koyamashi asked him to forge a passport for one Emina Sabare. Surely that had to be the same Emina I knew of. Had she gone back to the Philippines after all?
ところが、彼が手引きして帰国させたホステスは、情報を流したあのホステスじゃなかったんですよ。別の女です。
Here's the catch. The hostess girl he sent home on that flight. She wasn't Emina Sabare.
どういうことでしょう？
Wait, what?
つまり、高山社長の女は帰国してないってことです。
In other words, his little side piece never left the country. I see.
それから、
Also, oh god, there's more? I was impressed he'd managed to dig up so much in only a scant few hours.
運よくあの部屋にクリーニングに入った業者との渡りがつけられたんですよ。
I was fortunate enough to get in touch with a cleaner who handled that apartment.
ほとんどが当時の会社を辞めてましてね。個人で清掃業を開業してた男から聞けました。
Most of them have since left the company they worked for at the time, you see. But I spoke to a man who started his own cleaning business.
なんて言ってました。
And what did he say?
とにかく妙だと。誰もいないのに歩く音は聞こえる。壁は叩かれる。
Said it was bizarre in there. Said he could hear the sounds of footsteps and banging on the walls, even when the place was empty.
クロスは剥がれてコンクリもむき出しのめちゃくちゃな状態だったそうですが、クロスの張り替えだけで勘弁してもらったそうです。
Apparently the wallpaper was all ripped up and hanging off the concrete. And ultimately, all he did was replace it. Evidently, Mitsue-san was right. But why would the wallpaper be torn up like that? Something about it didn't sit well with me.
もう少し取材は続けるつもりですが、まずは202号室を見てみないことにはってところです。
I still have a few more questions for him, but otherwise my hands are tied until I get the chance to poke around 202 for myself. In the rear view mirror, I could see Uchiyama-san staring blankly ahead. We had arrived at the Koyama residence. After everything we'd heard about it, it seemed to radiate a threatening aura, and for a long moment, we simply gazed at it in silence. Alright, chapter 25. We're going to end it here. So we visited the hospital, we freaked out Daigo-kun's sister. Still not sure why, maybe we brought a ghost with us, maybe Daigo-kun is behind all of it. Maybe the protagonist is behind all of it. I don't know at this point. I'm enjoying that I don't know, that it's just, it could go anywhere at this point. And then we spoke to the wife's daughter. She gave us a key. We're at the Koyama residence. I assume we're about to uncover something big. Come back next week and let's find out what's hiding in this dark house. I'll see you guys then. See ya. Welcome back. It's really dark in here, huh? This was the first thing Uchiyama-san said as we crossed over the threshold into the Koyama house. That's right, we're exploring the house now. Probably just your imagination. I hope. I heard Daigo-kun answer from behind me. As for myself, I was feeling rather intimidated, following along behind Uchiyama-san. The Koyama residence was by no means cramped. It was every bit as fancy as one might expect from the home of a real estate mogul. The front porch alone looked to be about the same size as my office back home. Isn't her house her office? Like the whole thing? From there, the front door opened into the foyer that was about the size of an average bedroom. Ahead lay a staircase to the second floor, with bedroom doors on either side. The hallway was caked in a thin layer of dust. Per Mitsue-san's request, we paused to change out of our shoes and into the provided guest slippers. She had said the layout of the house was fairly straightforward, but there was no telling how accurate that was until we saw it for ourselves.
さて、どこから行きましょうかね。総当たりしかないでしょうが、時間もないし、一人ずつ行きますか。
Now then, where to first? I imagine we'll have to search the whole house, so we may as well split up.
それはさすがに。
Split up? That sounds like a bad idea. Uchiyama-san seemed fairly casual about it, but I shook my head. Daigo-kun reached out and gently took my hand. Aww.
じゃあ、俺はカエさんと内山さんは一人でってことでどうですか?
How about this? I'll stay with Kaya-san, and you're free to explore on your own. Wasn't he scared at the prospect of being all alone in here? And yet, Uchiyama-san nodded without hesitation.
いいですよ。じゃあどう分けましょうかね。
Sure, works for me. Now, how shall we divide the house?
三江さんの話だと、ご主人の書斎や夫婦の寝室は2階にあるそうです。ただ、そういった場所に隠すかどうかは謎ですけど。
According to Mitsue-san, the master bedroom and study are up on the second floor, though there's no guarantee he hid it up there. Uchiyama-san looked up at the ceiling and murmured pensively.
あれだけ奥さんを怖がってるみたいでしたからね。
I'm told he was awfully scared of his wife.
わかりやすいところには隠さないかもしれませんけど、1階はリビングや応接間程度ですかね。
He might have put a bit more effort into hiding it. What's on the first floor? Living room, office?
リビング、ダイニング、応接間に、あとはバストイレという感じですか。
Living room, dining room, office, and the bathroom, I think.
怪しいとしたら応接間?
Of those, I'd say the office might be our best bet. I promptly shook my head.
そういうところは主婦が確実に掃除に入る場所でしょ。見つかる可能性も高いわ。
That's the sort of room his wife would tidy up. Too risky to hide anything there.
そういう意味じゃ家中どこもそうでしょう。じゃあ、俺とカエさんは2階で、内山さんは1階でどうですか?
You could say the same for anywhere in this house. Okay, how about me and Kaya-san take the second floor and you take the first floor?
2人で探した方が分かりそうな場所は2階でしょうから。
The rooms upstairs are probably big enough to warrant a two-person search anyway. Again, Uchiyama-san nodded without hesitation.
じゃあ、一応30分後に玄関ポーチに集合ってことにしましょう。何か見つかったら その都度大声で叫ぶってことで。
Alright then, let's agree to meet up on the front porch in 30 minutes. Just yell for me if you find anything, and I'll do the same.
叫ぶんですか？
Yell for you?
家が広いですからね。別に携帯でもいいですよ。
It's a big house after all. Alternatively, I guess you could call me on my cell, if you prefer. How big is the
わかりました。
house?
じゃあカイさん行きましょ
Will do. Okay, Kai-san, let's go. Urged on by Daigo-kun, I headed for the stairs. The house appeared to be rather solidly built, but unfortunately the lack of regular maintenance was starting to take its toll. The stairs creaked under my weight. At the top lay a dark hallway with 3 doors. The hallway itself continued on to the right. Perhaps there were more doors further down.
う。さてじゃあ片っ端から行きましょうか。
Alrighty. Guess we'll just have to take this one room at a time. With that, Daigo-kun opened the closest door. My heart skipped a beat. I hadn't mentally prepared myself to start so soon. I don't understand why she's so scared and nervous. It's just an empty house. What is she expecting to find? The door swung open to reveal a walk-in closet. The racks were lined with expensive brand name items, and I could see a vintage Polonia wood wardrobe in the back, possibly for storing kimonos.
ここは奥さんの衣装部屋かな。
Is this the wife's dressing room, maybe?
そうみたいね。
Sure looks that way.
じゃあここにはないかな。
Probably not in here then. Few men would dare set foot in a woman's closet, much less men of President Koyama's age. There was always the possibility, of course, but it was a meager one at best.
そうね。ここはありえないかもしれないわね。
Yeah, maybe we should skip this one. There was another door in the closet. Judging from the layout of the hallway, it seemed to lead into the next room over. Having seemingly given up on searching this room, Daigo-kun promptly put his hand on the doorknob and opened it.
ねえ、大悟くん。怖くないの？
Hey, Daigo-kun, aren't you scared at all? Again, I don't understand why she's scared. I called out to him as he stepped into the next room, and he responded without so much as a glance back.
怖いってば。怖がってても何もわからないから。
Of course I'm scared, but if we don't get this done, who will?
それはそうだけど。
Yeah, I guess you're right about that. Hesitantly, I followed him through the door into what appeared to be a bedroom. There were 2 beds. Sheets had been cast over the wardrobe and chest of drawers. A small table sat between the beds, reminiscent of a classy hotel room.
軽く探してみようか。
Let's dig around in here for a little bit. I nodded.
ドレッサーはまず可能性薄いから、ベッドから探しましょうか。
It's probably not in the dresser, so let's start with the beds.
そうだね。
Sounds good. The room was furnished rather plainly. The beds and table were the only decent hiding spots I could see. As for the wardrobe, well, chances were he wouldn't have hidden it in any spot that the wife was likely to interact with.
あります？
Find anything?
それらしいものはないわね。
Nothing yet.
こっちもです。
Me neither. The plain furnishings helped speed our search right along. Our time was limited, so we opened the door to the hallway and left the room. Just then, Daigo-kun came to a stop.
どうしたの？
What's wrong?
いや、今ドアが閉まる音がしませんでした。
It's just... Did you hear a door close just now? I paused to listen, but to no avail.
何も聞こえないけど、内山さんじゃないの？
I don't hear anything. Maybe it was Uchiyama-san. It wouldn't be all that surprising to overhear some noise from him poking around below us. The dark hallway stretched on past the stairs, and I could see a single door at the end. It seemed foreboding somehow. I quickly averted my gaze.
2階のような気がしたんだけどな。
It sounded like it was on the second floor, though. Goosebumps pricked up on my arms.
変なこと言わないでよ。
God, don't say that.
次行きましょうか。
Let's keep going. Maybe he'd managed to creep himself out too. With resignation in his tone, he opened the door to the next room. Oh my, that is a mess. Evidently, it was the study. The room was massive, nearly the size of a studio apartment, with 5 or so bookshelves and a large impressive desk. Ina. There were a few filing cabinets as well. Evidently, the man had done his work in here at some point.
ここは探しがいがありそうですね。
This might be a good place to look.
そう。
Yeah. Rather than waste time digging through each bookshelf individually, we checked only the most likely spots, but turned up empty-handed. There was just too much to look through.
ここ30分くらいじゃ無理なんじゃない？
Look, there's no way we can get through this whole room in 30 minutes. I could hear the defeat in my own voice. Fortunately, Daigo-kun seemed to agree.
後日改めて来た方がいいかもしれませんね。何日かかけるつもりで。
Maybe we should come back here another day. It would probably take us a few... Just then, his voice trailed off. I glanced over to find him frozen in place.
どうしたの？
What's the matter? Shh. He pressed a finger to his lips in a quiet gesture, and I listened carefully. Thump, 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 thump. What is that? Creak, clunk. At the same time that this is happening, there is like some sort of construction or cleaning or something happening outside that is loud enough that my microphone is picking it up and shaking the desk. It's great. I'm sorry if you can hear it in the background. There's really nothing I can do about it. Think of it as atmosphere. Free atmosphere. I heard him suck in a breath. Dimly, I remembered the fear in Mitsue-san's eyes. The footsteps and door sounds were drawing closer. Before I knew it, I was clutching Daigo-kun's shirt. I drew myself close to him, careful not to make a sound. The footsteps were heading in the direction of the study. Then they came to a stop, just outside the door.
大吾くん。
Daigo-kun,
黙って。
quiet. The door slowly opened.
何か見つかりました？
Find anything? And there stood Uchiyama-san, looking as unruffled as ever.
内山さん。
びっくりした。
You scared us half to death. We both clutched at our chests and heaved loud sighs of relief. Meanwhile, Uchiyama-san stared blankly at us.
なんですよ。二人して変な顔して。
Why are you guys looking at me like that?
いや、内山さんだとは思わなかったんで。
Well, we didn't think it was you. I felt the tension drain from Daigo-kun's shoulders. Meanwhile, I wiped the sweat from my brow.
まさか幽霊とでも思ったんですか？そんなバカな。
Sonna banana! What, did you think it was a ghost or something? Don't be silly. Grinning wryly, Uchiyama-san stepped into the room. Strange. I could have sworn I saw a shadow behind him. I rubbed my eyes.
どうしたの？カエさん。
What's wrong, Kae-san?
いや、別に。
Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. On second glance, there was no shadow to be found. A likely story. Maybe it was just the door. I called out to Uchiyama-san.
何か見つかりました？
Did you find anything?
いいえ、さっぱりです。応接間の天袋まで見ましたけどね。
Nope, no dice. I even checked the cupboards over the closets and everything. I noticed a spider web caught in his hair. I plucked it off for him and he inclined his head in thanks. Then I saw a spider crawling on his head and sweeped it off for him as well.
2階はどうですか？
Any luck up here? I sighed.
まだ何も。今書斎を調べてたんですけど、この通りで。
Nothing yet. We were just looking through the study, but, well... I gestured around at the furnishings and he nodded in understanding.
確かにここは一苦労しそうですね。
Yeah, searching the whole room would definitely take some effort.
日を改めた方がいいと思うんですけどね。30分じゃ無理ですよ。
I think maybe we should try again another day. 30 minutes just isn't enough time. Uchiyama-san frowned.
まあ通夜には遅れるってさっき電話を入れたんで時間はいいんですけど先に一回りしましょうか。
Well, I already called and told them I'd be late to the vigil, so I think we're good on time. Let's just do a preliminary sweep for now.
奥は見てないんでしょ？
You haven't seen the back room yet, have you? Evidently, he was referring to whatever lay beyond the door at the end of the hall.
ええ、書斎で止まってましたから。
Nope, not yet. We decided to poke around the study first. Daigo-kun shook his head and Uchiyama-san glanced down the hall.
じゃあまずは奥を見てみましょうよ。それでどこを重点に探すか決めましょう。
Then let's go check it out. From there, we can prioritize which spots to search first. A good idea. Neither myself nor Daigo-kun had any argument. Together, the three of us left the study and headed down the dimly lit corridor to the large door at the end.
しかし、なんでこんなに薄暗いんですかね。窓の一つもあっていいのに。
Man, why is it so dark in here? Haven't these people heard of windows?
いやー、窓はありますよ。ほら。
There's plenty of windows. See? Uchiyama-san pointed to a spot on the wall. There, a window pane appeared. All at once, sunlight streamed into the hallway.
なんで
What the? Uchiyama-san grinned knowingly.
壁と同じ素材を使って窓を隠す仕掛けはよくあるんですよ。
It's not unusual to conceal windows with secret wall panels. I'm not gonna lie, that doesn't make any sense to me. Why would you want to do
光を
that?
一切通さないから暗幕代わりに企業の研修室なんかに使われることが多いんですけどね。
Fair enough, that's actually a good explanation. Block all the light out and you can set up a projector room for work meetings. Same way you would with blackout curtains. I've still never heard of secret wall panels to conceal windows though.
どうしてここがそうだって知ってたんですか
Interesting. How did you know there was a window there?
外から見た時にここに窓があったから。
Saw it from outside when we were coming in. That'd explain it. As perhaps befitting of a journalist, his powers of observation far outstripped my own. Daigo-kun reached the door first and promptly stopped short.
廊下も明るくなってちょっと雰囲気が良くなったことだし、入りましょうよ。
Now that the sunlights made the place a lot less creepy, I say we go in. His hand was already on the doorknob. Admittedly, he had a point. We couldn't spend all day cooing over a hidden window setup. I glanced at Uchiyama-san and we hurried over to the door.
じゃあ最後の部屋に入りましょ
All right then, let's check out the last room. What's gonna be in the last room, chat? Are we expecting some ghosts? Some dead bodies? Nothing at all? With that, Daigo-kun pulled the door open. Beyond it lay a spacious open area. Ooh, fancy.
ここって一体
What is this place?
プレイルームですね。
Looks like the rec room. As he answered, Daigo-kun walked inside. Uchiyama-san followed him in, and I followed last. The room was easily larger than the study and almost certainly larger than my entire apartment. Well, I mean, if you're gonna hide a key, this is probably a good spot for it. I could see a pool table, a dartboard, and a fully stocked home bar with shelves of liquor bottles and glasses lining the walls. Ah yes, I see you like Yakuza as well.
すごい
Wow.
う。金はうなるほどあったらしいですか
The
らね。
man certainly had money to burn. Ina. I wandered curiously around the room. The flooring was a different color in here. Then I noticed a large stain on the floor behind the pool table. Uh-oh.
これ何かしら
What was that from? Uchiyama-san walked over to me. He looked at the stain, then up at the ceiling. Oh no.
ここ
Oh.
社長が自殺した場所ですね。
Ah, this would be where he did it. Not in the rec room.
社長が自殺した
Alright, we got tips. Koyama's death. Real estate CEO found dead. M City Mayabara. Real estate CEO Koyama what is his name again? Kenji, aged 67, was found hanging in his house earlier this morning. His wife, Koyama Fumi, found him in his bedroom unconscious. His bedroom? But we're in the rec room. With a rope around his neck. Evidence of a physical struggle at the scene has led detectives to investigate the possibility of a homicide in addition, police said. As CEO of a local real estate agency, Koyama maintained a significant number of interpersonal connections. Neighbors claim he had complicated personal circumstances and could often be heard shouting at his wife. Okay. Police say they plan to investigate his acquaintances for potential suspects. Okay. Daigo-kun stared down at the stain for a moment.
あれでも、社長って自分の部屋で亡くなったんじゃ。
See? Daigo noticed as well. Wait, but I thought he did it in his room. Uchiyama-san smiled slightly.
この部屋を見たらわかるでしょう。ここは男の趣味が詰まってます。
Can't you
こ
tell?
こが社長の部屋だったんですよ。
This is his room. It's chock full of masculine interests. Please do tell what a masculine interest is. He had a point. Unlike the study, which was clearly furnished for work purposes only, the rec room was brimming with a boyish sense of wonder. Not sure I'd call whiskey and liquor bottles a boyish sense of wonder, but you do you. At the same time, however, it carried a certain mature refinement. I could easily see it being his personal room.
それに、あれを見てみてくださいよ。
Besides, look over there. Uchiyama-san indicated a small door in the far corner of the room. We opened it to find a thin metal staircase that led out into the courtyard.
こういう出入り口を作りたがるのは、この部屋で落ち着きたかったからじゃないですかね。
He probably saw this room as his sanctuary of sorts. That would explain why he had a side entrance installed. Okay, but if there's no bed, and if he doesn't sleep in there, then it's not a bedroom. It's still just a rec room.
なるほど。
Ah, I see. Daigo-kun and I nodded, then turned back to find Uchiyama-san standing on the stain. Bro, somebody's life dripped out there.
気持ち悪くないんですか
Oh, you sure you want to stand there? But Uchiyama-san ignored him and continued.
この上、ご覧なさい。
Look up there.
太い梁があるでしょう。
See those thick wooden beams? At his request, I looked up, and sure enough, there were several wooden ceiling beams that ran from wall to wall, affording the room a sort of log cabin aesthetic. On closer inspection, I noticed there was a ceiling fan right above him.
社長が首を通したロープは、あの梁から通ってファンに巻きついていたんです。
The noose was connected from the beam to the fan.
足元にはファンのリモコンと散らばったカード。そして社長の汚物。
Beneath his feet lay scattered playing cards, and the remote control to the fan, and his own filth. Then why are you standing in it? That's gross. An icy drop of sweat trickled down my spine. Uchiyama-san took a step back from the stain as he carried on, almost enraptured.
壁のあちこちにダーツの矢が刺さり、球は折れたまま台の上。
There were darts sticking out of the walls. A broken cue lying on the pool table.
ファンはまだ動いていて、社長の足は発見されたその時までブラブラと揺れてい
The fan was still spinning when they found him, and his legs were spinning with it. Okay, I didn't need to know that.
まるで見てきたように言うんですね。
You sound like you witnessed it firsthand. Daigo-kun's dry comment brought me back to reality.
とにかくめぼしいところを探してみましょうよ。
Anyway, let's just check all the likely hiding places.
いくら時間ができたとは言っても、そうゆっくりもしてられないでしょ。
We may not be in a rush anymore, but that doesn't mean we ought to dilly-dally in here. More accurately, I didn't want to be in here a single second longer than necessary.
そうですね。じゃあ私はバーを探します。
A fine point. Alright, I'll search the bar. With that, Uchiyama-san headed over to the counter. Meanwhile, Daigo-kun silently walked off in the direction of the dartboard on the wall. That left me with the pool table area. Careful to avoid the stain as much as possible, I began my search. The table itself was handsomely crafted from solid oak. Despite my thorough examination, however, I came up empty-handed. The surface was scratched here and there. If what Uchiyama-san said was true, then perhaps the marks were from Koyama hitting the table with his cue. Goosebumps pricked up on my arms. Steering my train of thought away, I forced myself to focus on the search at hand. Next, I moved on to the area surrounding the table. Come to think of it, aristocrats in olden days used to build cigar cases into their pool tables. Perhaps the table's design was suited to accommodate little compartments like that. Meanwhile, as I admired the elegant curves of the table legs, I felt something bump against my hip. What was that? Confused, I straightened my posture. Again, something bumped into my hip, harder this time. Across the room, I could see Uchiyama-san over by the bar counter. Must be Daigo-kun then.
何大吾くん、何か見つけ。
What is it, Daigo-kun? Did you find something? But before I could finish, I saw something hanging right in front of me. What the? It swung around in my direction, and I stepped back to avoid it.
カエさん何
Huh? Kaya-san, did you say something? Daigo-kun's voice sounded so distant. The fan was twitching and rattling loudly. Its spin was hindered by a rope wrapped around its blades. All at once, an overpowering, putrid stench filled the air. Bile rose in my throat with my scream. Oh my goodness. His eyeballs bulged and his tongue lolled out, saliva dripping down his neck. The saliva had soaked the collar of his polo shirt, and his well-cut slacks were soiled with excrement. Thanks for the image. There was no mistaking it. It was President Koyama's corpse. I scrambled backwards on the floor, desperate to get away, and inadvertently slammed myself into the pool table. I couldn't understand. How could it be here? Clutching my head, I curled up in the fetal position under the table. Then I heard loud footsteps, and the next thing I knew, the door to the rec room flew open. What's going on? It was Uchiyama-san.
内山さん
ちょっと待って Wait, so who was the Uchiyama-san they were just with? Wait, what? Daigo-kun's voice shot up an octave in alarm. What's wrong? What happened?
あそこに社長の首吊り死体があれ
The president's body. It was right there. Wait, what the? Daigo-kun whimpered feebly.
あれカエさん社長の死体は
No way. Kae-san, where did his body go? Timidly, I raised my head. Now that he mentioned it, the smell was gone too. I slowly looked up at the ceiling, but the group's gruesome corpse was nowhere to be found. The fan wasn't moving. All that remained was a single dried stain on the floor. What the? What's going on? Dumbfounded, Daigo-kun and I stared at each other for a moment as Uchiyama-san walked over.
1階をあらかた探したところでちょうど悲鳴が聞こえたもんだから慌てて上がってきたんです。
I was combing the first floor when I heard a scream, so I came running.
社長の首吊り死体を見ちゃったんですか
You said you saw his body? He sounded a little overly enthusiastic. The two of us blinked back at him.
ちょっと待って。今までバーカウンターを調べてたじゃん。
Hold on a minute. Weren't you just checking the bar counter?
バーカウンター？私が？
The bar counter? Me? Uchiyama-san stared back in disbelief, and it didn't seem like an act.
じゃあ今まで一緒にいた内山さんは？
If it wasn't you, then who was just with us? Daigo-kun looked over at me. All I could do was shake my head. If it wasn't Uchiyama-san, then who was it that told us all the grisly details of Koyama's death? I couldn't stop shaking.
とにかく出ましょう。これ以上こんなところにはいられない。
Let's just leave. I can't take another minute of this place.
でも何か見つかりました？
Wait, but did you find anything?
何も見つかりませんでしたけど、俺もカエさんももう無理ですよ。
No, but it doesn't matter. Me and Kaya-san have just about reached our limits. Daigo-kun walked over to me and offered a hand, which I gratefully accepted. As he helped me up, however, my shoulder slammed into the table. Ouch.
あ、大丈夫。
Oh no, are you okay? I turned back to look at what I'd hit and noticed a section jutting out. Haha, how convenient.
ちょっと待って。
Hold on a sec. I gingerly pulled on the protrusion, and it swung open to reveal a little drawer.
それもしかして。
Holy crap, is that... I heard Daigo-kun's nervous voice from behind me. I opened the drawer to find a single dusty key inside.
これ。
Is this it? I pulled it out and brushed away the dust. It looked eerily similar to a Châtelet Roman house key.
もしかして。
I think it is. I stood up and turned around to find the other two staring down at my hand.
間違いないでしょうね。
No doubt about it, if you ask me. Uchiyama-san was the first to speak.
こんなところにしまい込んでるんだ。俺も間違いないと思いますよ。
What else could it be? Especially considering it was hidden away like that.
そうだよね。
Yeah, I agree. Just then. Oh. The room shook. It was no earthquake. Rather, it felt like the air itself was shifting. A loud, guttural sound, somewhere between a growl and a scream, pierced my eardrums. Oh no, they're getting sucked into the other world. Let's get out of here. I didn't care what anyone else had to say. With that, the three of us scrambled out of the Koyama house like our lives depended on it. As we headed to the candlelight vigil to drop off Uchiyama-san, the three of us discussed our next move. Uchiyama-san asked us not to take action without him, since he'd gone out of his way to share his leads with us, so we agreed not to use the key until first thing tomorrow morning. Besides, neither of us were exactly chomping at the bit to go into that apartment at night anyway. As we pulled into the parking lot of the funeral hall, Uchiyama-san warned us again.
いいですね。抜け駆けはなしですよ。
Remember, no acting independently.
分かってますって。
We hear you, we hear you. With that, Uchiyama-san wandered off into the funeral hall, shooting us furtive glances as he left. I shifted the car into gear. Just then, I heard a tap on my window. I looked over to find a familiar young man standing there. As I rolled down my window, trying to remember where I'd seen him, he started to speak.
翔子のお姉さんでしょ？こんなところで何を？
You're Shoko's sister, right? What are you doing here? Now I remembered. It was Koichi-kun, Shoko's boyfriend.
内山さんと出てたのよ。光一くんこそなんで？
I'm just here to drop off Uchiyama-san. What about you? Dressed in various shades of black, Koichi-kun looked exhausted. He sighed.
会社の人が亡くなりまして。安藤さんってうちのライターなんですけどね。
Someone in our company, Ando-san, passed away. He was one of our riders.
あ、そうか。光一くんもミスティ出版に行ったんだっけ。内山さんに聞いたけど、大変そうね。
Oh, that's right. You're working for Misty Publishing these days, aren't you? Sounds complicated. Uchiyama-san was telling me about it.
はい。そうじゃなくても最近うちの会社に関連してる人が立て続けに亡くなってて。
Yeah, it feels like a bunch of people involved with our company keep turning up dead. This story just keeps getting more and more involved. I really like it. Like, I thought it would start as something very just simple, like the haunted apartment, and that was already good enough. But now it's kind of expanding further and further, and I really like it.
それは大変ね。
Wow, sounds rough. My throat felt unpleasantly itchy for some reason. Same. I don't know if you've noticed, but I've had an incredibly sore voice for the last few weeks now. It's not fun. Maybe there was more to this than I thought. Did Shoko know about what happened today? As I contemplated this, Koichi-kun looked up in alarm.
じゃあすいません。そろそろ行かなきゃいけないんで。
Oh, crap. Sorry, I gotta get going.
うん、わかった。光一くん、気をつけてね。
Right, no problem. Take care, Koichi-kun.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. He bowed politely, then dashed off in a hurry. I watched him go, then pulled out of the parking lot. Alright, chapter 27. Once again, we're going to end the episode here. Perfect timing. So we visited the Koyama house. We, got pulled into the other world briefly. We found the key. We saw the body spinning from the fan. And apparently something is happening with the people working at Misty Publishing. Come back next week. Let's find out what's going on. I hope you guys are enjoying this one, because I certainly am. I'll see you guys then. See ya. Welcome back. It was already nearly dusk by the time we got home. The dim light of the setting sun afforded the complex a quiet sense of foreboding. Daigo-kun hopped out of the car and heaved a sigh.
あれ見ちゃったら家に帰るのも怖くなりますね。
After what we saw today, I'm scared to go home. Was he referring to Koyama's corpse or Uchiyama-san's doppelganger? Yes. Neither option was particularly pleasant. Looking up at the apartment building, I sighed too. Then I fished Koyama's secret key out of my pocket and compared it to my own house key.
本当にここの鍵なのかしら。
Is it really one of ours? There was no guarantee it was actually a key to 202. Part of me hoped it was, but another part of me sincerely hoped it wasn't. Since we'd gone to all that trouble to obtain it, I hoped it would be the key, literally, to learning the truth. But at the same time, I was terrified of finding out.
確かめてみる。
Wanna test it? Before I knew it, Daigo-kun was standing next to me, peering over my shoulder at the key in my hand.
でも、内山さんと約束したし。
But we promised Uchiyama-san we wouldn't.
確かめるだけだよ。入ったりしない。
We're just testing it. We're not actually going in. He wore his usual easygoing expression.
もうすぐ夜よ。
But it's almost nighttime.
鍵が使えるかどうか確かめるだけに夜も夕方もある？
Does it matter? We're just testing to make sure the key works. The memory of that ghostly pale hand flashed through the back of my mind.
大丈夫ですよ。多分。
It'll be fine. Probably.
多分って言われたら不安になるわ。
Probably. Gee, how encouraging.
じゃあ俺が一人で行きます。それならいいでしょ。
Okay then, I'll go by myself. Does that work for you?
よくないわよ。
Absolutely not. As I lost my temper, Daigo-kun suddenly glanced across the parking lot.
大家さんが見てる。
The landlady's watching. The next moment, I heard the sound of a window sliding shut from the direction of the landlady's house. Was she keeping tabs on us? I mean, probably. No, I was just overthinking it. Or so I hoped anyway.
行こう。また俺が鍵を刺すから。
Let's go. I'll do the unlocking.
まあ
Daigo-kun plucked the key from my palm. Deja vu. He promptly headed into the building, and I hastily followed after him.
本当に入らないのよね。
You promise you're not really going in there?
さすがにその勇気は出ないでしょ。
Of course I'm not. Not after today. Not after what we'd seen. He didn't say it, but I knew that was what he meant. He strode past my apartment and stopped in front of the door to 202. The crimson light of the sunset streamed into the hall, just as it had when we investigated 203. Over his shoulder, the sky was painted a vivid scarlet.
じゃあ刺すよ。
Okay, here goes.
ねえ怖くないの？
Aren't you scared at all? I felt like I'd asked that question 100 times by now. Because you have. And I knew he'd probably say the same thing, but I had to ask. I had to. Daigo-kun put the tip of the key against the keyhole, then stopped and looked at me for a long moment. Thanks for making it weird.
カエさんはどうして俺と一緒にいるの？
Kaya-san, why did you come with me? What? It was an entirely unexpected question, and I found myself at a loss for words. Instead, I simply stared down at the key in his hand.
怖いなら俺を置いていけばいい。
If you're scared, you could always just walk away, right? He had a point. I could run away at any time. He would probably let me take his house key even.
それでもここにいるのは知りたいからでしょ。
But you're here because you want to know the truth. Am I wrong? All I could do was shake my head. No, he was completely right.
自分が置かれた理不尽な状況をあやふやにしたくない。できれば解決したい。だから動くしかない。
If we want to make sense of this insanity, if we want to solve it, then we have to take action. I watched as the key slid into the lock with a loud click. But for some reason, Daigo-kun couldn't seem to turn it.
あれ？
What the?
回らないの？
It's not turning. In response to my question, he jiggled the key over and over. The lock rattled, but refused to budge. Instantly, I heaved a sigh of relief and felt the tension drain from my body.
ここの鍵じゃなかったんだ。
It's not a 202 key after all.
みたいだね。やれやれ。
Yada yada. Apparently not. Good grief. Looking conflicted, Daigo-kun pulled the key from the lock and began to toss it into the air, catching it in his palm.
案外隣の部屋の鍵だったりしてね。
Might work on the apartment next door though.
まさか。
Don't be ridiculous.
だってここのアパートの鍵には似てるでしょ？
Well, it sure looks like one of our keys, doesn't it? His tone had lightened considerably, and I felt a small smile creep up on my lips.
ちょっと刺してみようかな。
Let's just give it a try, shall we? Jokingly, he walked over to 203.
やめなさいって。どうせ開かないんだから。
Will you cut it out? It's not going to work. Sure enough, the lock rattled in place and Daigo-kun slumped his shoulders. No dice. Next, he turned back and walked past me to 201.
開いたら笑い話だね。
Wouldn't it be wild if it opens your door?
から開かないってば。
I'm telling you, it's not going to. Chuckling, he inserted the key. Uh-oh. And then the key turned, and the lock clicked open.
どういうこと？
How? I dashed over to the door to double check. Daigo-kun turned the key back and forth, locking and unlocking the door. Had I given him the wrong key by mistake? I dug in my pocket and pulled out my keyring with my house key still attached.
この鍵201のだったんだ。
Well, that's intriguing. The key was for 201. Why? But Daigo-kun didn't respond. Instead, he pulled the key out of the lock, slipped it into his pocket, and walked into my apartment.
大吾くん。
I called out to him, but he didn't stop. He kicked his shoes off at the door, then headed into the main room, and I chased after him. Meanwhile, he headed straight for the balcony. Once outside, he crouched down beside the partition wall where I'd previously witnessed that ghastly hand.
ねえ大吾くん、どうしたの？
Hey, Daigo-kun, what is it?
いや、ちょっと確かめたいことがあったんだけど。やっぱりだ。
Oh, just wanted to check something, that's all. Turns out I was right. Out on the balcony, the twilight was fading into dusk. I moved behind Daigo-kun and watched his hands move. He pressed ever so lightly against the lower half of the wall. And it swung open like a door. Oh, the plot thickens.
もしかして隠し通路？
Is that a hidden passage? My fear forgotten, I peered through the opening into 202's balcony. Wait, okay, let me theorize. So, the guy, Koyama, had both apartments maybe? And like the roommate wasn't actually like in the same room, but they were just sharing like 201 and 202, and they had this like hidden door so he could like go into one room and then enter the other one secretly. I have no idea. Let's just keep reading. I hadn't noticed the hinges on the bottom half of the partition until just now. Oh. Out of nowhere, something struck the window and I let out a shriek.
Kai-san!
Daigo-kun immediately peered through the opening with me and froze. Oh my goodness gracious me. A woman was pressed up against the glass. That's no thanks. I couldn't make out most of her face, but I could see her mouth, twisted in a furious snarl. Her hair was a tousled mess, and she slammed both hands against the pane like she was trying to break it. Oh my. Together, we scrambled out of 201 and into the hall. As he moved to close the door, he looked over at 202 and sucked in a breath. He began to shake, and I quickly followed his gaze. Is the door open? Oh my goodness! The door to 202 was open, and long strands of hair were flowing out from inside. No thank you, time to burn the whole building down. I couldn't see the woman herself, just strands of wavy hair, fluttering peacefully in the wind. I don't think it's peacefully. That was all it took to strike terror into my heart.
大吾くん。
Daigo-kun flinched as I called his name. Then he grabbed my hand, and together we dashed up the stairs to the 3rd floor without even locking my door. I don't know about you, but if I'm next to or even in an apartment that is very clearly haunted, there's a woman banging on the window, there's hair coming out of the front door, I am not for the life of me staying in the same building. I am getting the hell out of there into the next prefecture. No thank you. Behind us, we heard the sound of a door closing. What was that? What in God's name was that? But I didn't dare speak until we were safely inside 301. door locked and chained. Chapter 28. Someone was pounding on the door. I could hear them rattling the doorknob too. I could hear them screaming something, but couldn't make out what. Their voice was muffled, as though they were underwater. Drawn by the sound, my front door approached me. What? Hello? How? Or maybe I was approaching it. The loud click of the lock seemed to reverberate throughout my hazy world. No, don't open it. For some reason, my heart was gripped by a dark sense of foreboding. Run. Run. But the door slowly opened. My field of vision shrank. Or maybe I had backed away a few steps. Then the door opened fully. A woman was standing there. She appeared to be in her 50s. I thought I recognized her from somewhere, but couldn't quite place it. Fury in her eyes, she stormed inside. My vision shrank again, though whether from backing away or being pushed away, I wasn't certain. Then the woman slammed my chest. She looked all around the apartment, wailing about something, but I couldn't make out what. She went around opening every door like she was searching for something. Unable to find it, she rounded on me, seizing me by the shoulders. I felt myself being shaken. Then she flung me hard to the floor, and I landed on my rear. Next, she stormed over to the sliding glass door, whipped it open, and stormed out onto the balcony. Desperately, I crawled after her. I could see her peering over at the apartment next door. Then, screaming, she kicked open the partition between the two balconies. "Stay away from there." I tried to get the words out, but couldn't. The woman crawled onto the neighbouring balcony, then stormed into the other apartment. Uh-oh. Inside were two younger women. One was Japanese, and the other a different Asian ethnicity. The Japanese woman seemed familiar, but I couldn't quite remember her either. Oh no. Startled, the Japanese woman tried to stop the angry intruder, but the older woman shoved her away, then seized the Asian woman by the collar and began to strangle her. The Asian woman shook off her demonic attacker and dashed for the front door. But the older woman grabbed her by the arm and dragged her into the bathroom. I don't like where this is going. The younger woman backed away to the corner of the room, and the older woman struck her in the face. The Asian woman was frozen in fear as the older woman wrapped her hands around her throat and began to choke her once more. Instantly, a pool of red formed at the corner of my vision. The floor. There was a puddle of blood on the floor. The woman's face was twisted in agony. No. You're going to...
Kae-san!
Suddenly, I felt myself being hauled up from the darkness.
Kae-san ってばどうしたんですか?
Good grief! Kae-san, what's gotten into you? Dimly, my mind came into focus. I opened my eyes to see Daigo-kun looking back at me.
あれじゃないってば。悪い夢でも見ました?
Of course it's me. Were you having a bad dream or something? Something like that, I guess. I sat up, and Daigo-kun crouched down next to the bed, looking concerned. Okay, so if the two of them actually were living in the same apartment in 202, the student and the hostess, then I have no idea who was in 201 and why there is a secret door partition there. Let's find out.
すごい声で叫んでたから、てっきりこの部屋にまで出たかと思って焦りました。
You were shouting an awful lot. For a second, I was worried that thing crawled all the way here. Oh, sorry, it was probably just a really crazy dream. Daigo-kun sighed exasperatedly.
多分って、そんなレベルじゃないと思ったけど。
I think that's putting it lightly, but okay. How could I even begin to explain what I'd seen? A dream in which some middle-aged lady barges into an apartment where two young women live. It was a pretty dramatic encounter, but I was clueless as to the surrounding circumstances.
何を見たんです?
So what happened in the dream? He propped his chin in his hands on the side of the bed, and I glanced at the clock on my nightstand. I'd woken up a bit earlier than intended, but going back to sleep was the last thing on my mind. So I dragged my sluggish body out of bed. Same. Then I realized the button-down I was wearing as a makeshift nightgown was drenched in sweat. I reached down and lightly touched his shoulder as he knelt on the floor.
よくわからないの。鬼のような顔の女の人がベランダを越えて二人暮らしの女性の部屋に殴り込みをかける夢。
I'm not sure. There was this vicious, almost demonic older woman. She crossed over a balcony and barged into an apartment where these two other girls were living and started attacking them.
何ですか、それ?
The hell kind of dream is that? You said it.
だからよくわからないけど、そういう夢。
Like I said, it was a really crazy dream.
50歳くらいの女の人がすごい形相で怒鳴り込んできて、ベランダの仕切り板を蹴り飛ばして隣に入るのよ。
The older lady looked to be in her 50s, and she kept screaming and screaming. She kicked down the balcony partition and stormed over next door.
で、若い女の子突き飛ばして、アジア系の女の人の首を絞め。
Then she shoved one of the women away and started strangling the Asian girl. Sometimes things don't click until you say them out loud. This woman has to be the slowest woman on earth.
201と
201 and 202?
そうなのかしら。
Maybe. It felt too real to be just a dream. But at the same time, assuming it was real felt too easy somehow. Still, my dream was starting to fill in the gaps between all the bits and pieces. As I contemplated this, Daigo-kun stood up and opened the bedroom curtains. Beyond the window, the sun was barely peeking up from beneath the horizon.
まだ少し早いけど、起きますか。そのうち内山さんが来ます。
Well, it's a little early, but let's start getting ready. I'm sure Uchiyama-san will show up sooner or later.
そうね。
Right. Good point. We met Uchiyama-san down on the ground floor. For whatever reason, he seemed strangely restless. Was it just my imagination, or did he look a little pale? Perhaps he was just nervous about exploring 202. First things first. We explained to him that the key we'd found at the Koyama residence was not actually a key to 202.
じゃあ骨折り損ですか?
What? So we wasted our time for nothing? He looked completely crushed. Then Daigo-kun continued.
でもこの鍵、このアパートの鍵であることは間違いなかったんですよ。
But we know for a fact that the key belongs to this complex.
じゃあどこの部屋なんです?
It does? Which apartment then?
実は201でした。
201, actually. I chimed in. Uchiyama-san stared down at the key in my hand, then furrowed his brow and crossed his arms.
じゃあ結局202には入れないってことで
So after all that, we can't get into 202?
それがそうでもないんです。
Actually, you'll find that's not necessarily the case. As I spoke, I led them into the building. I took care to climb the staircase quietly, since it was still fairly early in the morning. Then I stopped in front of the door to my apartment, 201.
ここから202に入れるんです。行きましょう。
We can get into 202 through here. Follow me. Yesterday, Daigo-kun was in charge, but today it was my turn to lead. Are we finally gonna enter the apartment? Let's go. Feeling slightly nervous, I quietly unlocked and opened the door. My apartment was still dark. As I hesitated, Daigo-kun stepped in ahead of me, followed by Uchiyama-san. I hurried after them. Daigo-kun cut across the main room to the balcony, then promptly opened the partition.
ここから隣に行けるんです。
This is our ticket to 202.
なるほど。しかし窓は大丈夫ですかね
Ah, so I see. Is the sliding glass door unlocked though?
それは行ってみないとなんとも。
Well, only one way to find out, I guess. Neither Uchiyama-san nor Daigo-kun looked terribly confident, but I had a strange feeling that it was, in fact, unlocked.
とにかく行ってみましょう。
Let's just go. Daigo-kun nodded. He was the first to crawl through the partition opening, followed by me, then Uchiyama-san. Once we reached 202's balcony, we could see just how empty the apartment looked inside. Empty and lifeless, like a void. But perhaps that was only natural, considering nobody lived there. Daigo-kun checked the door handle, then looked up.
ここから入れますね。
Looks like we're good to go. I knew it. I didn't question how I knew. I just did. The sliding glass door slid open effortlessly. And then, at last, we set foot inside apartment 202. Alright, we're actually going to end this here at chapter 29. This is the perfect cliffhanger. After all this time, we are finally in apartment 202. We've been drip fed little bits of information. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm genuinely interested. I can't wait to get back to this. So, come back next week. Let's find out what's happening in apartment 202. I'll see you guys then. See ya. Welcome back. The apartment was utterly empty. That much was to be expected. But it was also eerily cold. We had entered the part of the house that, in my apartment at least, served as the bedroom. The full-length partition door had been left open, and beyond it lay the large, empty living dining room. Assuming the layout here was the same as mine, the next room over was the kitchen. Next to the kitchen was the bathroom and toilet, separated by a wall. That's right, we finally got into the apartment. And then, across from the bathroom, was another room. After a quick glance around the empty bedroom, we moved to the living dining room, and Daigo-kun glanced in the direction of the kitchen.
とりあえず一部屋ずつ見ましょうか。
For the time being, let's take this one room at a time.
そうですね。何かあればいいですけど。
Sounds good. I sure hope we find something. I blinked. Strange. I thought I saw something swaying behind Uchiyama-san just now.
あれ
What the?
ゆうきさんどうしました
What's wrong, Yuki-san?
いえ
It's nothing. Naturally, nothing was there. Nothing could have been there. Nothing ought to have been there. After all, no one lived here.
とりあえずリビングダイニングは何もないみたいですね。
Doesn't look like there's anything here in the living dining room. So he claimed, but to me, something felt off. Something wasn't right.
カエさん、何か気になることでもある？
Do you see something, Kae-san?
あるといえばあるんだけど。
I mean, I don't see anything so much as sense it, I guess. I couldn't quite explain it. It just felt eerie.
とりあえずキッチンを見てみましょうか。
Let's just go check the kitchen real fast. Daigo-kun set off and Uchiyama-san followed after. Before I could follow, however, I stopped short. Was it just me, or did I hear footsteps behind me? I glanced back and no one was there, but I thought I saw something move out of the corner of my eye.
カエさん？
先に調べてて。
Oh, you guys go on ahead. My eyes were drawn to the far wall. Coincidentally, it was the wall that separated 202 from 201. Something felt off about it. As I pondered it absently, I heard the sounds of various cupboards and drawers being pulled open. Evidently, the two of them had started their search. Honestly, I knew there wasn't much point in searching an empty apartment that nobody lived in. I glanced over and saw Uchiyama-san head into the room across from the bathroom. Then, I glanced over at the balcony and saw the open partition door swaying. I couldn't help but think back to the dream I'd had this morning. I remembered climbing through the partition in pursuit of the older woman. But who was I? Thinking back, I recalled I'd reached out to stop her, with a hand much larger than my own. I shaded my eyes and squinted out at the balcony, hoping for a clearer look. Whose point of view was that? I thought back to the older woman, the rage in her eyes, her twisted scowl, her messy hair. Was she someone I knew? But where would I have met her? Where? Suddenly, I heard footsteps. I turned, thinking it was one of the others, but no one was there. Instead, I felt something brush against my calf. I looked down at my feet, but didn't see anything. But when I twisted around to get a look at my calf, I noticed a little handprint there. It was like someone had touched my blue jeans with a wet hand. That's a big no thank you from me. The same wall that divided 202 and 201. Someone was pounding on it. Surely one of the others had heard me scream, and yet no one came to my aid. Desperate, I called his name, but only silence answered me in return. Before I knew it, I was standing all alone in the darkened apartment. Uh-oh, has she been sucked into a different world? But this wasn't any regular darkness. All colour had been drained away. The world around me was silent and monochrome. Uh-oh. The wall shook. The next instant, I felt something cling to my leg. What? What do you want? I staggered backwards and bumped into the kitchen wall. Instantly, I felt something tighten like a vice grip around my neck. I couldn't breathe. Then, the moment I opened my eyes, a memory flashed through my mind. Pale hospital walls, the smell of medicine, lying beneath white sheets. Koyama-san? The grip around my neck seemed to loosen. I gasped for breath, choking. I knew I'd seen her somewhere before. It was the older woman from my dream. She really is very slow on the uptake, isn't she? I didn't realize at first, considering how different she seemed while asleep, but it was undoubtedly Mrs. Koyama. Wait, then... The younger Japanese woman. Was that Yumihara-san from the newspaper articles? Desperate for help, I looked around the room, but then I realized. Finally, I understood exactly what felt off about the room. I shook off the hands clinging to my legs and neck, then crawled over and clung to the wall dividing our apartments. Oh no, did they bury her in the walls? Emina-san, where are you? Emina-san, you're in here, aren't you? Oh, that is terrible. She slammed the wall, and I slammed back in response. The next thing I knew, color had returned to the world. The silence was broken.
Kae-san!
Yuki-san, どうしました?
Yuki-san, what's the matter? I heard the two of them rush over. Apparently, I was back.
カエさん、何があったんですか? どうして泣いてるんです?
Kae-san, what happened? Why are you crying? I didn't even realize I was until he mentioned it. My tears seeped into the wallpaper. Oh, they use that word again, seeped. The ghost seeping out of the walls is still just one of the best descriptions I've ever seen. But also, that's horrifying. Why did they bury her in the walls? She's here.
ここって壁ですよ.
There, but that's a wall. I know, but that's where she is. I glanced back at them and silently pointed to the balcony. More specifically, I was pointing to one end of the sliding glass door, right by the adjacent wall. Uchiyama-san set off to investigate right away, but Daigo-kun paused to think.
カエさん、もしかしてここって壁が厚い?
Hang on, Kae-san, is this wall fairly thick? I gave a small nod. The average person likely wouldn't have noticed a difference unless they lived here. In 201, there was about a 1-foot gap between the edge of the sliding glass door and the wall that separated the two apartments. That is to say, there was a foot of empty space in that corner. But in 202, that space was gone. The wall ran right up next to the sliding glass door. That was what felt off to me about the apartment. The wall had felt too close.
そうか。コンクリの壁がむき出しって業者は言ってた。まさか。
It all makes sense. The cleaner mentioned something about exposed concrete. Wait, but that means...
この中にエミーナさんはいます。
I think Emina-san is in there. In the space between the walls. Oh, if for whatever reason Emina-san was murdered and her body was hidden in this wall, then that meant Yumihara-san's death probably wasn't that. Alright, let's take a look. Skeleton found. Let me read it.
警察!
Okay, I accidentally clicked. Earlier this afternoon, skeletal remains were discovered inside a wall on the second floor of Châtelet Roman apartments in M City. According to police reports, they had received an anonymous tip the previous night. The body, believed to be that of a young woman, has yet to be formally identified. Police are investigating the case as a possible concealment of a... something. Can't read it. Residents of Châtelet Roman apartments have noted a concerning similarity. Something, an 1843 short story by somebody. Why does the text cover something the moment you click it? Like, I literally cannot read it. That is just terrible design.
待って。
There we go. Similarity between the case and The Black Cat, an 1843 short story by American writer Edgar Allan Poe. There we go. Uchiyama-san had started to pull out his cell phone, but I stopped him. something was still bothering me. Maybe Emina-san was lashing out at the other tenants because she was trying to get someone to realize she was there. But it felt like there was more to it than that.
大吾くん、浴室は見た？
Daigo-kun, did you check the bathroom? He nodded.
何もなかったけど。
Didn't find anything though.
そう。
I see. I couldn't stop thinking about the thing that had dragged itself through my office, which shared a wall with 202's bathroom. I slipped past the two men and headed into the bathroom. With no windows, the bathroom was as dark as night. I could see some lime build up on the faucets, but otherwise nothing of note. Then the dream flashed through my mind again. The puddle of blood on the floor. The blood flowed into the drain. Woman. Affair. Blood. Slowly but surely, the puzzle pieces began to come together.
まさか。
It can't be. Hands shaking, I removed the drain cap. Beneath sat a small mesh drain protector, designed to catch hair and other unwanted blockage. Ew, there was a dark lump stuck to the mesh. Ew, it was dry and stretched and unmistakably not a clump of hair. I couldn't say for certain what it was, not yet anyway. But I had a theory. Oh no, that's... Please don't.
それ、何ですか？
What is that? I looked up at him. He seemed a little uneasy. Perhaps this was something only a woman would understand. Oh no, that's terrible. It was nothing I'd experienced personally, but it wasn't too difficult to wind up at that conclusion that...
妊娠してたんじゃないかな。
there it is. I think Emina-san was pregnant. I heard the two men gasp behind me. In order to preserve the evidence, I put the drain cap back in place, then slowly rose to my feet.
出ましょう。きちんと弔ってもらわなくちゃ。
Let's leave. We need to help them move on to the afterlife.
でもそうなると。
Wait, you mean...
ええ、大家さんにちゃんと聞かなきゃね。本当のこと。
Yeah, we'll need to talk to the landlady and finally learn the truth. After that, we left 202 without another word. Somehow, it felt more peaceful in there. Maybe she was relieved we finally found them. Or happy that someone realized she was gone. As we slipped through the balcony partition, I heard a tiny knock on the window behind us.
何から話したらいいかしらね。
That's so sad. Alright, chapter 30. Honestly, I'm not sure where to start. We sat in Inamoto-san's Japanese-style living room. After leaving 202, we cut through 201 to the hallway. There, we conveniently encountered Inamoto-san cleaning the building, so we calmly told her what we'd found. At first, she thought we were threatening to blackmail her. She went white as a sheet and asked us how much money she had to pay us, but we told her we weren't interested. After she heard us out, she told us she wanted to do the right thing, and now, here we were.
最初から聞きたいです。
From the beginning, if you would. Uchiyama-san and Daigo-kun sat on either side of me. With permission, Uchiyama-san was taking notes. Daigo-kun and I both knew he had a portable recorder in his jacket pocket, but we chose not to say anything.
もう5年6年前になるのかしらね。ケイちゃん、高山さんと私はいとこ同士でね。
It's been, what, 5 years? Almost 6 years? Kei-chan, Koyama-san, was my cousin.
先代からずっと不動産業をやってることもあって、アパートを建てる時もとてもお世話になったの。
He was a veteran in the real estate business, and when I decided to build an apartment complex, he helped me every step of the way.
そんなことからケイちゃんが部屋を貸してほしいって言ってきた時もあまり深く考えずに貸したのよ。
So, when he came to me asking to rent an apartment, I didn't think much of it.
奥さんの嫉妬深さは知ってたけど、あのくらいの年齢の男だもの、遊びたいものよね。
I knew his wife was a jealous woman, but, well, men his age are eager to play the field, you know? She was clearly hoping we'd agree about that, but I couldn't relate. Instead, I simply stared at her, waiting for her to continue.
202はね、自分のところにアパートを探しに来た女子大生の仲介できたの。
He helped me rent out 202 to a college girl who had come to him for help in finding an apartment.
多分その時に何か話をしたのね。トントン拍子に話は進んで、ケイちゃんは201を借りることになった。
I think it was around then. One thing led to another, and we agreed he would rent 201 himself.
202にはその女子大生と外国人の女の人が住んでたのかしら。めったに外に出ない人だからよくわからないけど。
The college girl shared 202 with a girl from another country. She never really left the house though, so I didn't get a good look at her.
聞かなかったんですか？
You didn't talk to her at all? Inamoto-san's expression darkened.
そういう約束だったの。感知しないって。
That was the agreement, that I wouldn't poke around.
じゃあ弓原さんが亡くなった時警察には何て言ったんです？
So, what did you tell the cops when Yumihara-san died? At Uchiyama-san's question, her expression darkened even further, and she hung her head.
ところが何も聞かれなかったの。中は完全な一人暮らしの部屋だったらしくて、何の痕跡もなくて。
Well, that's the thing. They never asked me anything. The apartment never showed any traces of a second person living there. Just the one.
私も聞かれない以上は下手なことは言えなかったのよ。何か協力したと思われるのが怖かったから。
Besides, if they weren't going to question me, then I didn't want to say anything stupid of my own volition. I was terrified they'd think I was an accomplice. She was an accomplice, though. Both of the others seemed to be in agreement there, but none of us pointed it out.
あの日、夕方ぐらいだったかしら。ケイちゃんの奥さんがすごい形相できたのよ。
Then one day, I think it was around sundown, Kei-chan's wife showed up all in a tizzy.
あの人の女はどこって。私怖くって。あの奥さん、怒ると乱暴で手がつけられない人だったから。
She kept screaming, "Where is she? Where's his woman?" And I was scared witless. I knew she tended to get violent when she was angry. Inamoto-san shuddered at the mere memory of it. I could see goosebumps all up her arms. As if my dream was at all accurate to what had actually transpired, then I certainly didn't blame her.
それで部屋を教えちゃったんですか？
So you told her then?
それがその時ちょうどケイちゃんが女の人と帰ってきたのよ。
Well, the thing is, right then, Kei-chan had just arrived at the complex with that foreign girl.
部屋に入っていくのが見えたのね。奥さんがその後を追いかけて。
His wife saw them go into the apartment together, so she followed after them.
それから
And then what? Inamoto-san sighed heavily and fell silent.
何かあったんですか？
What happened next? His tone wasn't particularly urgent, but regardless, she simply shook her head.
わからないの。
I'm not sure.
どういうことですか？
What do you mean, you're not sure?
怖くて部屋から出られなかったから。
I was too scared, so I stayed inside.
その後夫婦とも部屋に来ることはなくて、それから2週間くらいして弓原さんのご両親から電話があったの。
After that, they stopped coming around. And then 2 weeks later, I got a call from Yumihara-san's parents.
娘 絡が取れない。部屋を見てくれないか。
said they were having trouble getting in touch with their daughter and asked me to check her apartment. As she knelt there on the floor, her gaze stayed carefully fixed on her lap. Was she trying to remember, or simply too ashamed to look at us?
ケイちゃんに連絡を取ろうと思ったけど、少し怖くて、私、こっそり202に様子を見に行ったのよ。
I knew I needed to give Kei-chan a call, but I was kind of scared, so instead I secretly paid a visit to apartment 202.
誰もいなくて、それからしばらくして警察が来たの。弓原さんが遺体で見つかったから部屋を見せてほしいって。
But no one was there. And then after a while the cops showed up, told me they'd found Yumihara-san's body, and they wanted to search her apartment.
その時立ち会わなかったんですか？
Were you present for their investigation? As he spoke, Uchiyama-san continued to take notes, his ballpoint pen flying over the pages of his notebook.
立ち会ったけど、ずっと玄関の外にいたの。だって恐ろしくて。
Yes, but I stayed by the front door the whole time. I was just so scared.
それから2週間くらいで弓原さんが退去して。と言っても、業者が荷物をまとめてご両親のところに送り返しただけでね。
Then, about 2 weeks after that, Yumihara-san moved out. Or rather, the workers packed up all her things and shipped them off to her parents.
その3日くらい後に、ケイちゃんが騒がせたお詫びに業者を入れてきれいに工事したいって言ってきたのよ。
Then 3 days after that, Kei-chan told me he wanted to do some construction work on the apartment, as his way of apologizing for all the drama.
工事。ずいぶん大げさですね。
Construction work. Bit of an excessive gesture, don't you think?
私もそう思ったけど、きれいにリフォームした方がいいだろうって気を使ってくれたと思ったのよ。
I thought so too, but I figured he just wanted to make it up to me by polishing the place up. In reality, he wanted to have the construction work done so he could hide the body of the person his wife had killed. That is just terrible. Inamoto-san continued, her complexion pale.
最初はケイちゃん自身が工事に入ってたけど、すぐに下請けの業者さんに代わって。
At first, Kei-chan handled the construction himself, but then he subcontracted the work out to a professional.
でも、その業者さんも数日で飛び出していってしまって。
But then after a few days, that subcontractor took off like a bat out of hell. Understandable.
結局、あの部屋はろくに手もつけられないまま、誰にも貸せなくなってしまって。
In the end, I just didn't know what to do with 202 anymore. I knew I couldn't rent it out to anyone in that condition. Her hands were visibly shaking as she clutched at her skirt.
それから1年くらいして、ケイちゃんが自殺したの。そのすぐ後、奥さんもおかしくなって入院して。
Then about a year went by, and Kei-chan killed himself. Then right after that, his wife lost it and ended up in the hospital.
結局、あの部屋で何があったのか聞けないまま、私はケイちゃんの友達の会社にアパートの仲介をお願いして。
After that, I had no way of ever learning the truth about what happened in that apartment, so I asked one of Kei-chan's real estate buddies to find a new tenant for 201.
202の上下左右の部屋に人が居つかないのは最近のことじゃないですよね。
You've had trouble filling vacancies in the apartments surrounding 202 the whole time, haven't you? Inamoto-san nodded quietly.
なんで何も言わずに貸したりしたんですか？
Why did you keep renting them out like nothing was wrong?
いわくつきの部屋だって説明があれば、俺の姉ちゃんだってあんな目に遭わずに済んだんだ。
If you could have just admitted that the apartments had issues, then my sister would have never had to suffer what she did.
あんなところに住んでないんだよ。なんでだよ。
Oh, he's angry. If she'd known, she never would have chosen to live there. So why the hell did you hide it from her?
悟くん
I grabbed his arm to mollify his anger and realized he was trembling.
落ち着いて気持ちはわかるから
I understand how you feel, but you need to calm down. Daigo-kun's face twisted in fury. Across the table, Inamoto-san shrank back, nearly on the verge of tears.
ごめんなさい202だけ貸し出すのをやめればいいってあとは特に何かあったわけじゃないからいいって
I'm sorry. I figured I could still rent out the others, since the incident only technically happened in 202.
冗談じゃない。あんたのせいで俺の姉ちゃんはずっと病院暮らしだ。あんたのせいで。
You think this is a joke? My sister is in the loony bin because of you. Because of you.
大悟くん
He looked about ready to leap across the table at her, so I flung my arms around him. His breathing ragged, he began to cry. Gritting his teeth, he bit back sob after sob. Tears rolled down his cheeks and fell to the floor. Aw, Daigo-kun. Inamoto-san looked at us in alarm, still cowering in terror. As Daigo-kun sobbed and shook in my arms, I turned back to her.
警察に届けようと思います匿名で
I'm going to report this to the police. Anonymously. The colour drained from her face.
でも
But, girl, there is a dead body in your apartment walls. There's no but.
あなたは
As for you, I spoke firmly, silencing her.
あなたは知らぬ存在のを通せばいい
All you need to do is play dumb.
高山さんが勝手にやったことで私は何も知らないんだと実際そうなんですもん
Just say it was all Koyama-san's doing, and that you had no idea about any of it. It's basically the truth anyway.
でも壁の中のエミーナさんと排水溝にいるエミーナさんの子は弔ってあげてください
That is just horrible. We need to free Emina-san from the wall and get her baby out of the drain so they can pass on. That's not a sentence I wanted to read today.
そのためには警察に届けなければならないんです今まで見て見ぬふりをしたんですものそれぐらいはいいでしょう
And in order to do that, we have to turn them into the police. After all those years you spent turning a blind eye, surely you owe them that much. For a while, Inamoto-san didn't speak. She just stared down at the floor. I couldn't imagine what she must have been thinking. Then, after a long silence, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
お願いします
Do it. Please. In the end, after agreeing to pay damages for everything Daigo-kun's sister had suffered, Inamoto-san continued to apologize to us over and over. The following week was a total blur. With Mary-san's help, we sent an anonymous tip to the police. We told them we thought maybe a guy had murdered his illicit hostess paramour. The cops investigated 202 straight away, and sure enough, they found a skeletal corpse in the wall. That's just terrible. They then called Inamoto-san in for questioning, but as they couldn't find any proof of her involvement, they had no choice but to let her go. That narrowed the suspects down to Mr. and Mrs. Koyama, but one of them was dead and the other one was in a coma. Thus, they were unable to charge anyone with the murder. As for what happened after that, truth be told, I'm not entirely sure. All I know is, supposedly, Mary-san took Emina-san's bones back to the Philippines. Along with the baby from the bathroom drain. That's... Lastly, as for myself...
ねえ、カエさん。俺、思うんだけどさ。やっぱり引っ越した方が良かったんじゃないの？
You know, Kae-san, this is just my opinion, but don't you think you should have just moved out?
だってせっかく壁ぶち抜きで家賃そのままでいいって言うんだものその言葉に甘えない手はないでしょ
With that wall gone, she basically offered me 2 whole apartments for the price of 1. I couldn't not take her up on it.
でも死体が埋まってた部屋でって
But somebody literally died here. Yeah, I'm not even that superstitious, but I'm not sure I'd be comfortable living in a spot where there was literally a body buried in the wall. Not to mention the baby.
もう嫌な雰囲気はしないから大丈夫よ。
It's fine. The curse is gone now anyway. Châtelet d'Oman 202 no longer exists. After they tore down the dividing wall, they decided to remodel it as one giant apartment. And I've agreed to live there. Partly because I didn't want to have to move everything all over again, but mostly because Inamoto-san said she'd only charge me 1 apartment's worth of rent. And so I ended up with a supersized apartment at a bargain price. Some time later.
カエさん俺の部屋こっちでいい
Kai-san, can I call dibs on this room?
大丈夫。
Aw, are they living together? Sure, I don't mind.
じゃあケーブルをまた仕入れてくるかな短いや
Guess we'll have to have more cables installed. This one's too short.
後でいいんじゃない？
Can't we worry about that later? I decided to let Daigo-kun, Daigo, move in with me. It was the logical conclusion from both an emotional and economic standpoint.
カエさんちょっと来て
Kai-san, come here for a sec.
ちょっと待って。
Coming! Behind me, I heard a small tap on the window. I turned to find the curtains rustling in the early summer breeze. The grieving mother and her child had since passed on. Still, I had a feeling they were out there somewhere, gently watching over us. The end. Aww. We reached the... I was not expecting it to wrap up quite that quickly. Well, I don't know about you guys, but that was horrifying. Oh, my goodness. Well, that was... Oh, there's all the voice actors. Some of those people sounded kind of familiar to me. I might have to look them up. Anyway, that was Neighbour. Honestly, I think that's one of the best visual novels I've ever read. It's certainly up there. I don't know if it's absolutely my favorite, but it's very much up there. So in the end, the woman was buried in the walls. I'm not gonna lie, that's one of the most scary things for me. Oh, we've got an epilogue. Hey, Anna.
なにママ
What's up, Mama?
この間ねちょっと不思議なことがあったのよ
Something strange happened the other day.
あら不思議なことって
Oh yeah? Like what?
あらカエちゃん久しぶり元気だった
Oh hey, it's Kaya-chan! Long time no see. How have you been, girl?
久しぶりってついこの間来たじゃない。
What do you mean, long time no see? I was just here the other day.
カエさんここって
Kaya-san, is this...
ほらこちらかわいいのねカエちゃんの彼氏
Ooh, who's the cutie? Your boyfriend?
いいえ、ママへの貢ぎ物。
Come on now. No, I brought him here as a gift for you.
あら嬉しい今日はどんどん飲ませちゃうわよ
Oh, you're so thoughtful. I'm gonna get you drunk tonight, mister.
いや俺もう飲んできたんでおお
I'm good, thanks. We drank before we got here. Whoa.
前にカエちゃんと大ちゃんが来てくれた時のシーンね
That was the day Kaya-chan stopped by with Dai-chan, yeah?
あの時ねずっと気になってたことがあるの
Well, something's been bothering me ever since.
あら何
What's up, Buttercup?
お店の外からずっとこっちを見てた女の人がいたんだけど
There was this woman standing outside the bar, watching us the whole time.
あらやだストーカーかしら
Oh my god, a stalker?
違うのよ どっかで見たことがあるわねってずっと考えてたんだけどね。
No, no. I know I'd seen her around somewhere before, so I've been racking my brains over it.
そうしたら思い出しちゃったのよ。
And then I remembered.
あら、一体誰？
Yeah? So who was it?
高山ちゃんの奥さんなのよ。入院してるはずなのに。
Uh-oh. Koyama-chan's wife. I thought she was laid up in the hospital. Is her living spirit walking around?
あら、怖いわ。カイちゃんたちを見てたのかしら。
Oh my gosh, that's so freaky. Was she watching Kaya-chan?
ずっとカイちゃんの後ろにいたエミーナちゃんを見てたのよ。
Wait, what? Nope. She was looking behind her at Emina-chan.
ママったらもうこの霊感おかま。
Deikan Okama. Oh, Mama, you and your sixth sense.
いやー褒めないで怖いんだから。
Girl, please. It's not easy being me, you know. Wait, they're just dropping that bombshell and then leaving it? Okay.
荷物とりあえずこれだけ？
Okay, we've got an after story. I don't know how long the after story is, but screw it. Let's just go. Is this all you brought?
これだけ。
Yes, this is everything. Nearly 5 days had passed since I discovered Emina-san's body in apartment 202. As I sorted through the luggage I'd brought to Daigo-kun's place, he made me a cup of coffee.
ごめんね。結局また転がり込むことになっちゃって。
Sorry about this. I swear I don't mean to keep crashing here.
俺がそうしろって言ったわけだし気にしないでよ。ネットが使えないと困るでしょ。
Don't sweat it. It was my idea anyway. You need internet access, right?
本当に助かるわ。ずっとホテルってわけにもいかないし。
Yeah, you're a total lifesaver. The hotels around here cost an arm and a leg. Currently, the police were conducting an investigation of my apartment, 201. More accurately, they were investigating the relationship between President Koyama and Emina-san, as well as their two apartments. I didn't realize my apartment would have to be searched until after I had Mary-san send an anonymous message to the police. I wasn't a suspect, but 201 had to be investigated nonetheless. The cops were bound to notice the wall's unusual thickness straight away. And today was the day they were set to knock down the wall. Oh, it's starting.
とうとう壁の取り壊しが始まったみたいだね。
Demolition time at last, huh? I could hear the sounds of the machinery directly below us. You guessed it. With the investigation underway in apartment 201, I had decided to temporarily move into 301 with Daigo-kun. They agreed to let me store my furniture in 203, but unfortunately no utilities were hooked up in there. My landlady Inamoto-san promised she'd get us set up ASAP, and that still didn't solve the internet issue. Then Daigo-kun suggested I stay at his place while I waited, which I gratefully took him up on.
書斎のデスクトップつないだから。
Well, the PC and the study is all hooked up.
ありがとう。
Okay, thanks. Daigo-kun opened the sliding glass door. All at once, the sounds of the wall demolition magnified. Then he stepped onto the balcony and peered down. I followed suit. Unfortunately, the balcony wall was a little too high for me, so I couldn't see much at all. I hope they find her. Daigo-kun leaned against the wall and looked at me.
見つかるよ。あんなに熱烈なアピールがあったんだし。
After everything she's done to get our attention, I'm sure they will. Yeah. I glanced over at him and our eyes met. Feeling weirdly bashful, I promptly averted my gaze once more.
カエさんってさ。
Say, Kae-san.
カエさんって誰か付き合ってる人いる？
Are you seeing anyone at the moment? I could have just said no. But for some reason, I didn't want to make it that easy. The question struck me as something he should have asked a lot sooner. Feeling a bit peeved, I responded.
たらそっちに転がり込んでると思わない？
Do you really think I'd spend the night in some other guy's apartment if I was?
そりゃそうか。
Ah, good point. His response was so flippant, it actually pissed me off a little. They're so cute. Almost like he was implying I couldn't get a date. I mean, truth be told, I was certainly nowhere near as popular with men as my sister Shoko, but still. Honestly, it surprised me that I still cared about such things in my 30s, when I'd long since put my love life on the back burner. Woman is acting like she's got a foot in the grave in her 30s. Besides, one look at him and it was obvious he wasn't trying to insult me.
フリーのデザイナーなんて出会いがないから。
We freelancers don't get to meet a lot of people, you know? I did have some male clients, but most of the good ones were already off the market. Sometimes I found myself thinking I'd probably be single forever. Obviously, I wasn't enthralled about the prospect, but there was no sense crying for the moon.
じゃあさ、俺。
In that case,
ちょっと待って。
hold that thought. I could hear some sort of commotion downstairs.
見つけたぞ
Oh gosh, Daigo's getting cock-blocked by the body in the wall. We've got something here.
ブルーシードを持ってこい監視を呼べ
Call forensics and bring me a blue tarp on the double. As I paused to eavesdrop on the voices below, I heard a small sigh beside me.
大悟くん、どうかした？
What's the matter, Daigo-kun?
うん。
Nah, it's nothing. Daigo-kun turned away from the balcony wall.
行ってみようよ。全く関係ないわけじゃないから何か教えてくれるかも。
Let's go down there and check it out. We're tangentially involved, at least. Maybe they'll tell us something. Tangentially... How do you pronounce that word? No idea. Naturally, I had no objections. And so, without further ado, we headed downstairs. The second floor was crawling with cops, like someone had kicked a hornet's nest. As we arrived, I nearly walked face first into a uniformed forensic investigator on his way up from the first floor.
大丈夫、カエさん。
Kai-san, you okay?
あ、うん。平気。
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. The police had put up no trespassing tape to block the end of the hall by 201, and I couldn't see much past it. But Daigo-kun took me by the hand and led me boldly past it.
ちょっと、大悟くん？
What are you doing, Daigo-kun?
住人が遠慮することないでしょ。ほら。
We live here, don't we? Doesn't count as trespassing. Evidently, he had no intention of backing down. I followed him down the hall and around the corner. Just then, the door to 202 opened and someone stepped out.
ここは立ち入り禁止ですよ。結城さんでしたか。
Sorry, but this area is off limits to... Oh, it's you, Yuki-san. It was Nakayama-san, a detective from M Station.
すみません。お忙しいのに降りてきちゃって。
Sorry to bother you in the middle of your work. Unsmiling, Nakayama-san simply shook his head. He fished around in his slacks pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes.
そちらは上の階の久松さんでしたね。何かお部屋に忘れ物ですか？
Let's see, you're Hisamatsu-san from 301, right? Did you need to get something from the apartment?
というわけじゃないんですけど。
Not exactly.
何があったか気になって。
We're just wondering what's going on. Daigo-kun's tone was firm. Nakayama-san stared back at him as he lit his cigarette.
何か見つかったんですよね。ベランダにいたら聞こえちゃったんですよ。
You found something, right? We heard people yelling about it while we were on the balcony. Nakayama-san exhaled a cloud of smoke and grimaced.
あったといえばありましたけどね。
Yeah, we found something all right.
何があったんですか？
What was it? I couldn't help but ask. My curiosity had gotten the better of me. There's not two bodies, is there? But Nakayama-san's grimace darkened further.
いや、まだこれから捜査なんで。
Well, we're still in the process of investigating.
何が見つかったかだけでいいんですけど、彼女隣の住人だし気になるじゃないですか。ね。
Just tell us what you think you found. She lives right next door, so she's worried. Aren't you? Daigo-kun turned to me and I hastily nodded. I had a feeling things would work out better if I just played along. Nakayama-san seemed to sense that he wouldn't be getting out of it. He took another drag on his cigarette, then looked at me.
その前に聞きますけど、通報の電話は本当にオタクたちじゃないんでしょうね。
First, let me ask you this. Are you sure you people weren't the ones who reported it? Smoke billowed from his lips as he spoke, and I knew he was referring to the tip Mary-san had called in. She had done so anonymously, so theoretically, the police had no idea who was behind it.
201から202にベランダから侵入できる経路がありました。さらに床に一部埃が払われている場所がありましてね。
We found a passage leading from 201 into 202, and there were footprints in the dust.
大家さんじゃないんですか？
Probably just the landlady, don't you think? Nakayama-san narrowed his eyes at Daigo-kun. We had asked Inamoto-san to lock the sliding glass door from inside. As the landlady, we knew she wouldn't be faulted for entering her own property. As for our fingerprints left at the scene, we all rehearsed a cover story that she led us inside to check around after complaints of strange noises from next door. I wasn't connected to 202 in the first place, so I was beyond the scope of suspicion. Nakayama-san seemed to understand this as he stopped trying to question us further.
まあいいでしょう。202の壁から白骨死体が発見されました。
Alright, we've discovered skeletal remains in the wall of 202. Called it. The words were on the tip of my tongue, but I hastily bit them back. Sure enough, Emina-san was in the wall. Part of me was relieved, and another part of me shuddered to think that I would have been sleeping right next to a skeleton.
それから浴室の排水口からおそらく乾燥した血の塊と思われるものが。
Also, we found what we believe to be a dried blood clot in the bathroom drain. Oh, Emina-san's baby. Nakayama-san seemed to interpret my silence as shock. He wore a sympathetic look on his face as he crushed the cigarette into his portable ashtray.
引っ越しの費用なんかについては大家さんにご相談した方がいいでしょうね。
You may want to ask your landlady for a refund.
引っ越しですか？別に私死体がなくなったのなら住めますけど。
Huh? A refund? I mean, as long as you take the body away, I don't mind staying here. Personally, I hadn't thought that far ahead.
白骨が埋まってた壁は他にも何かないか確認するために全て取り壊しますから。
We'll be taking down the entire wall to ensure we don't overlook anything else that might be inside.
天井も全て剥ぎますし、201も容疑者が住んでいたので同様にさせていただきます。
That means tearing down the ceiling, and we'll need to do the same to 201 since the main suspect was living there. In other words, staying here would be physically impossible. As I struggled to process this, Nakayama-san put his portable ashtray back in his pocket.
まだ引っ越したばかりのようですし、敷金礼金は全て返却してもらえると思いますよ。
Seems like you only just moved in, so I'm sure you can get a full refund on your security deposit and all that.
こういったケースは特殊ですが、交渉次第では引っ越し代金も幾分は出してもらえるんじゃないですかね。
This is a special case, so you might even get her to foot the bill for your moving expenses even. Right.
では私はまだ捜査がありますんで。明日には残りの荷物も隣に移してください。
At any rate, I've got an investigation to be getting back to. Be sure to have the rest of your belongings moved out by tomorrow. Without waiting for an answer, Nakayama-san went back into 202. I watched him go, then heaved a sigh. What just happened?
お引っ越しってことみたいだね。
Looks like you gotta move out. I slumped my shoulders.
めんどくさ。
Oh, what a hassle.
まあまあ、しばらくは俺のところにいていいし、後からゆっくり考えようよ。ね。
It'll be fine. You can just stay at my place for a while. Then we'll get this all sorted out. All right?
そうね。
Yeah. On our way back to Daigo-kun's apartment, we saw the forensic investigator from earlier head down to the first floor. We peered out at the parking lot and watched as he headed into Inamoto-san's house.
稲本さんも大変ね。
She's gonna have a lot of explaining to do.
自業自得でしょ。
Serves her right. Though it was harsh, he had a point. With no counter-argument, I quietly headed back into 301. The next day, after I'd finished moving all of my furniture into 203, Inamoto-san peeked her head in timidly.
結城さん
Say, Yuki-san?
こんにちは。業者さんの手配をありがとうございました。
Oh, hi. Thank you for calling in those movers. As a single woman, my belongings were few, but at the same time, I had an entire home office worth of furniture, and it was hard work managing it all on my own. I would have liked Daigo-kun's help, but unfortunately, he had to present his thesis and wouldn't be back until that evening. I wasn't sure how I was going to be able to comply with the police's orders to move all my things. But then this morning, Inamoto-san called some movers to help me. Fortunately, since it wasn't peak moving season, she was able to get someone right away, and with their help, I barely had to lift a finger. After all, I wasn't moving into 203, just temporarily storing my things there. Granted, I could have just asked to live in 203 officially, but then I would have had to submit a change of address notices to all my clients all over again, and well, I really didn't want to have to do that.
ちょっとお話があるんだけど。
Listen, there's something I'd like to speak with you about. She glanced repeatedly in 202's general direction. Evidently, she wasn't comfortable with the police overhearing us.
わかりました。じゃあ301に。
Sure, let's talk in 301. After one last spot check, we sent the movers home, then headed up to apartment 301.
それで話って何ですか？
So, what did you want to talk about? I walked in like I owned the place. Then I made some coffee for us in the kitchen while Inamoto-san looked on anxiously.
その前に結城さん、あなたお引っ越しなさるつもりなのかしら？
Well, first I'd like to know, Yuki-san, are you thinking of moving out? I paused to think for a moment.
そうですね。必要があれば仕方ないかと思ってますけど。
Well, I guess if I have to. If 201 ended up literally uninhabitable, then I would have no choice. Still, if at all possible, I was eager to avoid having to go through all that hassle. Gauging my reaction, Inamoto-san took a sip of the coffee I gave her.
じゃあまだどこか探してるというわけでは。
Then, you're not actively looking?
ないです。大吾くん、久松さんに甘えちゃってる状態ですけど。
Nope. Daigo-kun, Hisamatsu-san, has been letting me stay with him for the time being. For some reason, Inamoto-san looked strangely relieved to hear this. She took another sip of coffee, then paused for a beat.
201とね、202をつなげようと思ってるんだけど。
I think I'm going to combine 201 and 202.
え？
What?
ほら、警察の方が言ってたのよ。201と202の間の壁を壊すって。
Well, you know how the police are demolishing that wall and everything.
だからこの2つの部屋をつなげてしまおうかと思ってるんだけど。どう思う？
So I figured I may as well just join the two apartments together. Any thoughts?
どう思うって。
Who, me? Frankly, I didn't see the sense in having an apartment with two kitchens. I decided to go with an inoffensive answer instead.
まあ、広くなる分にはいいんじゃないですか。
Well, the bigger the better, right? Instantly, Inamoto-san broke into a bright smile.
やっぱりそう思う？
You think so?
ええ、まあ。
Yeah, I guess. I nodded vaguely and Inamoto-san suddenly straightened up. Her expression was firm.
お願いがあるの。
In that case, I have a favor to ask.
なんでしょう。
What is it?
その部屋に住んでいただけないかしら。
Would you be willing to live in this new apartment?
え？
What? I didn't understand. She wanted to combine the apartments, then have me live there. Interpreting my silence as a no, Inamoto-san hastily continued.
お家賃は一部屋分でいいの。電気やガス、水道もちゃんと一世帯分になるように改装するつもりなのよ。
Just so you know, the rent will stay the same amount. And I'll set up the utilities so you won't be charged twice. Right. What was her angle here? I stared back at her, unsure of what to say, and she slumped her shoulders with a sigh.
虫がいいとお思いでしょ
I'm asking too much, aren't I?
というよりもどうしてそこまでして
It's not that. Why are you going to all this trouble?
ゆきさん今日202には入ってご覧になりました
Well, have you been inside 202 today?
いいえ自分の荷物を出すので精一杯で
No, I was too busy getting all my stuff moved. Everything was so hectic I scarcely had time to even think about 202.
もうねご遺体は運び出したそうなのよ壁も全部壊したけど何もなかったって
I'm told they got the body out, took down the whole wall, but nothing else was in there.
そう聞いて私ね今日202に本当に久しぶりに入ったの立ち会いでね
So I decided I'd go and see the place, since it had been a while. Pay my respects, as it were. As the woman in charge of the complex, she must have felt partly responsible for what happened. And she must have been frightened, though obviously I didn't know for sure.
怖くなかったですか
Were you scared? Funnily enough, she shook her head.
いいえそれがねちっとも
Actually, no, not at all.
なんだかあの部屋が明るく感じられてそうしたのがあなただと思ったらああ住んでてほしいって思ったのよ
That apartment feels so much brighter now, and it's all thanks to you. Which is why I was hoping you'd be willing to live there.
稲本さん
I was starting to see what she meant. She must have sensed that the mystery surrounding the apartment had finally been laid to rest.
よかったら考えておいてもらえる
I hope you'll consider it, at least. With that, Inamoto-san set her half-empty mug on the table and walked out. Was it just me, or did she seem a bit brighter now? I spent a long time afterwards thinking back on 202 and its long history, until finally Daigo-kun came home. The next day, the police finished their investigation. After examining every last inch of 202 and 201, their next move was to retrace President Koyama's last steps. They told us they needed to preserve the crime scene for a few more days, but we were permitted entry once more.
ねえ大吾くん
何コーヒーのおかわり
What's up? Want some more coffee? Breakfast at 301 was already part of my daily routine. As a house guest, Daigo-kun never let me lift a finger. So there I was, eating his cooking while preparing to tell him the decision I had made. He was already dutifully reaching for the coffee pot when I shook my head at him and took another bite of my ham on toast.
違うの今日は大学院
No. Do you have class today?
いや今日は行かなくていいけどどうして
No, I'm free today. Why?
ちょっと付き合ってほしいんだけど
I want to take you somewhere.
俺と
On a date?
じゃなくて
No. It was a running gag at this point, but somehow I could never quite get used to it. I always was a bit of an awkward girl. Taking care not to let my inner turmoil show on my face, I washed down my bite of toast with a gulp of coffee.
202にね行ってみようと思って
I'm thinking of going to check out 202.
もうボディーガードはいらないんじゃないの
Do you really still need a bodyguard at this point? He had a point. The deeply rooted grudge of 202 was no more. As such, it was hardly necessary to force Daigo-kun to tag along with me.
言われてみればそうねじゃあご飯を食べたら行ってみるわ
I guess you've got a point. In that case, I'll go by myself after I finish eating.
いや俺も付き合うよ付き合いますよ
What? Not without me, you're not. I'm coming too. He seemed strangely eager to tag along, considering he was the one who said it wasn't necessary in the first place.
だってもう別に危なくはないし一人で大丈夫よ
Huh? I'll be fine by myself. It's safe now. Regardless, he refused to give in.
行くって俺も202どうなったか見たいし
I'm going. I want to see 202 for myself anyway.
別にいいけど何か用事があったんじゃないの
Well, okay, but didn't you have something else to do today?
ないない何にもないだから俺も行くって
Nope, I'm free as a bird. so I'm coming with you. It didn't make sense. He almost seemed like he was being bratty on purpose.
もしかして一緒に来てって言ってほしかった？
Were you hoping I'd say, pretty please, I need you? At that, Daigo-kun promptly choked on his coffee. They're so cute. I didn't have a key to 202, but I scarcely needed one.
本当にぶっ壊しちゃったんだな。
They really did tear down the whole wall, huh? As Daigo-kun stared around in astonishment, I looked over at 202 from what used to be the bedroom of 201. Gone was the wall where Emina-san used to lash out with her ghostly hand, demanding to be noticed. The wallpaper had been torn down in both apartments, and the carpet was ripped up in places, making it a little unsafe to walk around. It was a pretty grim spectacle, even with the knowledge that it was all going to be remodeled soon anyway.
壁、また作るのは時間かかるだろうな。
Bet it's gonna take them a long time to put up a new wall. I crossed over into 202's space and peered around. The atmosphere felt noticeably different in here. The dull, icy air was gone. Somehow it was softer, more peaceful, more normal. And that was all it took to make up my mind for good.
それなんだけどね。
Actually, about that. I turned back to find Daigo-kun standing on the border between the two apartments, looking at me. His gaze made me quickly avert my own. I hadn't done anything wrong, so why did I feel so guilty? No, not guilty. For some reason, I was just feeling shy.
カエさん、それなんだけど、続きは？
You were saying, Kae-san? What about it? Oh, right. I'd forgotten I'd stopped mid-sentence.
稲本さんが昨日来てね。この壁はなくしたままで、201と202は一つの部屋にするって話だったの。
Oh, well, you see, Inamoto-san came to see me yesterday, and she said she wants to combine both apartments into one big one.
へえ、壁を作るのが面倒ってことかな。
Huh. Guess she figures it'd be too much hassle to rebuild the wall.
それでね、その部屋に住んでくれないかって言われちゃって。
And the other thing is, she kinda asked me to live here. What? Daigo-kun's eyes widened behind the lens of his glasses. Then his expression clouded over.
いや、でも、それはさすがに。
I don't know about that. Sounds a little ridiculous.
家賃も一部屋分でいいって言ってくれてるしね。私も引っ越す手間がなくていいし。
She's even offering it to me for the same rent as before. And this way I don't have to bother moving again.
でも、死体が見つかった部屋だよ。
But they literally found a dead body in here. Another fine point. This apartment had a dark and gruesome past, but for some reason I felt strangely confident I would be fine.
大丈夫よ。エミーナさんはただ見つけて欲しかっただけで、その願いは叶ったんだもん。
It doesn't matter anymore. Emina-san just wanted someone to find her, and now her wish has been granted.
ここに住んだからって何かされることはないと思うわ。
I doubt she'd be upset at me for living here.
でもさ、一人で2部屋分って広すぎない？
Okay, but wouldn't it be a little too much space for one person?
まあ、それはそうなんだけどね。せっかくだし。
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong, but the offer's just too good to pass up, you know? Daigo-kun took a step forward and crossed into 202. Brow furrowed, he walked up to me. Reflexively, I looked up at him.
俺も住みたいんだけど。
I want to live here too.
この部屋？
What? You want to move in here? He nodded. Admittedly, I didn't blame him, considering it was essentially double the space for the same price. Plus, his sister used to live in 201, so it probably held some sentimental value as well.
じゃあ、稲本さんに聞いてみれば。私は今荷物を置かせてもらってる203でもいいし。
Well, okay. I'll talk to Inamoto-san about it. I could always just live in 203 officially, since all my stuff is in there anyway.
いや。
No, I...
あ、ネットがつながるまでは大吾くんの部屋にお邪魔しときたいな。
Ah, but I hope you'll let me hang out at your place until the internet gets hooked up at least.
光回線を引こうと思ったらどうしても時間がかかっちゃうし。
Takes a while to get all of the fiber optic cables installed, you know.
そうじゃなくて
That's not what I meant. Frustrated, he ran a hand through his hair. He was blushing all the way to his ears.
カエさんと住みたいんだけど
I want to live here with you. Aww, he finally said it. What? As in,
それはいろいろとすっ飛ばしてませんか？
aren't we skipping a few steps here? He does mean what I think he means, right?
分かってるくせに
Don't play dumb.
なんとなくしかわからないわ。
I'm not playing anything. This is as smart as I get. She said it. What am I doing? I knew I shouldn't joke around, but I couldn't stop myself. I was doing a bad job of hiding my smile too. Daigo-kun glared at me for a moment, clapped a hand to his forehead, then reached out and pulled me into his arms. Aww. I'd never realized just how broad his chest was. As I stood there calmly analyzing his stature, he drew his lips to my ear.
一緒に住みたいです
What I'm saying is, I'd like us to move in together. I always knew he was a bit of a forward guy, and yet his voice was shaking. I looked up at him, and he pressed a warm cheek against my forehead.
一緒に住みたいわけを100字以内でね。
Explain why in 100 words or less. He responded by gently pressing his lips to mine. Aww. Followed by...
カエさんが好きになってしまった
Oh dang, he just put it all out there. Because I'm in love with you. A bashful whisper.
じゃあ稲本さんちゃんと言わなきゃね。多分びっくりされちゃうと思うけど。
Well then, I guess we'd better explain this to Inamoto-san. I can imagine the look on her face when we tell her. Not only was I going to live in 201, but I was going to move in with a man 7 years my junior.
別に驚かれないんじゃないかな
I don't think it'll come as much of a surprise. As he spoke, Daigo-kun walked around to briefly inspect 202, then headed back over to 201. I wasn't sure why he bothered though, since we'd already explored the place recently.
どうして？
What makes you say that?
だって今でも俺の部屋にいるでしょとっくにそういう仲だって思われてると思うけど
Well, you've been staying at my place a lot. She probably already assumed we're an item. Oh right.
カエさんそういうとこ妙に鈍いんだよな
Kae-san, you're weirdly dense when it comes to these things, aren't you? She really is. Yes. Yes, I was. There was never anything between him and I. Not until that kiss just then anyway, but perhaps other people saw us a bit differently.
まいっか
Oh well, it's cool.
まあほら縁がないから慣れがないのよ。
Well, you know how it is. This doesn't really happen to me, so I'm a bit out of my depth. Haha. As I awkwardly headed for the front door, Daigo-kun took my hand in his.
何？
What is it? I glanced back to find him smiling softly at me. Then I remembered the sensation of his lips on mine and my shyness flared up all at once.
挨拶しとこうかなって
I think we should pay our respects to the apartment.
そうだね。
That sounds nice. This place was etched with the painful memories of a mother and her child. But now we were going to paint over it with new memories of our own.
よろしくお願いします
Ahem. Please let us live here.
お願いします。
Please. Together we bowed our heads. Just then I thought I felt a hand touch mine. A hand that definitely wasn't Daigo-kun's. Warm, like a handshake. I looked up to find Daigo-kun looking at me.
今
Did you feel that? I did. A soft, gentle hand.
よろしくかな
I think that's a yes.
きっとね。
I think so too. No, I knew it was. Just like that, I knew she'd given us her blessing. Aww. That's so cute. That was a massively long after story. Was not expecting it to be that long. Okay, now, I'm assuming that is finally, yes, the end of Neighbour. I've been here reading for so long that I've lost my voice. I don't know if you noticed, but throughout Spooktober, I've had a terribly sore voice and it's been hard to record everything. Kind of losing it now. Anyway, what did you guys think of this one? I really enjoyed this story. I'm kind of sad that it's finally come to an end. Anyway, let me know in the comments below, and as always, you can find the link in the description if you want to buy this one for yourself, give it some support. I really enjoyed it. One of my favorites. Anyway, come back next week and find out what new novel we're going to be looking at then. I'll see you guys then. See ya.